Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
We want to be prepared for the playoffs because it doesn't matter who we're gonna face, like we need to play our best game.
Top 3 is really good, like G2, H2K and Vitality.
Taking second place would be insanely important.
13 games on top of other teams. I think we have a very good shot of actually showing up in the end of the split now and into playoffs as well.
It would be really good to get rank 1, because if you're rank 1, we cannot face Vitality or H2K all until the finals.
Yeah, the first 2 seeds are really important because it gives you a bye in quarterfinals.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the 2016 European LCS Spring Split. Right there you see H2-What, H2K and Elements, and we're coming to you live from our studio here in Berlin, Germany for the last day of games. And there's the Unicheer squad, because you know the Unicorns of Love always have something prepared to fire up their troops. And with just 1 game left for each team, it is the last chance to make a mark in the standings. Hello, I'm Evie Shogzaportre here to cover all of today's high-stakes action with James Tress O'Leary and Martin de Fiscio Lunge. I just discovered that I'm quite hyped myself, and on the last day of the Spring Split, G2, as we heard from them there, is riding high in first place. They have locked that bye spot, of course, because they are top 2. H2K and Vitality could still get it. Then there's the race for 4, 5, 6, 7. So many interesting races going on.
Yeah, and we obviously so far were wrong in our predictions of putting H2K first, because both. G2 now looking like the team who will take first place, and honestly they fully deserve it, because this team, they came in and surprised us week 1. We said okay, let's wait and see. We want to see more consistency, we want to see them fix some of the issues. They've honestly managed to do that, and right now they are looking so strong.
Yeah, they're looking a lot stronger. You may not have been so hot with your predictions on things. There's still time for things to change. Nevertheless, there's still options to move.
I'll be right or 4th place,
well,
I think.
Will you be
I got
right?
number 7.
Yeah.
I was going to say, will you be right in number 7 right now, though? Because that's the fight, really. Elements picking up an important win yesterday, and now they're a game up on Splice. So basically that 7th spot, the safe spot, looks to be in Elements' hands if everything goes the expected way today. But that wasn't the case yesterday.
Yeah, well, I mean, we made a lot of assumptions, but then yesterday was absolutely crazy. It was almost opposite day. So many upsets. Elements beat Fnatic, as you said. UOL ended up beating H2K. Roccat beat Vitality, now has a 2-0 over that team, even though it might have been more useful to have the 2-0 over some of the other teams, but a win is a win.
Exactly, and Roccat right now are chasing Splice, and they can potentially tie them and then play for number 8, so seeding coming into the promotion tournament for Roccat. And what a game yesterday. I mean, we always feel like Roccat has potential. We just never feel like we really get to see them unleash their full potential.
Well, we'll see if they can unleash it today. We, heard Elements talking about unleashing the beast yesterday. Maybe it's
Steve,
Rocket that'll do it
Definitely.
today. Yeah,
What we saw yesterday as well, we were watching what will happen on patch 6.5. A lot of Azir. We saw him in 5 out of 5 games. Only picked up 2 wins though, but just still showing the enormous potential that champion has in team fights.
Oh yeah, and also just Azir is one of these champions that are fantastic for the game because his skill cap is so high, and when you have a lot of good mechanical players, they will pull out the Azir and they will be able to carry on it most of the time. And he just fits in the meta, with the tanks, long team fights. There's a lot of other picks though that kind of either fell out of the favor or has now stepped up to like almost 100% pick ban rate.
Yeah, we were looking at it just a few minutes ago. It's a bit surprising when Nautilus actually wasn't picked up banned at all. He did take a small hit on this patch, but we were expecting him to still be there.
It's like crashed completely.
It's like 15 to 20 damage off his Z.
Yeah,
it's like
0% pick rate, ban rate.
Completely gone. Cogmore, another patch now where Europe haven't been touching Cogmore, even though this time another nerf hit him. So Azir's there. What else is going to be there this time?
Poppy was picked in every game and first rotation in 4 of the games. So I mean, she's the new queen, I guess, of the top lane.
Yeah, maybe.
Again, yeah, she was always there, but now she's pushed Nautilus out of the way, and she's number 1.
Yeah, we'll see what happens today because we'll start the Spring's final 5 matches in just a few minutes with H2K versus Elements later on. G2 will face the Unicorns of Love and our match of the week between Origin and Fnatic. Very important implications. If Origin win, they lock in 4th. And Fnatic is stuck in 6th place due to the head-to-head versus the Unicorns of Love. So many implications, and the King is back once again.
The King is back, but you'd look on paper coming into split. Ooh, Origin, Fnatic fighting for first. No. 4th and 6th is what is on the line here. You mentioned that the King is back. I do wonder whether that's enough to settle Origin against Fnatic.
It is a big difference, at least if we look at damage done for the team. Power Weevil, we talk about it so often, never really had much of an impact. So when he's playing for Origin, he's actually ranked 2nd last of mid laners after his game yesterday against Giants in terms of damage share on the team. He does 26% of the damage. Pekka did 32, I believe, 32.9, the first of all mid laners. So when he had only 2 games,
Corki.
He played Corki in one of them, that counts. He had LeBlanc in the other one. He had a very high impact in terms of the overall team damage. And then they talk about, the mentality, how he helps everyone kind of bounce back if there's some mistakes in game. And that's what he needs to offer today if they want to beat Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing, unfortunately, he won't be able to offer, unless he's been practicing a lot, is going to be that Azir. It was a little underwhelming the last time we saw him bust it out.
It was bad.
Oh, the guy's had like 3 months off. Let's see if he's
no. I mean, sure, he didn't play last week, but when he did play back in playoffs,
that's what I mean.
It's
been a long time since then. I'm going to give him a little benefit of the doubt. See if he's practiced.
We'll see if he pulls out the Shurima. In any case, with a very real possibility of tiebreaker matches in our future, it is important to note that we may have extra games on the horizon, and depending on the number of games required and the teams playing, the tiebreakers will be played out either today or on Monday. But of course, we will keep you posted as everything evolves here, because with all the upsets we had, we obviously can't say in stone how everything will go today. Everything can happen. And later on today, we will be joined by Fnatic's man in the mid lane, and we wanted to extend his expertise to you. Tweet your questions for Febiven at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskFebiven, and we'll get some answers from the world's semi-finalist. As always, EULCS hashtag. We'll hear from him later today. Anything you guys want to ask Febby?
Not
That's good
really.
for broadcast.
I mean, I was thinking.
Yeah, there's some other questions obviously we could ask, but no, I'll think about some.
Okay, I hope that the people at home are more inventive. That's why we asked them.
Yeah, that's why we asked people on Twitter, not us. So.
Okay, anyway, without further ado, let's check in with our casters for a look at our first game of the day.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and of course, Mitch Krepp of Forcibles by my side. We're setting up on stage. Behind us, it's H2K and Elements.
And the crowd.
And the crowd, indeed. As excited as they've been today. Fantastic energy. Let's take a look at the 2 teams about to do battle on the blue side of the rift. It is H2K. That means you've got Odo in the top lane, Yankos in the jungle, Ryu the mid, Forgiven and Vander make up that bot lane, and their coach, Probably.
Yeah, and they took a loss yesterday.
They did?
Kind of unexpected.
Uncharacteristic.
Against the Trundle Lissandra, and guess who will also play Trundle Lissandra? We'll get into that later.
Ooh.
It is Elements. Elements
And?
play on the red side. Their top laner is Steve. Jungle Julius. I gotta go to the crowd.
Let it breathe.
Mid lane Aika, Mr. Rollins as AD carry support is Spratzel, and as always, Nif is still coaching that team.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, H2K lost to Unicorns of Love. They gave up a really big lead and made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes.
I mean, H2K in the first 15 minutes, they looked like, yeah, solid H2K. Really quick, clean gameplay. But then they got so far ahead, I think they kind of bought into the hype too much, and they took really ill-advised fights that they could have opted out of at any time Then they did that again, and then they did that one more time, and suddenly Unicorns of Love were ahead. They played up perfectly, very clean, but the mistake was still on the side of H2K.
Yeah, they really didn't seem to be able to handle that double TP composition that the Unicorns were throwing at them. In the late game of it, just all over the time, all over the place. But, you know, guess who else ran the double TP comp and very successfully yesterday? Elements.
Yeah, and it actually helped a little bit with Elements' gameplay. It just gives you a little more security. You know, like you need to go fix the lane, you at least have one TP. Every fight that Elements won was at least one teleport kind of flanking or instigating that. And I really hope they repeat the same process today.
We'll have to find out as we load up into picks and bans. Very quickly they're going right now. The Trundle is taken off the board and the Alistair as well. On the other side, it's a pair of Yordles, Lulu, and of course, the Corki.
Yeah, obviously, HK lost to that Trundle yesterday, and Steve put a phenomenal performance overall on that Trundle. We could see what the analyst desk kind of mentioned as well. A lot of early pressure here on the Poppy pick. We could see a first rotation Poppy here for H2K. Kalista still up on the board. I imagine Elements is going to ban it.
No, they banned the
but it
is
H2K, so that means usually you have to ban the jungler, and they will not pick Kalista, but Forgiven has been practicing it. If there's ever a time to do it.
The times they are changing.
Oh,
first
he
pick
did it.
Kalista, but on the other hand, Elements are toying with that idea. Would not be surprised to see this locked in, and it is.
I mean, standard trade, insta lock on Poppy. Like, if the Kalista and Italy were out, then HTK would have locked to Poppy. Poppy is really good into Kalista, because when you do get the flank on her and you E her, it doesn't matter if you knock her into the wall or not. When you get that steadfast presence up, she obviously can't hop anywhere. She has to like walk out, which means she can't deal any damage whatsoever. Very annoying. Yeah.
On that AD carry. We'll see what Forgiven does make of this Kalista here in Europe. He has been very outspoken in the past about that champion, but no longer. It is a new day. The Elise is locked in for Jankos, and they follow suit with the Braum pickup. That's a strong combo in the bot lane.
Yeah, jungle support on this rotation is pretty standard, unless you really want to steal something away. And then for Jankos, he has two choices. Does he go for the Graves in like the counter jungler and aggressive jungler, or does he get some additional crowd control here with that Elise? I imagine Gilius will just pick the Graves up. Not sure what else he would play in the jungler here that is really high tier.
Aika toying with the idea of the Azir. He played it before, it was cool obviously, but he wasn't able to pick up a win on it. Elements have had a hard time with that. He has also been quite outspoken about the Karma, but they don't need to pick the mid lane here.
Oh, Lee Sin is still up. Yeah, totally forgot about that guy. No. That's probably a better pick here for Gilius.
They take the Lucian as well, so of course that one makes a lot of sense. Rallis, however, he's been having a field day in the last couple of games. Very, very successful plays all around the board and stacking up incredible stats too. I mean, he's died once in 2 games in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but Mr. Rallis is just a super consistent player overall. And with that thresh lock-in that they do on the first rotation, it does indicate that Elements wants to lane 2v2, 1v1. Does not seem to buy into lane swap too much. If you pick Thresh into a Kalista there, maybe they want to steal it away to not have to lane against Thresh Kalista. Because the Kalista Braum combo can actually lose to Thresh Lucian, so it's a very interesting lane. Hope he has a strong laning phase, so Elements seem to look for standard lanes and then get Gilius on the ganking spree.
Yeah, there's a question though that remains is, can Rallis and Sprottle win versus a Forgiven Vanderlane?
Depends on how good Forgiven's Kalista is. A fantastic player overall, but may not have the champion super down. I doubt it. I think Kalista will be fantastic on Forgiven overall, because I don't see a champion in the world that he can't mechanically execute. It's more about play patterns and the philosophy behind the pick. But with Vanderin in his lane, it should be fine.
And they take their last 2 picks. It's the Lissandra picked up for Ryu and Rammus in the top lane for Ottawamne to face off against Steve. If standard lanes are indeed the case, that is what they're looking for right there. The last pickup, of course, would be that mid lane choice. We saw the LeBlanc flashed earlier, and the Karma. Aika, of course, really caring and saying so much about those picks, but let's see if he brings something new in the last game of the regular split.
I like Ryu and Lissandra here. He should be able to pressure in Aika, because I think Ryu is just the better player than Aika overall, so regardless of what champion he gets, I think he will have the pressure advantage. It's easy to get the pressure advantage with Lissandra too. And just the amount of mobility and picks that H2K can make, look at their composition right now. They have CC generated by every single pick, especially if you consider that Kalista has that ultimate Fate's Call available too, which then in turn makes Vander be able to play super aggressively. So they can make picks, they can roam with the Rammus, they can catch people off guard. So it's going to be tricky for Elements to survive against all this aggro.
Speaking of tricky, that last pickup, not one I expected to see, at least not in the hands of Aika. The Syndra. Haven't seen that since Power of Evil back in like week 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think Bjergsen, did he not play it in any LCS at 1.2? It's a strong laning pick, and it can definitely catch people off guard, but if it falls behind ever so slightly, it kind of gets stuck in the lane, because when somebody pushes up the wave and roams, it's really hard for a Syndra to chase, I feel, because you can't use your spells to check a brush, because then you're very weak if you do get jumped on, so We need to see if Ica can actually generate the necessary amount of pressure to keep Rio in lane and prevent H2K from snowballing. H2K with a very skirmish-heavy pick comp.
We'll see in their dangerous hands how they're able to put it to use. Elements on their side, a lot of question marks still surrounding that team. If they can close it out with a win, of course, they would secure 7th place, but they're already in the lead to do it. Sniff and Probably shake hands. Get ready to walk off the stage now. We want to hear from you guys who you think is going to take this one away today. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag H2KWin or hashtag ELWin. We'll see who's going to take this one to start off this final day of the regular split here in Europe. H2K, well, we're on a downturn, but Elements were on an up. We'll have to see who's going to get this one, walking away with the win. So important for Elements, so important to get the momentum. H2K want to win back in their book, of course. It settles in ever so slightly before we kick this one off. Oh, man. I cannot wait. We got to savor the moment, Crepo.
Yeah, we're savoring it very hard. It's obviously nothing wrong here. That's why we're not stretching 5 seconds at all. The crowd is ready, though. These guys are holding their signs up.
I'm impressed at how silent they've been able to be.
There we go.
And there we go. We are ready. We are locked and loaded. And we're going on to Summoner's Rift. Kick off this last day. And there is a very happy little front. Because why not?
So why not? Look at that flag. Isn't that pretty?
All right. Well, the cheers have been pretty hyphy this split on Element's side. Big Steve chance, but all across the board, this team is looking a little bit better. It's just so late in the split, and of course, they are at best locked into 7th place.
Yeah. So definitely a big gap between both these teams. It's bold though from Elements to play this style with a single teleport, cleanse on Eika. And they're also pretty skirmish heavy, so it's not like one team is playing a full-on poke comp or a siege comp. I think these comps are kind of made to brawl and just get a lot of early action.
Very true.
So this could be a very fun game to watch at least.
Well, Elements demonstrated a pretty solid level of, dare I say, a control when they did get a lead yesterday. We're able to close it out. We commented on how they effectively didn't overextend their bounds, didn't dive in. They had a siege comp, but they used it right.
Ooh, double invade here. So Elements either opting in or predicting the lane swap, not quite sure. I think if they're predicting the lane swap, they would have waited here. Bold face check, they spotted them.
Oh, it's tense.
I think
no movement.
He either checked the blue buff or saw just the edge of Vander. Either way, they're going to lane. That means push pressure in this 2v2. It almost feels like a correct predict. Oh, it almost has to be. Rammus doesn't really win lane against anybody early. Goes even at best. And Lucian Thresh is better than Kalista Braum early. Especially when they get first to lane and there's no camp involved. Because it very much so delays the level 2 spike, where Kalista can do a little bit more. Sprattle just needs to avoid getting procced here. And the push advantage goes to Elements in one lane. Syndra can actually push pretty hard in the other lane. If she plays super aggro, see how that plays out. Because obviously, when you track what the jungler can do, you just add up the pushing lanes. If there's 2 pushing lanes, the jungler gets free access into the enemy jungle that's in between those lanes.
I definitely have to keep an eye on those 2 junglers, Gilius and Jankos. 2 very, very different career paths and players right there, but Jankos opted for the Elise instead of the Lee Sin. We mentioned it had been left open a little bit later, see if Gilius is able to go on that early top lane spree. Forgiven and Vander have already been pushed back in, as you mentioned, a stronger lane in this Lucian Thresh combo, the good old wife steal. But still, H2K, a very, very dangerous team all across the board in every lane. Let's see what they can get done here. Rio had already pushed in the mid side. And we'll really be on those 2 junglers when we have standard lanes to affect this map early. Eyes on Gilius to see what he can do. I feel like the chip is on his shoulder.
Yeah, both junglers really want to find an opening here. Level 3, 4 gank is generally where the first time you see anything happen. That's for a bit of a cheese. Sprattle secures with a ward here. Doesn't go for the deep ward on blue, something sometimes the bot lanes like to do when they are pushing. Secure river ward. That means though that Jankos could now invade the enemy jungler and path behind. If he takes a left right here, he could get behind Sprattle and that could actually result in a kill, and that's very dangerous here. So let's see if Elements' bot lane can read this from the behavioral pattern from Forgiven and Vander.
They pinged it. They know something is up in that tri-brush. Sprattle's actually making moves forward as the level 3 for the 2. And there's the cocoon.
They probably,
Spiderling, nothing else.
Maybe they saw him. Yeah, they probably saw him path over the Skull Crab. Maybe let's go back and see.
Well, safe moves all around. Yeah, Element's definitely not taking any unnecessary risks at the beginning of this one. They know the stakes. They know how high they are. However, they can rest a little bit easier considering They are 1 win ahead of Splyce in the standings, looking for that 7th place spot that Elements is just cozily occupied.
All right, yeah, I confirmed. They just went back and watched it. They saw indeed Janko's path over the Scuttle Crab that Gilius had taken, so that's and the ward is time. The combination of that ward and the Scuttle Crab definitely helps out. Right now, Gilius has pathed to the bottom lane. Odoamne should be fine, but we'll have to flash here, I think.
He's definitely taking a lot of damage. Got a lot of armor even to start things off. Gets the taunt, though.
Never mind.
Yep, he's okay. That one was just fine. So Gilius tried to make the moves, but not nearly enough damage to kick in the Armadillo.
Yeah, generally when a jungler comes from behind, you have to expend your flash, but if neither party brings CC to that gank and you're both AD focused, then Ram is going to have a blast, especially with that Dorans early.
Yeah. Take a look into the mid lane. It's just a CS fest between Ryu and Aika right now. Aika not really having too much trouble on the Cinder pick. Definitely curious to see how it performs, if it's something of a pocket pick for him. He really has been having to dip further into his champion pool. He had pulled out a lot of Victor earlier on in the split to very little success. Tried the Karma, tried the Azir before the changes did come in on 6.5. And it's just had very mediocre impact for the most part.
Just can't really leave his mark on the game. Pretty standard lanes here. Again, League of Legends has evolved to the point where tough matchups can still go somewhat even on CS, and the only difference that kind of happens is CS, and it will rarely result in kills unless junglers enter the fold.
Oh yeah.
That's why we're looking for what Gilius and what Jankos can do here. Forgiven didn't really get punished though. He got pushed to the tower, but he's really good at farming under his tower, so he went even CS with this Kalista lane, which in itself is impressive.
Yeah. Forgiven's first outing on that Kalista. The hook does come in, and Vander will get caught for a moment, but he stands right behind Forgiven. The CS Fest does continue there. Everyone knows Forgiven as just being this AD carry who will always be able to bully, always be able to match you at the very least in farm. I mean, Rallis, despite his excellent performance of late, he has his work cut out for him, even in this optimal lane situation. Spraddle sends another hook flying, but he's not able to connect, hopping right behind the minions. However, Forgiven does take some damage, and that prompts the Unbreakable from Vander. Not enough return fire there in the Lucian Thresh lane.
Yeah, you really want to get that Flay on top of like the Kalista. Cancel help, and that's when he's under pressure, because that makes an easy piercing light from Lucian 2 that you can then help him. Right now, on the level 6, the Syndra just has so much on in the lane. Every ball she throws, rather, or that Aika he throws, is just threatened for the all-in, especially when the jungle's nearby. Look at how far Aika can play up. And he has the cleanse to break the all-in attempt from Ryu. So definitely favorable matchup here, cleanse versus teleport in the mid lane, and with these two champions. So Aika should be able to out-pressure Ryu right now.
You can see the difference in priorities. Those double teleports for H2K means they definitely want to start those skirmishes, start those fights in the later stages of the game and gain more map pressure. It's been H2K's hallmark this season. Ike, on the other hand, he's playing more lane focused. They're hoping they can get an advantage and snowball it, but the onus is on them to do it.
Yeah, but Spraddle right here, going for hooks like that, is never really going to work, because even if you land it, Braum will just step in front of him. You really need to walk into the lane and play Forgiven. The problem is, when there's so little vision and you're so scared of the jungle, it is such a risky thing to do, and that's why a lot of these lanes go even. If you could play 2v2, no jungle, no TP, could be fine, but here, Rallis could walk into a cocoon very soon. Look at Forgiven, he's acting like he's normal at laning phase, not changing his pattern at all. But Vander might be giving it away a little bit by starting to walk up, so that's why Mr. Rallis is a little passive here.
Holding his nerve. Itsy Bitsy Spider hiding out in the brush, cancels his back there,
go
waiting for the Rallis. Oh, he misses the cocoon!
I mean, Jankos had at least 3 opportunities where he could have thrown that cocoon, and the way, obviously, very easy for us, the way you do it is you wait until he locks in an auto attack animation. When he goes for a creep, you see a creep go low, you guarantee that the enemy AD carry is going to go for it. That's when he stands still, and that's the frame where you fire your cocoon. But H2K kind of beaten by their own hesitation on that play.
Yeah, and Rallis and Spraddle definitely know what's up at this point. That's the second time Jankos has passed up there, the only time they've really seen him around the map. And the reputation for bloodthirstiness that he carries, they know that he's going to be all around the map. Odoamne really not having too much trouble dealing with this Poppy. Will go ahead and clear out the ward. He does have his own pink in that bottom side to prevent any future aggression from Gilius.
Very good for Elements though, because level 1 to 4, obviously a slight gank advantage for Elise because she brings that cocoon to the party. But at level 6, obviously Elise doesn't get a power spike. Yeah, she gets a little bit stronger, but Lee Sin gets access to that kick.
Yeah.
And now, this is where the ganks may stick here. Ryu gets poked down. Here's Gilius.
Oh, couldn't dodge the ball, and he couldn't dodge the Sonic Wave. He might, in fact, be burned his flash. Pops his ult. Gilius taking damage. In comes Jankos. Can they return fire? Oh, unleash the power, but he's kicked on back, trying to trade its first blood to the First Blood King. And all of a sudden, where did all these H2K members come from?
Suddenly, a party in the mid lane. Everybody from HTK collapses. Teleport from Odawamne. Good save there overall from Jankos. Flash Cocoon buys just enough time because Aka was completely out of mana there. He just needed one more Q to get the first blood. And Ryu somehow managed to survive that. Really, really impressive reaction as a team from H2K.
This is what has hallmarked them as such a significant force in the European LCS. Despite yesterday's stumbling block, the team still contending for first place with a win here. If they can hope for G2 to lose even, they could still get it.
And the price of that play too. Complete control of deep enemy blue jungle by H2K. 3 wards, listed around. Scuttle Crab, blue buff. Watch this again. This is good. QE hits. Ryu goes low. Eka goes low. Helios waits for the flash. And then here, he just doesn't kick soon enough. I think if he just gets a flash kick off to kind of keep him stun locked, Ryu will go down, but Ryu just survives long enough. Vander with a good flash there too on Lost Art. I'm not sure if that would have killed him or not. Regardless, everybody was ready from HTK to collapse and act on that play. And there was no cross-map possible this early in the game for Elements.
Yeah, and we're playing for the laning phase, but when they got out of lane, all of a sudden they got out of line. 2 kills over to HTK. That's a 1,000 gold lead or nearabouts for them to start this game off. Everything is looking much better for them. Sprottle looks a little thinner there, narrowly dodging.
Yeah,
bite.
No flash on Vander. Luckily, he is playing on a Kalista lane where he can't really get exposed, can always get Fates called back. This is the roughest part of this matchup here in the bottom lane, and we see a bit of a trade go out in the top lane that we can expect. Ilya's going for the return gang, connects.
More, this time he kicks Ryu back in, follows them, and the power gets unleashed yet again. This time, they do secure the kill as Odawamne gets knocked up trying to ball his way to freedom. He will get out. 1 kill over to Elements, though. And they continue the pressure in the mid.
That's the power of this Syndra Lee Sin combo. All you need to do is connect 1 CC and the rest will follow swiftly. This time leaving no opportunity to get out of there. The Frozen Tomb was still on cooldown for Ryu, so he couldn't really use it right there. And then just they layer the CCs beautifully. Instant flash R from AK, leaving no time to survive.
It's going to be Elements trying to start this dragon up really quick. Gilius actually quite low. He is able to get a safeguard shield out to secure a bit more of it, but most importantly, HTK don't know this is happening. They have nothing really else to take. Looking for maybe a Rift Herald, but it's only Jankos doing it. This is going to be a while.
No, it's the good thing about Elise is that you can turn it around with your Spinal Links, and the most of the damage on the Rift Herald comes from you attacking it from the back and popping that eye that you see pop open right there. If you 2 people turns around, bam, that's 50% of its max health that goes down. So Elise can actually easily solo it, because other than that damage proc, you do so little damage to a Rift Herald. So
yeah.
Elise is probably the best champion to solo Rift Herald.
Able to get the distract, poke him in the eye. So that one's secured. Let's see if they can get a little bit of a push on. Heading down to the bottom side is Jankos now, still focusing on Rallis and Sprottle.
Yeah, Sprattle's playing very brush heavy, which is fine if you play against inexperienced players, but... And then we pan over to the top lane where the trade happens again, but...
Over and over.
I don't think he's ever going to hit a hook, so I would rather see him step into the lane a little more and put some zone on Forgiven, because Forgiven is getting free farm here. Only 10 CS down in a very rough matchup, especially in this point of the matchup, considering they went for a little roam too to help out Jankos. I think Elements is not pressing the advantage as much as they could.
Yeah, talk about playing the map too. H2K, they're built for that at this point. You've got, aside from the summoner spells, that Kalista will be able to take down Dragons and Barons with relative ease, combined up with Jankos especially, and they've got this ridiculous CC skirmish potential. Let's see where Jankos is going though. He's moved his way to the Elements bottom jungle, and he's pinged out immediately. Gilius doesn't want to fight him though.
That's what you want to do if you're playing with Forgiven. You don't want anybody else to step to that lane. You don't want to make him upset that suddenly there's a 2v5 bot lane party going on. So you support and jungler group, get deep vision, allow him to lane, and more importantly, you're also playing double TP. You have Rammus Lissandra, probably one of the best flanker gankers in the game overall that can teleport in. So as long as his bot lane goes even 2v2, eventually the lane will get pulled, double TP will come in. Steve is the only one to match. Suddenly, Elements find themselves outnumbered in the bot lane, and Rallis will just get blown up immediately.
Yeah, Elements definitely not looking good when it comes to those kinds of plays. They're going to be relying on getting ahead in the lane, but they're already still down a little bit of gold. Jankos and Ryu look to make a play. The Cocoon connects, but he's already within tower range, and Ica moving too fast for them to handle. Also, a little bit of extra gold generation on his side, too. Haven't seen that for a little while.
I mean, yeah, the passive gold is the only thing he gets, though, because he'll never be able to get the Spelties procs off. Obviously, but yeah, Frost Queens is the way you want to play Syndra. Send out the Spooky Ghost, allow yourself to easily set up the QE, and then the follow-up combo. Again, it works very well in pick comps. It's pick comp versus pick comp here. Yeah. H2K's winning play is the dive on bot lane though. And look at the amount of pink wards they have in the bot side. They're leaving Rammus on an island, because they know even if he dies once, he's still kind of self-sustainable. 4 pink wards in that bottom jungle, 3 deep wards in the enemy blue jungle. At any point, Lissandra can TP, Rammus could TP, join the fight here. That's why Mr. Rawls and Spraddle have to be so careful, and they have such a hard time really pushing that advantage in that bot lane 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, towers are going to stand for a little while, it seems. Both parties much more interested in trying to set the pick up on each other. Jankos goes ahead and clears the ward out, while up in the top side, Gilius was clearing Crab away as he also grabs himself some camps. But that top lane's pretty bare with both tops having backed for a moment, and it just continues to be a slapfest.
And it's rough for Gilius because, okay, that play happens in the bot lane, everything's warded. What do you do? Okay, I'll trade, I'll go top side, but trying to dive a Rammus with Populous in is risky. Like, his build is very straightforward. Stack armor and avoid Syndra. And that's what he's doing. He chooses to teleport in. That's one guy TPing. Lissandra's roaming.
Oh, that's a quick flash. The hook comes in and it lands on Jankos. Flayed back in. Odo comes in and Odo goes out. Colin comes out and Odo will body block the remainder of it. This might just be the tower trade. Vander goes ahead and gets a clear on the ward. And now they just turn their attention straight towards tower. Should be an easy picking for them. 15 minutes into the game. That'll be the first one to fall. Not as many kills as H2K would have hoped, but they do get a consolation prize.
Good job by Elements just dodging that gank here. They would have lost their tower 100% whenever H2K chose to make this play. They're looking to trade tower for tower and hopefully not lose too much else. Jankos?
Oh, flashing in. Now they're looking for Rallis. See if they get the Braum knock up. They can. And it's Odo gets the kill credit. Now Spraddle's down. Double kill. That's just okay. Exhaust on Gilius. Takes the Winter's Bite. They're looking for more, but Steve had TP'd into the back, and he's given Ryu a hell of a time here. But he's taunted by Odo in the back of it all. Now Aika trying to save his own life, but he's caught up by the concussive blows, and Jankos slays him. Now Steve just trying to 1v2, but how long can he last? H2K turn up the heat, and there is no way Steve is getting out of this kitchen.
Yeah, I said Jankos, but it was Odo Wamne. Look how tanky he was. He tanked like 4 or 5 turret shots, and by that time, the Elements defensive squad just got obliterated. No tank whatsoever. The only tank they have was Steve, and by the time he arrived, his teammates were already put in the grave. And that's the power of that play. Double TP, deep ward setup. At any point, there is so little, if not any counterplay for Elements to be made. They could back off and yield the tower, and then they look to trade. But then Odo Wamne here goes in flash onto Mr. Rallis. Look, he tanks the tower. He's tanking 3 physical champions, one of which drops immediately. Forgiving gets to hop forward. And then the Braum passive is just so strong in these small skirmishes and dives. And now Aika walks in, and I don't know. Like, I don't think Aika should do this.
No, he has to burn flash too.
I mean, this is very ill-advised. Yep. That's just straight up suicide.
Gilius even bought it at that point. I mean, that was nearly a wipe. And that is 16 minutes into this game. I mean, it's ridiculous. You cannot keep making those kinds of mistakes. But H2K, team that plays together, and they stay together. Don't lose a man on that one. Now, Elements are going to try to answer back. Odo Wamne is tanking up everything. He gets the taunt down onto Spraddle. Look at all that damage coming out. Gets the hook in, but it doesn't even matter. Kick back, trying to keep him out of tower range, but he power balls. Gets interrupted. They might just take him, but he's trying to answer back. Spraddle's way too low. Where's the backup?
That was a little ball from Odo Wamne. He could have cleared half the wave and backed out, but just that's how hard of a time they have killing the Rammus top lane at this point in the game alone, 3v1. So unless Aika unleashes the full combo, that Rammus is not going to die. And he'll be the perfect front line combined with the Braum to allow Ryu and Forgiven to straight up clean up these fights. So this is looking very, very grim for Elements.
Yeah, all ready for this team. They're having a lot of trouble just taking out a single member. That is only their 2nd kill on the board, and after a number of attempts on Odo Wamne's life, they finally get him down. But he'll be just fine for a while. Jankos, 2-0 and 400% kill participation on that board. He has been sticking in these lanes, and now mid tower is close to going down with the Rift Herald buff. Minions run out there. They won't be able to finish the tower just yet, but Dragon is on the board on top of it. There are a lot of options for this H2K squad.
Yeah, we see the strength of this Braum pick as well. Braum and Alistar, why they're just a little stronger than Braum and Alistar, why they're stronger than Thresh overall. Because they just have peeling and defensive capabilities. Vander can just walk up, press E, and suddenly Aika is completely denied overall. He can't land any damage on the carries that are standing behind the Braum pick.
Yeah.
And then whenever he goes low, Forgiven will just pull him back out, maybe throw it in one more time for a knock-up. So it is becoming incredibly hard for Elements to win fights unless they get a kick flank from Gilius into like a knock-up from Steve, or maybe Steve splits the fight open, knocking 2 people out of the fight. That is kind of the win condition for Elements, but it's so hard to achieve with this vision control from H2K.
Yeah. I like how you mentioned the Thresh versus Braum and Alistar. I mean, that had been Alistar specifically a specific pickup for the Spraddle, who had been kind of known as a 1, 2, 3 trick pony maybe, and they've ended away from him very quickly. H2K is a team that in Europe, obviously you're playing everybody week in and week out. You know these teams, you can figure out who to ban, but they really do their homework on just about everybody and take every team seriously. They'll be go ahead and taking themselves their first Dragon now, so they'll even that one on the board. We're just under 20 minutes in this game. Still a significant lead for H2K. Obviously, Elements can get back into this one, but as you mentioned, their win conditions are very narrow compared to that of their opponents.
Yeah, this is where Home Guards comes in. Suddenly, Odoamne will be rolling even quicker in the deeps.
Gotta go fast.
Yup. Not just yet. 30 more seconds. That was just a slow Rammus. Maybe he goes for the movement speed build. That's such a disgusting build, by the way. Sunfire into Thornmail into a little bit of extra HP just on boost
avoid the Syndra, yeah.
Yeah, even if no Syndra just doesn't have enough damage to just, I think, shred him in one go. So I think he is actually unkillable at this point for Elements.
Well, he'll be putting that one to the test. Odoamne heads right back up to the top. He's going to be flanked by Ryu and Vander joining him. Actually, Baron just comes onto the Rift too, so definitely not looking to take that one just yet, but there are some inner towers that they can grab. H2K have got all the outers for now, and Elements still trying to knock down the one in the middle. Ryu has held that strong, despite the constant early pressure that had been coming down on him.
All right, Elements. Find the pick. Envision the Rift. Close your eyes. That's what you gotta do. Gilius, show us why you are rank 2. Because he's always bragging how he's rank 1. Forgiven's actually the one that beat him in solo queue. Forgiven is now, or they go up and above.
Yeah,
each other,
it's a bit of a grudge
all the
match,
time.
right?
Yeah. They always, in the little Skype chat that all pro players have, every time one of them reaches a new rank 1, it gets announced, which is very often. But right now, Forgiven should be first place still. Has the mental edge.
Part of it too.
I don't think Forgiven needs Kalista to get rank 1 though. He plays.
Well, he proved that a long time ago. That's true, but it is nice to see him branching a little bit and embracing this Kalista pick that just about every other European ADC had considered a, if not top tier, very, very close to it for a long time.
Yeah, there's only so long that he could say, yeah, this champion will just get nerfed eventually. You have to pick it up. Such a staple, good pick. I feel it fits his style. Forgiven likes to trade and trade smart. And he likes his supports to like CC and set up for him, so I just wonder why he never really picked it up. At one point, I think it must have been like an ego thing. He's like, no, I refuse. People tell me I need it. I don't need Kalista.
Well, this is also the first year we've seen Forgiven with a support that he has been unabashedly complimenting, saying this guy does not need to learn anything from me. He is perfectly combining with me all the time. I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but you know what I mean. This is a combo, this bot lane combo, this duo has been absolutely fantastic together. And Kalista Braum, well, there's a big reason why it's strong. They're going to go ahead and start pecking away at that turret. Some serious chit damage there. Ral is having to dodge away from all the skill shots. Gilius will eat a few of them himself, and look at that. That turret already getting shredded.
Poppy's ready with teleport though. This may just Elements be willing to pull the trigger for a final fight before they fall out too far.
Might have to.
Here he is, very far away though. Look at the bottom right of the screen at Dragon. That's where the teleport's coming in right now. Keep your eyes on Ryu and Odoamne.
Spooky Ghost coming out onto Ryu and Odo, and Steve misses the heroic charge. Odo
flashed by
flashing it,
Odoamne.
yeah.
Pretty telegraphed though. If you see a Poppy charging at you, you know Ryu's out of the equation here. You know he's going to flash, so really good reactive flash. Vander gets thrown in though.
Yep, Jankos trying to flank around the side. They get the Braum ulti popping him up. Not nearly enough damage to pick off anybody. Pick comp versus pick comp, as you said. Still the pressure on H2K's side. They own that top jungle here. Elements, Gilius, Ica, Steve trying to push out. Ryu looking to go on in, and he gets kicked just into the rest of his team, and the fight is on. Spraddle going low in the backside while Steve trying to tank up the front of it all. Heroic charges into Ryu. Exhaust is down, and Jankos will take a bite out of him. Ica pushes them all back with the balls, but it is 1-0 in favor of H2K. Still chasing Ica here. The Syndra trying to stay alive, and the Wolves helping out. There's the stun. Scout of the week, and Ica will make his escape on this Syndra.
Yeah, but all these crowd control effects for Elements are being used defensively, and nobody is going close to dying on the side of H2K. Odoamne was just a one-man zoning tool in the backline. He kept Thresh, Lee Sin busy. Let's watch this again. So Vander coming in on the side while Ryu goes in. Doesn't get the self-cast on R off quick enough. Good kick from Gilius to get him out of the fight, but Odoamne, look, he's cutting off one exit path here. As Jankos gets thrown out of the fight, nobody's actually taking damage. Except for Ryu just a little bit, but he's always safe. Ica is so afraid to enter the fight. He can at best go 1-for-1, and that is the problem for his Elements composition at this point.
Yeah. Well, and a bigger problem, too, is, you know, they are so afraid to fight, and Steve just wants to YOLO it in. This is his pick, his Poppy. They're not really able to do a whole lot else. And when one member of the team is trying to go in and the rest aren't, you've got issues there.
Yeah, it's just a panic move. I mean, I don't think Steve was overextending on his own. He was just setting up the engage there for his team. Obviously, when he gets flashed, then that's one shotgun shell you've lost, and then you gotta wait to recharge. Overall, though, this is the nature of pick compositions versus pick comps. Whoever gets ahead will snowball further, because especially with such a really strong tank in Odoamne.
Well, the double teleports too.
Yeah, double teleports help to set up the fight, but when it actually comes to the fight, nobody can actually deal with Odoamne right now. Elements can't afford the time it takes to kill the Rammus, and they can't afford to ignore him either. So it's a catch-22. Either you ignore him and he shreds your backline, or you focus him and their backline will kill you. So it's an impossible position unless you pick a fight where Odoamne is not involved. But H2K don't seem likely to make that happen.
Well, there's one right there, but Ryu's already made his escape. Clawing his way to freedom. It is so difficult right now for Elements to do anything, and H2K make the bold Baron call. Still, it is relatively a safe one. They've got it lit up like a Christmas tree. Gilius gets caught by the cocoon. Connects with the Sonic Wave, not going to go in onto Jankos here. And Odoamne still tanking this Baron.
Oh, the spear's reset
slow.
So that's going to be, yeah, Baron.
Yeah, they got to back off that one.
Backing off. We're given also a pressed QSS for some reason. Maybe get rid of some Baron debuff.
All in all, H2K definitely running this game. In the mid, Elements, time is running out for them to try and make this move. But H2K are the ones that are making it for him. They look for Spraddle, and in comes Odo. He's having a ball. That's a rampage kill for Jankos.
That was really weird. Did he get hooked out of the air?
Because
he was flying from Poppy, and then he just got slam dunked down on the Thresh. How did he collide with the Thresh with his power ball?
Whoa. Okay, Gilius, he's getting taunted right now, and he's taken out. Jankos again, he's unstoppable this game. They're going to be able to grab that inner tower. Power's unleashed, but it won't find enough damage on the target. Ica trying to be the hero. Jankos going oh so low. Odo tanking the turret. H2K, no. They've overstepped their bounds here. That tower will last another day.
That's a dream scenario of a Syndra, though. Getting to get a full E off after your ulti spheres are on the floor and still not killing anybody. It's such a sad tale for Elements here. Barely getting away with the skin of their teeth here. Jankos and Odoamne very low. Let's watch that again. So, this is a very forced engage, by the way. Three skill shots have already missed at this point. Odo goes flying. And he does get hooked out of Spraddle. Props for having a sick prediction. Sadly, it comes at the cost of his life. But at least we can write that one in the books. I didn't even know it worked like that. I thought you were untargetable while you were flying, but it does appear people can actually play ping pong with a Rammus ball.
Unfortunately, whoever's catching that one, it hurts a lot. So Elements, they deterred the pressure on the mid for now. Dragon is now live, part of the equation. Teleport's not available for anyone but Ryu and Steve.
And Vander,
they're 1-1.
Vander's always stepping up when Aka's putting the pressure up. You know, if somebody's going to get hit, it will be him from that ultimate. Obviously, a fully projectile base, so Brahmi will block it. Bit of a siege here. No teleport from Odoamne, so GK have to be calm.
Oh.
But he's flanking top left of your screen.
Slow flank, although he's caught out on the ward, and now Odo going in. The Poppy Hammer wind up. No, says Odo. And he'll try that one again in a little bit still. Elements got to worry about the pressure on the top side. He can go back anytime and start that one up. H2K still looking for a hunt around the side. Ryu looking to go in. It's hit by the Lucian.
No 1-3-1 shenanigans this game. Full on ARAM, boys. Odo looking for the flank at least. He's doing the right thing with Rammus, so never come from the front door. Always flank, get into the back line, just annoy them. Your job is actually not even to deal damage, it's just to keep people busy, make sure they hit you instead, and then use that Thormail to return damage. He's so tanky right now. With the Spectres, he could literally walk into the Elements squad and survive for at least 5 seconds.
Might be what they need him to do. Steve gets to wind up on the hammer once again. He canceled the last time. They'll knock the Braum away, and now Odo is caught by himself. But look at how much he's tanking up. He just doesn't care about it all. The turret's going down. Finally, they polish it off. Gilius gets exploded in that. And Steve getting popped all the way back to his team. Forgiven, picking up the kill onto Gilius.
Yeah, Odoamne was waving his little armadillo paws in the air like he just don't care, because he was taking absolutely no damage whatsoever. He was taking a tower, and 5 Elements members. H2K casually take the tower down before selecting their pick of the menu of Elements. They take themselves a nice cut of Gilius, and then they walk away.
Yeah, normally trying to focus on one thing then the other like that isn't always the best strat for a team, but H2K have the lead. They know it. They know that they can dominate this squad. Here's how it all happened again.
So yeah, he's down. The support gets knocked out, so that's no CC there. Knocked into the wall. Full focus here, by the way. Odoamne did get his W off. Looks like it. Vander gets thrown back in. Forgive me, went to play catch. So when his support gets knocked out at the edge of the fight, he walks back on max face call range to play catch and throw him back in there. And they're not having to go through the effort of actually walking back into the fight. That was cute.
Oh, that's a nice little thing to do for your support. Just yank them back in. Get in here. You're not going out of this fight. Baron at 5,000 health right now, but the Elements have arrived to try and contest this one. H2K are peeling back. They seem more interested in trying to grab the Baron than to force the engage.
That is something we have to judge H2K for, though. This is the second time they've started Baron with no vision, no plan whatsoever if Elements comes to check, and no preparation.
Oh, speaking of prep, Elements were looking for this one, and the Poppy windup is there. Steve sends it flying, and he has to hop over the wall. Pushing Odoamne back now is Aika. Vander jumping to the front to get a proc off onto Gilius. Still no one going down. It's a battle of bruising.
Yeah, that's the result of this kind of RM fiesta that we're seeing. No 1-3-1, no side lane pressure, so there's no kind of forcing Elements to reveal at one part of the map. Then H2K going in for the deep vision. Then the lane's pushing again and then going for Baron, like we traditionally see them execute. They're just like, we're strong as 5, they're weaker than us as 5, let's just keep moving in a deathball squad.
I love it, man.
To avoid being picked off, and then eventually get Baron, but they really need to get deep vision before they do it. Because the only way they can lose this game is if they fight 5 Elements members and the Baron at the same time.
Don't want Baron to be your 6th man, or the enemy's 6th man, I should say. 30 minutes have hit the clock. They still keep pinging for that Baron. A big wave is building against them, though, in the top side. H2K are going to need to deal with that one. Elements have stalled off the pressure for now, but their prospects are looking pretty grim. The scaling in the later game, there's really not a whole lot going for them. They need to just get pickoffs.
Yeah, and for Mr. Rawless, for example, he's looking for, obviously, some armor penetration at one point. Maybe Lord Dominic's radar on, but he felt the need to get QSS to get out of reuse Frozen Tomb, Yanko's Cocoon, Odoamne's Taunt, even the concussive blows from Braum.
Oh yeah, it's
and every item that you wait with getting your Lord Dominic's, Rammus gets another armor item on top of that. He's now sitting on 3. Sunfire, Randuin's, and Thornmail. Just gonna have a little check here.
Yeah.
How much armor he has.
I mean, it's enabled by how much gold they have. They're up by about 8,000, and that's a lot of it off the back of turrets. It's 6-2 for these teams. H2K have just been the much more proactive team, the much stronger team, and when they force those fights, as you see, they can nom the turret, they can nom a champion, and they can casually keep walking. Elements just got to bail out. Look at the teleport flank coming in here. It is going to be Ryu around the side. Claws in, looks for Gilius, looks for Aika, I should say, and he just takes a whole heaping helping of damage, and now Forgiven's throwing Vander into the party. Gilius is down, and Steve ain't gonna last this one. Heroic charge, but all for naught, and it is 3-4-0, and that might be Baron time.
Yeah, this 300 armor Rammus that's without W activated just jumps in and shreds.
That's your QSS right there.
Yeah,
they don't need the Baron.
gets used, and at that point, for this time, H2K set up the pick. They didn't go for Baron immediately. They used the threat of the Baron to lure Elements into face checking and just kind of immediately engage on them with that teleport. They may just forgo the Baron altogether and look to end the game here at 32 minutes in the game.
15 seconds left on anyone even to try and get back into this one, and with the minion wave coming into the mid, Rawless and Spraddle are hard pressed to try and answer it back. The hook comes in, they go for the finish. Rawless still hanging strong, but not for long. Can't click the lantern in time, and Spraddle is the last man standing for another 4 seconds. Nexus turret 1 will go down. The hook does not connect on where Spraddle needed it to be. 1 Nexus turret, H2K hesitate, and with Aika and Gilius back up, chasing hot at their heels, they will escape the base.
And again, a little bold to go for the finish. Why don't you just go for the Baron here, H2K? So, yes, they're going to win this game, but we have to judge it on how clean they finish. And when you make some of these ill-advised finishing moves, maybe a team like Vitality and G2 will get more breathing room because they won't be down as much as Elements is. Obviously, we never can judge that in the context of the game. Maybe against a team like G2, H2K would have walked to the Baron to take it slow. A bit of a greedy attempt to finish here.
Still, disrespect for not taking him seriously can mean a lot. Odoamne just gets kicked back, but not before landing everything. And then it's all she wrote for these 3 Elements members.
Yeah, knock, knock, knock up, some more knocks, and then Forgiven completely untouched in this fight.
Youch. And Odo's just having a blast. Spraddle doesn't even want to flame. All right, they're going to go and try to keep getting their chase on. Steve is isolated from the pack here. Let's see if he can make it to escape the windup on the hammer. Kicked back by Gilius now. Nope. And they decide they don't really need that kill anyways.
Yeah, he's just going to put that back in his pocket here, Steve. He could technically make the hero play, hammer over the wall, knock Jankos and Forgiven away at the same time, and then jump in and steal the Baron with Q.
Yeah, you know, when Elements have needed a hero, Steve has been the one they've turned to on numerous occasions. He's been a crowd favorite here in Europe as well, and not just because of his awesome name. He has been making some sick plays. His Trundle in particular was fantastic, and this Poppy, it's kind of been up and down for him. Elements as a team have been very up and down in general, so I suppose that's emblematic.
Yeah, they have been struggling. They're looking to fulfill their legacy. They entered the season with one task to keep the universe in balance. That is finish 7th. Their
More
counterparts,
constant role than Fnatic winning.
Team Liquid, looking for 4th over in North America, then everything is well. It's going to be a rough task for Fnatic to end up first, though. I don't quite see how that's going to happen, but
Yeah,
you know, it is Europe after all.
Yeah. It wouldn't be Europe without some more ill-advised Baron attempts. H2K now with full vision of elements. Gilius around the back is coming in. They're actually going quite early, and Gilius might go down. He blew his chance at this one, and elements are just evaporating. Ryu with the Frozen Tomb self-cast. Everyone goes down. Steve now trying to hold out, but there's no way in hell that's happening. That is a massive wipe, and H2K are just going to end it here.
Yeah, honestly, they had to go for it. They had to kick away 2 members, maybe get a smite steal, somehow survive, but they knew they couldn't. At this point, their demise was spelled out in the game already, and H2K looking for a clean finish here.
Yep, as you said, judge them by that. Just shy of 35 minutes, only one Nexus turret stands in their way. The death timers are just too damn high, and H2K will end this one to continue to try to contest for first place, taking down elements on the final day. H2 what? H2K! Not without a few mistakes, but it'll take a stronger team than Elements to punish those ones, and H2K can watch them.
Yeah, they took 2 kills, 2 towers, 1 dragon.
Fairly clean overall.
That's all they gave up against Elements here, but Forgiven wasn't really that happy. It felt like just another day at the office for H2K, but they're striving for perfection. And some of the Baron Carls really wasn't there, but obviously it's so hard to judge that in a game with this context. You could definitely see the skill gap here in between H2K and Elements.
Yeah, but for Elements too, it was a hard comp to play and to play into, and a very hard team to do it as well. I still think, despite this loss, despite how fairly one-sided it was, they have been on the uptick, and if they are able to secure that 7th place spot, which they can do with a Splice loss today, they can sit pretty, prepare for next split, and try to get better than 7th.
Yeah, that's their main goal here. You don't want to play relegations if you can avoid it. It's just, it feels like almost a waste of time as a team, and it's just mentally taxing, and it's a way bigger blow to your confidence too. You know that you're suddenly struggling for your spot in the LCS. Why? You know, if you think you're really that good, you were just a little bit unlucky. So, both Spice and Elements really want to avoid finishing anything lower than 7th.
Yeah, well, in the last week, they did manage to knock off Unicorns. They knocked off Fnatic. I mean, you still got to be happy despite the fact that you can't take out H2K. Remember, this is a team that's still vying for the #1 spot. If G2 loses today, well, we might have a little bit of tiebreakers.
Yeah, they're tied for first right now. Obviously, G2 have 1 more match left that are way more likely to win overall.
Towards the end, yeah.
But 2nd place here for H2K, it's still fantastic for the season.
Oh yeah, looking forward to seeing what they can bring in the post. Now, we're going to send it Analyst Desk side to take a closer look into H2K's victory.
Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics. With that, H2K locks in that bye straight to the semifinals. Vitality can no longer catch up to H2K or G2, so that's good news for them. And it looked like they were playing to make up for what happened yesterday versus the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, close to perfect. I don't think there was almost any point in the game where like, oh no, terrible play right here. Everything was under control. We like the pick and ban phase. Some things we have to question.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people are taking Thresh away from Vander. He's played it twice all season long. We now played 18 games.
Vander Live.
Yeah, I know Vander Live, sure, it happens from time to time. We played it twice. People give him Alistar and Braum instead. I'm just like, why?
Yeah, it's like, well, I'll take away your comfort pick, but here, let us give you one of the top tier
Which
supports.
is also your comfort pick. He had 100% kill participation in that game.
Yeah, it's like, well, what do you think? This is instantly going to become like a bronze player when you take Thresh away? No, it's Vander. We know he's going to be good on these champions.
And Elements wanted to play Lucian and Syndra. And they're like, all right. Give him Braum, guys. It's okay. Oh, he has this big shield that hard counters our ultis. Nah, it doesn't matter. You know, he needs Braum.
No worries at all.
Yeah, I didn't like the Syndra is what I was going to say. Like, in that situation, there aren't too many options available for Iker, but it just seemed like a useless pick at that point. The best he could do at times was trade his ult for Lissandra ult, and that's not really effective on Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, we gave them the advice to play what they wanted to play yesterday. Maybe they listened, that's what happened. You wanted to take a look at some of Gilius's moves early, the Fish Show?
Yeah, so, I mean, Element's composition is so built around having to snowball early and, like, skirmish a lot, and it's a lot about Gilius on this Lee Sin. I just like this little pathing here. It's very very simple, but it's something for solo queue as well. If you have a winning top lane matchup, do your red buff, because you're starting on top side, because your bottom lane wants to do camp, and just take that Rift Scuttler on the way. Then go down to your blue buff after. Yes, it does delay a little bit, but look, he spots out the Elise. That actually saves him from a gang up top lane. First play he makes is what you have to do with this composition. Your Lee Sin Syndra combination has to be able to get some kills. This is too over-aggressive though, because H2K, as you can see in the minimap, has already recalled with their dual lane. They're able to join in for the fight with Elise, with TP from Rammus. So already here it really goes wrong for Elements. They do get a good gang pull off after. This is what they wanted to do more and more.
Yeah, this is what they were aiming for. At this point, Ryu doesn't really have his tools available to stay alive. Ult's not quite up, and that win's a very simple one. And honestly, if somehow they get that more times this game, then maybe there was a chance. The problem is they just couldn't get that time and time again. And I mean, again, in the earlier gank, it's like, well, Vander comes in, saves the day, stops everything from happening.
Vander had a great game once again. And then to finish this off, maybe let's take a look at the other replay we had prepared, which seals the deal already for H2K. And we are not that far in the game at this point, but you realize that they're unstoppable at this point.
It's something I really like about Odoamne on Rammus. He's very focused on leaving his lane as often as possible and join his team. And he makes like this flash play, taunts up one member, you just kill everything from now on. And when a composition like Elements here that wants to skirmish and snowball falls behind, especially also against the Rammus, no one can kill him. Like Essence, Reaver, Lucian, have fun ever killing a Rammus.
Yeah, and that flash from the beginning to hit two people, then lock up the taunt, super good by Odoamne. Very comfortable champion for him. We saw a couple of games from him last week, but honestly, as H2K head towards playoffs now, I think the biggest thing for me is how do people deal with Jankos? Because his early game impact has been insane this regular season. So he's been involved in 12 of 18 First Bloods that H2K have had. He was involved in 3 deaths on First Blood. So 15 out of 18 games. It's all been about Jankos, for better or worse, in the beginning of the game. So how do you deal with that, especially in a best of 5? Because there's a lot of different options available.
You kill him.
You become G2 and you have Trick yourself. And you have two of the best early game junglers, hopefully at some point in playoffs, smacking into each other.
Yeah, but they are 1 and 2 now, so they won't meet for quite a while.
Take some time.
It will take
Final
some time.
maybe.
Maybe. Are you putting money on that? Or?
I think that's a very likely prediction.
Be a nice final indeed.
Yeah, I think that would be a very exciting final.
All right, well, we will see. On the side of Elements, though, they are still sitting on 6 wins, and Splice will have a chance to tie them in just a few minutes, but they are taking on Team Vitality, so we'll see if they can do that. And before we go, NukeDuck tells us why he thinks the game is Vitality's to lose.
I think Splice plays very predictable because they're trying to play good macro, whereas we already like understand it and like apply it a bit differently to every game, whereas they really do the most standard like macro move every time. So I think we can really expect what they will do before they do it, and even before they know what they will do.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see on your screen, a little bit of love for the H2K squad after that victory. The fans going on to shake some hands. Now, everybody, we are getting right back into this one. It's time to get to the clash between Team Vitality and Splyce. Let's take a look at Vitality's lineup. Of course, they will be occupying the blue side of the rift. That is Cabochard in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Nuke Duck in mid, Yarn and Kasing will round out the bot lane, and their coach, usually with one button undone, it's Chance.
Yeah, just a chance comp. They're obviously going up against Splyce, who are looking to tie here for 7th and then hopefully pull that one off. Wunderwear in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Senkux mid lane, Kobe AD carry, Nisbeth their support, and the ever sweet and sultry Yamato Cannon as their coach.
Oh, he's got the turtleneck on today, bringing out all the stops. Now, Vitality, they lost to Roccat for the 2nd time, if you remember all the way back to opening day.
Yep.
And they just look so shaky.
Yeah, somehow that Renekton managed to have an impact in the late game, something we didn't really, or I didn't really think it would happen, but Vitality, they played well overall, but some really good Jhin ultimates here. Like we saw that one big crit there from Tabs, and eventually that last fight.
Yeah.
It was still Vitality opting in a lot of fights too deep and not disengaging when they couldn't get to the Azir. You can't get kited by a Jhin Azir lineup. You just can't afford to do that, because there was this one instance where 2 soldiers were moved to the Vitality AD carry and just got wang. Half HP, gone, suddenly the fight was over. Then they could have just stepped out. At any point, they could have just disengaged, went for a different play, set up a pick, maybe a flank on the Azir, but Vitality wasn't reading that composition well. And yeah, Airwax sealed the deal here with some nice plays too overall. They're looking to at least tie up for the weekend and look as strong as they can for playoffs.
Yeah, on the other side, Splyce, I mean, they're still in the hunt for that 7th place spot. With Elements losing in our previous game, they can, with a win here today, get the tie, force the breaker, and see what they can do. But it will be a monumental task. This team has had such a rough time in this split. On Vitality's side, despite the fact that they lost yesterday, despite the way they looked, they have been overall the slow and steady wins the game kind of team, have made very few mistakes.
Yeah, and just matchup-wise, it's really rough. If you look at whoever gets the most farm on Splyce, yeah, that's Wunderwear, and it's a really big disparity with most other top laners in the league, but the guy closest to him is Cabochard, and Cabochard just puts so much pressure overall. If Shook kind of enables him a little bit, Wunderwear will be put in the dumpster. Senkux can't win versus Nuke in the mid lane, and Kobe and Nisbeth are no match for the Vitality bot lane either. Suddenly, things look rough. We have been surprised before, but I think matchup, mano a mano, or lane at lane, it's very hard for Splyce.
Yeah, that top lane should be such a tough task for them too. Wonder where the reason he gets that's so much gold is because he gets relegated to farm duty all the time in the side lanes when Splyce aren't able to get anything done. Cabochard, he's picking it up double time while he's picking up kills. That guy's been a madman all over the Rift. He's the one who started the top lane Graves. He was able to run train on people with that for several games in a row, really. And even when they put him on a more utility style champion like Lulu, it hasn't burned them as much as we've thought.
No, and Vitality have kind of changed up their playstyle early in the season, weeks 1 through 4. For example, Shook would have, or would gravitate very much so towards the top lane, put a lot of attention there, not necessarily ganking, just putting D-Vision, allowing Cabochard to play beyond the safe point of his matchup. But lately, he's been playing more on an island, and it's more Shook lurking around Hjarn and Kasing, then grouping up with Kasing for Vision. The more traditional kind of H2K style, they do it too. Vander and Jankos really like playing together and getting some D-Vision together.
Yeah. And they've been running a little bit more together in the later stages. Obviously, that Sivir comp is what they tried to execute yesterday. Didn't really work out for them, of course, with the LeBlanc. If that's all your damage and you're still trying to run at the enemy team with the rest, doesn't always work as well.
I mean, if you kill the priority target, that's a good thing. You know,
that
you kind of ignore that guy overall, he's gonna Shrek you.
Well, and Shrek is indeed what they got. But Rocket, for whatever reason, they have their number. And Splyce are going to hope they have the number as well. Give it a call today. Vitality and Splyce are loaded up in the champ selection. And no Corki this game. It's taken off the board. Fresh follows.
Yeah, I wonder if Nuke's going to get his gangplank. People kind of fear him. There are some mid laners calling the best gangplank in the West. The Azir now gets taken off the board, so Vitality don't want to run up against that again. It's also just a good last pick here for Splyce, so I like it. Just put Senkux on the pre-week 8 meta champions, because we know that Nuke is better than them, unless his champion pool gets obliterated. He has like 4 champions, he plays a lot, but they can't all get banned out at this point, so Nuke's comfortable in this match. Maybe we see the return of the Barzillion comp. I really like that one.
Oh, I know you did. It may just happen. They've been pulling it out at key situations. Now, Vitality can no longer catch those top 2 teams. They're 2 games behind them, both G2 and H2K, but they can still sit solid and pretty in that 3rd place position and be pretty happy about that. Gragas is that last ban for Vitality. What do Splyce answer with in the end?
I mean, Shook here has his eyes on Lee Sin for sure. He's more of a Lee Sin player than an Elise player. Yesterday, I think he actually played a Lee Sin, couldn't really get much done. Just kept walking in. Do I remember that poorly? No, I think he did.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough game for them for sure. He'll be having his eyes on the Lee this time. Lulu is the last ban for Splyce. So Vitality, is that first pickable? That's the question.
Kalista's open. Kind of has to be a luck here. Even though Shook really likes his Lee Sin. Obviously, it's Poppy that you can trade off. Picks that you have in your head right now is Lee Sin, whether you want it over the Lease. You have Poppy in your head, you have Kalista in your head. Whether you value those picks. Kalista generally gets favored here. But you could give it over to Kabe, because Kabe and Nisbeth don't really put that much threat on you. I feel that you could actually get away by leaving Kalista open.
And they opt for the Sivir instead. So
that's bold.
See if they can chase it down. I mean, is it just confidence that they can take this Splyce team down so easily?
Or it's just maybe these teams really value Sivir out of scrims, and it has a way higher priority than we here at the Caster Death think. Because it has a really rough matchup in the Kalista, I feel, because you can't predict the Rend. It's so hard to do.
For comfort, too. I mean, Yarnan kind of made a name for himself on Sivir last year in H2K with a lot of help from Kasing. He kind of turned into this monster carry where he was picking up KDAs of like 25, like 13 kills, 12 assists, and no deaths in a single game as Sivir. But that was the run at UComp meta. It's starting to come back a little bit. I'm just wondering if that isn't just some crutch they're falling on.
I mean, stylistically, it fits for Vitality. If they put Yarn on Sivir, they make sure that the lane can at least push over and over and over, and they have control of the bot lane. That frees up Shook to not go to the bot lane anymore, and then play around Cabochard, and then enable him, keep Wonderwear down. Overall, I think the pick is fine. I'm just surprised it came out this early.
Yeah, Gangplank denial from Splyce. It's picked up. We've seen Wonderwear go on that champion a couple of times. It hasn't really worked too many wonders for him. And the Braum as well.
It is.
So that's his best.
It is considered a good pick into Poppy. Surprisingly, at first when I saw the matchup, I thought Poppy would win that, but it does turn out that Gangplank's early harass, uses the sustain, beats the Poppy in lane. So we may see a different pick here overall from Vitality in top lane.
Yeah, Cabo's not a stranger to picking out things that we tend to scratch our heads at and then just completely obliterating the opposition with it.
Ooh.
See if he does. The Elise is still available, but you mentioned Shook might still be wanting the Elise, and they don't need to pick it just yet. No junglers on the board, and it looks like last second it does get locked.
All right, Janna Elise here overall. So that means Janna Sivir on the bot lane. That is AFK shove, AFK push. It doesn't matter what AD carry Splyce picks up right now. They will be under pressure in a straight 2v2 matchup. That does make me wonder if Vitality was looking for that Graves as a final rotation. Because I think Graves top could have pushed in Gangplank over and over, and then in standard lanes, Vitality would have fared very well. Maybe that is exactly why Splyce is looking to deny that pick here. But they're looking to run triple AD when Rammus is open. And we almost have to see a Rammus top pick right now.
Can't wait to see if that one does come out. 3 ADs on Splyce's side. A lot of armor could deter that. Push it back. Vitality just having a little bit of fun in the champ select as they decide what their final rotation will be.
Rammus Lysandra wouldn't be a bad rotation here at all. It gives you the necessary double TP plays you can do. You can set up, you have a wealth of CC, you have late game damage and teamfights with the Sivir, and you have the Rammus into triple AD. It would be surprising if he actually goes for the Poppy.
I'm certainly thinking about it. I know Kasing always likes to hover the Zillion every single time, but I don't think it'll be that. With their support all the way locked in, the Bard Zillion combo not feasible for them this time around. Poppy, I really would like to see the Rammus too. I am a bit curious why he does opt into this one. And with the last seconds ticking, he locks it in. The Lysandra does come in, so halfway there.
Yeah, obviously, the Gangplank, I feel at this point, does he go top, does he go mid? Still go top, Graves jungle, Kalista AD carry, so they're looking for their mid lane pick right here. Wonderwear has played Gangplank top before, but it's slow. I think if there's one team you don't really want to play that slow against, it is Vitality. So he'll just take control of the map.
Well, Vitality have a lot of chase potential. They'll need something that can get away and stay safe.
I think it's just going to end it with a LeBlanc here. Look to snowball. Don't see what else Nisbeth's going to pick up.
Senkuk special.
Yeah, Nisbeth 4, Senkuk's obviously. Nisbeth's not magically going to start playing mid lane.
I mean, that'd be something. We have seen the Zillion mid a couple of times. I don't expect that one to come out. Senkuk's, I feel like he definitely wants to play this LeBlanc. And if they can't get the snowball off, they've got a lot of late game insurance between Kalista and the Gangplank.
I mean, you can actually play Zillion here, though. There's no reason not to. I think, who was it? Yeah, I think we or Selfie got solo killed by a Zillion somewhere this split. It does fine into Lysandra because her range is relatively short range and she kind of has to step in. If she ever uses an auto attack, she always has to step into bomb range, so it's a pretty safe lane. And you obviously have your ultimate available or cleanse if you run it too, so it's very hard for Lysandra at least to even kill you in the lane. And it just throws people off. And there's still late game a lot of damage overall, especially when you can revive one of these guys that get picked off by this hard engaged flank.
A lot of sustain.
I like
and a lot of wave clear too, between the Gangplank Graves and that Zillion bomb. Vitality might have a hard time trying to siege. They will be looking to chase down, pick people off, see whatever they can get. A lot of CC on that side. But Vitality, they're in a very solid place in the standings, regardless of the outcome today. They can be pretty happy with their inaugural split. Splyce, on the other hand, in their first, have had a lot of struggles, a lot of ups and downs. Some wins scattered about, but a lot of losses in the last 2 games. H2K, G2, they have had a tough ending schedule. We'll see if they can end it on a high note here as Yamato Cannon and Sean's give themselves a little bit of love there as we get ready to load on up. Now, if you think Splyce can walk away with the victory here, tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag SPYWin, SPY, or VITWin if Vitality will continue their reign of dominance over the lower tiers of the table. Send them in anytime in the game. We will find out and tally that vote just a little bit later. So Vitality's composition here versus Splyce's, I think this is going to get explosive. It might take a little while, Crepo.
Yeah, it might take a little while because we may see some lane swaps as we go on the Rift. Crowd is ready for this. Haha, poor crowd. You don't know what's going to come out here. Lane swaps, 10 minutes, no action, 0-0.
Oh, but they're good sports about it all the same. We've had ward cheers. We've had ice cream chants. I can't wait to see what today brings. Hopefully some good games. So far, so good. Vitality, Splyce, all loaded up, and we'll see if those lane swap predictions come true.
There was a guy offering me a donut at the end of yesterday. That was very nice. I like the crowd. I like when they bring me food. Saves me time.
It's almost like they don't feed us. No, we're quite all right.
Oh, we have a guy called Andre feeding us every day with his catering company. Fantastic overall.
Oh, excellent.
I like it. It's good catering. Some good lasagna today.
Here.
Got us ready for this cast.
It's caster fuel, man, for the players as well. Kasing, Shook, Yarnin, or Nukeduck rather. Moving in, not for an invade, just try to deter the early pressure and Nisbeth. So, Splyce looking for center lanes here.
Yeah, as for matchups go, or as far as matchups go rather, the Gangplank beats Poppy in lane, allegedly. Obviously I haven't played it myself, but that's what people tell me.
I've gotten wrecked in that matchup. Yeah. Just so you know.
I will not take the Pyro standard because I feel like you can get wrecked on both edges of that matchup. But Hyarin and Kasing
walked into that one.
On Janna Silver can AFK push. They will never kill Kabe, but they can deny him CS on their tower. Once a jungler gets into the fold, maybe Nisbeth and Kabe can counterplay. Regardless of all that, it does look like we're going to have standard lanes here. So we need to see if Shook goes for an early clear and then paths to the top lane to put some pressure. Because he will be pathing away from Cabochard, leaving him on an island on an already losing lane, which may be rough here.
Yeah, Cabochard has earned quite the reputation for managing to play it big, but they usually rely on getting those optimal picks. This will be a bit of a tougher task for him today. Kasing and Yarnin take their places down to the bottom with Kabi and Nisbeth following suit.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can pick the early level 2 up and try to bully out this bot lane that is proven quite inferior in all honesty.
Yeah, there won't be any bullying because they're over pushing. They're not looking for the punish on the 2. They're just looking to push the wave in as fast as they can on the tower and just deny CS that way. And once Sivir gets pushing, it is almost impossible to stop her. Because every time the wave comes, it'll be half HP by the time the waves meet, if that makes sense. And then the remaining health is so easily taken off. And if you get engaged on, you get the shield. Early trading here.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So Gangplank definitely coming in handy with superior range versus Cabo.
Both running grass.
Standard masteries all across the board, really. Although we have seen the Zillion, it has trended a lot more towards that as opposed to the Storm Raiders. The good old Thunderlord's Decree. A lot of poke damage you can get off.
Nisbeth with the epic outplay. What you want to do when you're playing a Sivir is aim your skill shot right next to her. You don't actually want to hit her because you want her to spell shield, but you want to make it believable, so you just aim slightly next to her. Also, if you do miss your hook or your Braum Q, you say that Crepo told you to do that. And it was all intended.
Sometimes you just got to get the zone.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Spears were stuck in him. Shook's actually moving up. He might meet the Graves here. Trashy on his blue buff. Could be in some trouble. Dodges away. quick draws from the Cocoon, but Shook says, that's
out
fine.
of
It's
patience.
reset, though.
Yeah, the patience bar was almost empty. You gotta watch that. At that point, it's better to just reset it immediately. And this is the power of pushing, obviously. You free up your lane members to go harass here. The wave's in the tower, so Kasinka will go in first here. Nisbeth now gets caught. Get poked out. Zillion's coming in because he had to push in mid lane. Nutok had to base early. But all in all, it's just wasting each other's time here. That blue buffs is really close to resetting again. Patience.
Oh, slided away, and Trashy gets denied his own blue. Should be pretty happy with that one as he goes to have some crab for desserts. Rough start for the Splice jungler.
Do you eat crab for dessert?
You can. It's a delicacy in some places.
Seems very rich. Very
lots of butter. Yeah. Oh, Senkux. See if he can dodge away. He has to slip out with that summoner spell.
Yep. The Captain Jack cleanse.
Always remember this is the day that you almost caught Nuke Duck. And maybe he'll try again in a few seconds when his cooldown's still down. Kabi gets knocked up by the Howling Gale. Wonder where TP's back up to the top side to deal with Cabochard. And you can see that CS differential. The Gangplank is absolutely working wonders right now.
Yeah, they didn't lie to me. It does seem that Gangplank beats Poppy. Overall, continuous harass overall. Especially if you look,
pinned against the wall.
If you look at the players that are playing as well, Wonderware has been playing better, but a player of Cabochard, you can expect that he takes the most out of every matchup. When even he is losing this severely, it is a very rough pick.
Yeah. Much more impressed with Splice's pick and ban phase. You know, I remember we were critiquing them quite a lot at the very beginning of the split and wondering really what they were trying to accomplish, some overcomplicated compositions. Yeah,
I mean, it's a pretty rough comp they're playing right now, and it is still Vitality opting into this. They picked the Poppy into that lane, and they're probably relying on just Yarnan and Kasing just getting so much done in the bottom lane. They're doing some CS denials, but they're also poking away at the tower in the bottom lane. Obviously, as this matchup gets a little longer, or a little more experience goes on to Cabochard, he'll be a lot better at dealing with this threat. Can always just disengage with his ultimate, worst case. Shook's at the top here. Nuktuk's here though. They're looking to tilt the match in favor of Cabochard, diving on Wonderware.
3-on-1, he's caught and no oranges, so he can't make it. K this time, still under tower. Cabo tanking way too many shots, has to burn flash to get away. Finally, they secure the first blood, but it's a near miss for Vitality's top lane.
Yeah, no oranges, Vitality. They make it 3 in the top lane and they make it a KO instead. Wonderware drops down, no teleport either here. Looking to react here on the bottom lane, Trashy, but it's so hard for Kabe and Nisbet to go aggressive without giving it away. So all Spice can do is really just get some counter jungle going. But that jungle's empty.
Yeah, there's no camps to get, and they just keep seeing him coming back and forth, pathing through that jungle. Nisbeth taking some damage courtesy of Kasing and Yarnan.
And I can't stress enough how solid that play was from Vitality. That was D1 play they had to make on the map right now. There was nothing going on bottom lane that needed to be done. They can also just make sure that bottom lane can survive 2v3 because it's so easy for them to trade. It's so convenient for a Janna Sivir to play into a melee support because very rarely do you get punished. Unless you get dash to a creep, Q flashed, exhausted, all in, you will almost never die. It's a really good communication here from Shook and Nuktuk to path to top lane.
Well, we talked about it last game, this dual lane not putting out a whole lot of pressure from Kabi and Nisbeth, and they are also generally a weaker duo than Yarn and Kasing. We haven't had that much to say about them this split, really. It's been kind of invisible pressure. Wonderware has been trying. He hasn't really been succeeding, but this is a matchup that's optimal for him, right? That's why he's leading in this department. Senkux has really been the hero of this team, and it'll be a little while before the Zillion comes online.
And that's the problem I have sometimes with Spice. I can't actually remember one phase where I'm like, damn, that's where Kabe and Nisbeth made like a game-changing play on their own. After a full split, Trashy here punishing Nutuk with the face check. He just calls out, no double round from Senkux. And when your team lacks playmakers, you become predictable. And if you become predictable, a team with a macro and just game understanding as great as Vitality will just slowly tear you apart. And maybe that's exactly what we will see this game.
This time Splash are looking for some revenge on this blue. Shook took it away. Trashy trying to take it right on back. But Shook is still there, waiting in the wings. Can he get the smite off? Oh, he can sink his fangs in. And they were too worried about the counter pressure.
He made it look easy. Just walks in, says thank you very much for preparing my blue buff, walks out right now. Spice on the back foot. They can no longer punish that top lane matchup due to that roam earlier. Bot lane no kills will happen, but Kasing is freed up to roam. He's just going to put some deep vision in your sights on one. That's the one ward you want. Now you want one to the right. Will we go for the deep lane ward to watch your minimap right here? Or is he just going to preserve that lost Sightstone ward? Yes, he is.
Vitality making sure their bases are covered. And by bases, I mean the enemy jungle. So might be preparing for this dive here. Shook coming in. It's spotted. Yarnin. Sing on the tower.
Yeah, and they want Splice to know. They don't actually want to fight them or dive them. They just want them to politely back away from the tower. And now on the top lane, though, Cabochard has to be careful. He can't go aggro when his bot lane is diving or pushing a tower. He knows he had a ward too. So Trashy makes the only logical play he can, which is pass to the top side. But there was a pink ward waiting for him. The play is given away, and Vitality take a tower for free. And no Rift Herald is taken in return.
Splice really unable to answer with anything right here. Senkuk's trying to go aggressive onto Nuke Duck. The Glacial Path is on, even though he's slowed. Just one bomb on his head, and it won't be nearly enough damage there. Trashy still hanging out in the Vitality jungle, but he's still spotted all around, and there's not a lot for him to take. Looking for the Gromp now, but he's deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, Vitality can just play reverse bingo with their vision. Either they see Trashy and they know where he is, or they don't see him, and by power of exclusion, they can find exactly where he is anyways. And it makes it so predictable for Splice. So Trashy's kind of stuck here.
Yeah, predictability, and it has been, as you said, what has sunk Splice in a lot of these games. The gold lead is Vitality's way, especially with that extra tower here. Yarnin Kasing now moving up with Cabochard to try and make a power play on this top. And Wonderware is getting flashbacks to that 3-man dive a few moments ago, or a few minutes ago, I should say. Throws down the barrel here. Let's see if they can get the clear off. Not in time, but Wonder is out.
Yeah, good barrel. If that gets cleared, this tower drops immediately. They're obviously going for this 3-man push here and waiting for Cobed to push in the bot lane, and then Cabochard just simply TP over. That is the play. Vitality is rotating to open up towers. They don't actually care about kills. They're very turret-focused team overall. I like watching it.
Slow and steady. They make few mistakes. Yesterday, notwithstanding, Yarnin steps right up to the plate, and of course, Spell Shield, knowing Nisbeth was going to throw the Winter's Bite right out at him. That tower is not long for the Rift. Kasing and Yarnin still playing very far forward. They're allowed to do this, so you see the vision that they have. They know that Splice cannot act without them knowing about it first.
A lot of deep vision on bot side drop, but they have enough around the Krugs in the tri-bush. Just sieging up and out. Cabochard on that pop is going to generate his own vision, just push up the lane. Force him to react. This is obviously the stalling tool that we have, that Cannon Barrage. That's why Gangplank used to be such a coveted pick, also in the mid lane, because he can influence sideways without even being there.
You're looking for a dive, but Shook comes a little bit too late. Before the Gangplank is backed away. Wonder where with this teleport. Might just want to turn his attention down to the bottom side right now. This tower is going to go down one way or another. Vitality, when they set their sights on it, will not let it go. And they just have so much power right now in the 11-minute mark on the game.
Ooh, look at that ward in lane. We might actually see a Nuke Duck teleport there, unless Senkuk's path. If Senkuk shows in the mid lane in like 20 seconds from now, we could see a Nuke Duck teleport in the top lane and just straight up going for that dive. Especially now that Cannon Barrage is down. We will need Cabochard to cancel Wonderware's teleport if they want to match that.
Cabo's not got his own available for now, but he does have the tools to stop it. Instead, he's moving towards the mid right now. They've caught Trashy on a Cocoon. Shook wants to go in for this one, and Nuke Duck's coming in around the side. Splice member's very low. On the hunt is Pop. Teleports up. That's going to be Wonder coming in, but Vitality are committing to it anyways, and a whole chunk of damage as Kabi gets put in the Frozen Tomb, and now the tower will fall. Vitality not losing a man here, and Wonderware trying to deter. Tower still hanging, actually, but they get one for none, and Cabo looking to come around the side here. It's not over yet.
Yeah, even in even numbers, Vitality just take slow control of that fight. Good disengage by Kasing and just single target focus to take one guy down on Cabo. He died with his flash still up. Surprised that Cabochard didn't aim to stop Wonderware's TP there. He instead went mid, just catch the wave, make sure the Senkuks couldn't roam, pressured him in.
Surf was up. Vitality were able to catch it. Now they are grabbing themselves the Rift Herald on the back of that one. Shook will be the man to take it. And a healthy wave pushed right into the top tower. Let's take a look at how that dive happened.
This Cocoon right here is really crucial to set up the play because they put Trashy on low HP and they force his gap close already. And now Nukta comes in, Claw is already used, Q from Graze is down, TP comes in, and they just simply say, okay, Kabe, you go down, reset from Kasing, knocks two people into the wall, Gangplank comes in, but obviously can't really punish, and then it's just simple disengage here. Step away from the vehicle.
And they clinically cleaned him up, so Trashy trying to set his team up for a dragon in this bottom side, but the Rift Herald already doing some wonders for wherever Shook is going to be. For now, it's the mid lane.
And you see also the power of this Lissandra pick, combined with the Sivir, which we've seen a couple of times right now. You focus on AFK push, which generates your tier 1 tower. You swap it top, which generates you the second tier 1 tower. Then you put Sivir mid, and you put the Lissandra on a side lane, and you finish off the 1-3-1. Sivir is no longer used for death ball teamfight run at you composition. She just is used for really safe wave clear that you can leave alone in the lane. and they can then maybe use the ultimate to rotate in between lanes or in the jungle quicker, but it's simply used as a 1-3-1 overall. Poppy in the top lane, Nuketock on Lissandra in the bottom lane. The 3-man squad here in the mid lane, continuously pressuring in and rotating in. And Splice, they have strong champions, but they're slower. Their wave clear takes time on their own. Kalista can't clear quickly. Braum has limited impact unless he's actually fighting people, but Vitality will never fight people anyway, so it will just make you bend by sheer lane pressure.
Yeah, and that's just such a tough task to try and force Splice, or try to force Vitality, I should say, to kind of bend to that sort of pressure. What does Splice really need to do, though, other than stalling out, try and get themselves back into the game?
Stall, land a double bomb somewhere and pick somebody off, you know, suddenly shifting in passiveness, go aggressive, like suddenly throw the Braum in, get some stacks, knock him up, get another like concussive blow in there, get somebody down, go for a fight, really make use of that Zillion ulti. So far, it's not really working out.
Yeah, we haven't seen much out of Senkux. He has been just trying to keep his farm level, still losing out a little bit there to Nuketock and Shook, taking away as much jungle as he can, making Trashy's life hard this game. This mid-tier tower will fall very soon. Yarnin goes forward, has the Janna shield on, and he's able to spend it on the tower, keeps getting the ricochets out, spell shielding the bombs from Senkux, and dodging out another.
Yeah, and a good example of why this is working for Vitality, if you look at any pairing with Elise Lissandra, Elise Janna, there's always CC to generate, to set up for the cocoon. NATO into cocoon, maybe cocoon into NATO. Whereas if you look at Splice, there's nobody to really lock anybody down for Senkux to then land his double bombs. And these players that play Zillion so often themselves, they can dodge these bombs. So it's almost impossible for Senkux to get the stun. And nobody else can set it up unless Fate's Call gets used. So Splice kind of getting punished by running too little crowd control, too much actual damage.
Kabi can't even get under his own tower and stay safe right now. Yarnin and Kasing still holding strong in this middle versus Trashy and Senkux. The damage that they're able to put out, Vitality sending 2 members on this bottom side to just keep getting chip damage on this tower. They've locked Nisbeth up, and he gets pulled in by the Fate's Call defensively, wants to go back in, but the repel is already gone, and Shook is as well.
And that's going to be a mid tower. So Odo on the Cabo shot rather, I was confused these two. Cabo pushes top, he doesn't stay there to get the tower. He's Poppy versus Gangplank, he's not going to deal damage, but he rotates to put pressure on the mid lane. Even though this cannon barrage comes out, this tower will still fall, because again, there was an engage in the bot lane that then lures away the mid lane defenders from Splice. So they're moving these chess pieces on the map, and every time something gets left out, whether it's the mid lane tower, the soon to be taken bot lane tier 2, and because of the vision, there is no reaction possible on the side of Splice. It's all so predictable.
It's textbook from Vitality's side. Continually deny that vision and just take one tower, rotate, take another, and make sure you've kept the enemy on their toes. They do stack 5 members in this bottom side, and so does Splice, who does not want to take this direct fight. Yarnin walks into what could have been a bad situation, but walks out.
Actually, that's exactly what Splice is looking for somehow, though. A force on a 5v5, because they lose the 1-3-1. That's why you see Vitality backing off as well. The second everybody's grouped in the same area, that is a position on the map that Vitality don't really want to take unless they're out heading gold. They could maybe win, but why would they? They can just do the same thing over and over and over again, because Cabochard with the Sunfire is actually generating pressure in the lane in terms of minion push on Wunderwear. Sivir will always push out the lane quicker than whoever she's against, and Lissandra generally does the same at this point in the game. So you have all these pushing lanes everywhere that you can then use for momentum and rotations.
And outside of Cabochard, this team has generally been very, very risk averse. Why needlessly take these like crazy fights? They do have the tools to really make it work if they are ahead, and yes, they are ahead. They've got 4,000 gold in the lead, but still, Splice has a very, very strong, hefty 80 amount of damage. They've got the ability to save a champion, and speaking of saving one, it's Senkux, who does get caught by Cabochard. That is a whole lot of damage out from the Vitality top laner as well, though.
That's a top laner that you can tell that his second role, he plays support, because he cares about his pink ward. He's not going to get that one go down without a fight. Senkux takes half HP down. I'll lie, though, because Cabochard plays 80 carry and off-roll. He says he's the best 80 carry on Vitality overall. Well, and he has proven it with Lucian. He's actually really good.
And Graves, you know, was once an 80 carry, bottom lane 80 carry, I should say. We've now seen him pretty much everywhere else. And has been a very interesting Season 6, that's for sure. And Yarnin Kasing moving up to the top side now. Senkux all by his lonesome trying to defend this. And they think he knows what's up. No way they can defend this turret. It just continually happens. Senkux, that Glacial Path hit him right on the nose. But he was confident wasn't going to be able to die from that one. Shook, though, a little bit low. The bombs are flying. One lands on Nuketock, turns around.
Yeah.
And they deter him for now, but it is still a matter of time.
Overstayed just a little bit. Senkux obviously is having the issue that he can't double bound the entire wave immediately. So he took 3 creeps down, 3 remained. And then Vitality did the same thing they did the entire game. They show heads and it's like, hey guys, we're here. Would you like to get dove? No, please step away from the tower. We will take it in exchange for your cooperation. Obviously, they overstay a little bit. They should have just repeated that one more time on the wave or rotate. They got a little greedy. That's why Splyce chunked them out.
Extreme confidence in their ability to keep pushing forward and not get flanked. I mean, all those wards that they've established all throughout the jungle. Splyce managed with a few, but you just look at the number of pinks and see if they can set up fights like this one. Splyce getting melted here. It's Nisbeth in the back that's going down after Trashy, and the rest of the team had just about all fallen. Senkuk's nowhere to be found. Nukeduck with a double. Yarnan gets Nisbeth. Everyone is gone in the blink of an eye, and Vitality can now march up unopposed down the mid.
Yeah, out of seemingly nowhere, Vitality just cleaned up that fight. 5v4. Senkux wasn't even there to revive anybody. He will now revive himself, more likely eventually. But what a fight here. What a good flank from Vitality. All on the same page.
We got to see that one again. Cabo Shard, he's the one who started setting these things up, and here it was, right in the middle with the double flank, the pincer move.
Oh, this is fantastic. Cabo Shard on one side. That cancels 2 dashes there. The Graves E and the Kobe Hop. Then he knocks them all up at the same time with the tornado from Kasing. Kasing is so good at landing tornadoes overall. This one wasn't easy, but if you watch him play in teamfights, he's really good at channeling them and getting them for max duration. And then after all that, when they were done flying in the air, they land into a frozen tomb. And they got buried. Obviously, Senkux will have to ulti here. Or had to ulti here, rather. And he died.
Just to stay alive. Yeah, 8 seconds on the next dragon. Baron will hit the rift pretty soon. Vitality are in a pretty happy situation here. Even more extending that gold lead. Splyce have been completely blanked this game. No towers, no dragons, no kills. And they're down.
I mean, this is
7K gold.
Textbook execution of 1v1. You pressure around your pushing lane. You make sure that your one weak lane doesn't lose too much. That's why you roam for it instead. You use the pressure from pushing lanes in mid with your jungler to roam top to fix your losing lane. As we go for another fight here.
Yeah, it's forcing it though. They were getting a bit hypey. We talked about how they don't necessarily need to do that. Nukeduck does have his teleport, so does Cabo Shard. The double TP coming in handy. Wonder where he's got it too, but he's a little bit occupied on the top side. Cabo can push this with impunity. No one is able to do a thing to him. Stunned momentarily, no problem. He's got the hammer, he's gonna take it to him. Nisbeth has to get pulled back in by the Fate's Call yet again. Meanwhile, look at the bottom. Nukeduck just casually strolls up and takes an inner turret. That is the 5th for Vitality to 0 of Splyce.
Yeah, that tower wasn't like 200 health remaining from the earlier action. Vitality push up in 2 lanes, take control of whatever's in between. If they have wards left, they place them. If not, they just take the objectives, whether it's jungle camps, dragons. And it all comes from the push first, action later, whether it's the rotate in the dive in the top lane, whether it's all these towers they managed to isolate. It is impressive that you can take 5 towers on the map without losing a single one. Something we haven't mentioned, that they're on the verge of perfect gaming Splyce here. No towers, no kills, no dragons.
It's only 21 minutes into the game, too. Splyce, they're looking clinical compared to yesterday after a very disappointing loss to Roccat. Splyce themselves were trying to keep their hopes of 7th place alive and avoid that promotion tournament, but in this game, it's going to take a Herculean effort to come right back.
10,000, well, 8,000 gold lead at this point. 20 minutes, that is just absolutely bonkers.
It's ridiculous. If there's anything Splyce can do to get back in this one, they've just got to get a pick on 1 or 2 members and maybe then try to grab a great objective, but they're the ones who are getting jumped on now. Nukeduck has to Frozen Tomb himself, a little premature here, but in comes Cabo Shard for the backup. Trashy's still trying to do the damage, and Nisbeth is gonna get caught. The fangs get sunk in. He gets the big knockup, but his health bar was going way too low, and Cabo in the front might have gotten too aggressive here. A little low for him, but they're still hanging around. Double bombs on. This might be the chance Splyce is looking for. The Monsoon, collateral damage, doesn't do a damn thing, and Splyce are still looking to chase, ignite, exhaust, I should say, on Wonderwear. And that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, I'm not waiting for Splyce to win a fight. I'm just desperately hoping Vitality do not sacrifice the perfect game. That is what we're playing for right now. They've already won, but they just need to make it perfect. And that was really well played here. The instant heal comes out from Kasing when he knows the bomb will kill Cabo Shard. Then Cabo Shard is aware of his surroundings later on as he passes. I really like double TP because, like, you ordered 1 TP, but if you call right now, but wait, there's more. Another Poppy comes out here. Zone's Trashy. Nukeduck then turns onto Nisbeth. He's exposed. Just keep your eyes on Cabo Shard right now. He dances on the edge of death. So he gets double bombed almost here, but he steps away from 1. Trades back. Barely gets hit by the barrel here. Kasing knows he has to start healing right now as the double bomb comes in. And then he dodges the barrel that's in front of him, walks into the nice little alcove there. Barely doesn't get bombed there. Exhaust from Kasing to zone Wonderwear. And Vitality do such a phenomenal job keeping this perfect game alive.
Yeah, 7-0. Splyce just can't get an angle in. Not for lack of trying, though. When you look at all the wards, one thing might be on the mind of Vitality. It could be Baron, but we have seen teams before throw it all away. And if they just bait it,
There's
well,
one more
that's
blue
another story.
trinket. One more blue trinket. Who has it?
Oh, it's
on
dark.
Kobe. Kobe's going to use it right now,
No
but he has
one's
to
on
get
it.
in range.
That is going to be terrifying. You ping the Baron and you can't see anyone, and you're like, where are they?
Either
Oh,
they're
they're
doing it
top
or they're waiting for you.
And Nisbeth. Goodbye. And Sunkux and Trashy look to try a return fight onto Shook. He pops up, he pops down. That's how gravity works. Gravity holding down. Splice right now. Nuke that go! Oh, the frozen tube! Staying alive! The perfect game is still real. And now it's Yarnin with the killing spree. Nisbeth in the back. He's blown up. The double kill for the Simmer. Cabo knocks them back into their own fountain. And they still don't lose a man. 9-0. And it's Baron time, boys.
Yeah, Nuke Duck almost gave him the scare of a lifetime, but he had Zone, he has Hourglass, and that's the power of Lissandra. You go in, self-cast Frozen Tube, you try and kill it. No, another 2.5 seconds. Then the Janna comes in with the extra shield here, and by that time, the Splice remaining members were dead or knocked away.
Get low to give Splice false hope, unfortunately. All right, Splice are going to try for a desperation answer back on the Baron. It does go down. The cannon barrage was helping them, but they are quite low in this one. They're going to have to bail out. Cabo, oh no, he's got the steadfast presence on, and Splice will get the chase on. Howling Gale knocks him up. Splice still trying to chase this one in, but they are clean and clear.
And this is another perfect game that Shook's involved in. Obviously not at Worlds, not against the Koreans. A little easier against Splice maybe, but this is what it's all starting. Nisbeth, yeah, desperately trying to get some vision at least in his jungle. He has to do it now, otherwise he'll have to face it later anyways.
Tankiest member goes down that quick.
Yeah, and then here.
Oi.
Flash in. I like it from Nuke Duck. You never want to go and pop your E on the location where people expect it. It's better to pop it early and then flash, because you will not be in the area of where skill shots and like smoke screen lands, because everybody sees where Lissandra Claw is going to, right? So it's better to pop it halfway and then flash into the fight if you know you'll convincingly win it anyways. So he goes in for the flash W, self-cast R, then has Zonias available.
So that may look like a low Baron power play. Bearing in mind, of course, the already massive lead for Vitality, over 10,000 gold. But
why is that so low?
It's because it's just the Baron, and then Splice were able to get some free farm for like a moment, and they're just going to start answering back. They didn't kill anybody in it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Normally
But
you see
it must.
swing
Yeah, that's
instantly.
what I'm looking for. I'm just my pressure broken game. You know, it's like I'm Gollum almost. My pressures don't hurt it. The filthy Hobbit won't
I
slip
wonder
away.
if Vitality feel the same way. Yarnin's just stepping up bold maneuvers here, but it's all the shields, all the CC. Vitality have been absolutely flanking the Splice team here, and they can just keep doing the 1-3-1 or the 4-1 and straight into 5 members. They have no fear anymore.
Split, push, and then consolidate one objective, go for it, then spread out again. Clean out the defense. We see an engager coming in. Braum gets thrown in.
Yeah, gets the ulti off, but there's the instant monsoon, and Nisbeth is gone yet again. Splice are just trying to figure out if they can get anything around the side, but no, the answer is, and Wonderwear going down. The rest of Splice soon to fall. The triple kill coming in for Nuke Duck, looking for more, looking for Sinkux, last man standing. He's got his ult, and he's just trying to be annoying, but Vitality aren't buying
Yeah,
it.
this guy on the screen, he won the perfect game as well. Shaw's ready with a victory dance.
He just might get it now. Distraction maneuver, but it's Cabo Shark keeping them all back, and the double bomb lands. Will be the end of the game. Cabo staying alive, he says, and he winds up the hammer. Sinkux looking for the kill, won't be able to find it, and Sinkux is out of this one. The last Nexus turret's going down. Vitality have done it. 27 minutes on the clock. The Nexus is down. Perfect win for Vitality.
Now all I wonder, did Splice take a Rift Herald, and does that count? Because maybe we're all... Well, it still counts. Vitality, what a victory here.
Oh, man.
Well, they had something to prove. They lost yesterday with a very rough loss. Ill-advised fights. No real good overview. Chasing a little bit too deep. And now the phenomenal 1-3-1 composition. And I think this is something we've seen so often this weekend already. Lissandra plus X in the top lane, 1-3-1 with Sivir. It seems to be one of the more winning strategies over in Europe.
Well, and with all the force disengage, I mean, the Poppy turned out to be maybe not the greatest lane pick, but it was fine because every single time Splice tried to go in, boom, hammer out.
Literally, the game-winning play for me was that roam from Shook and Nuke to the top lane. If a matchup is rough, it kind of bends. And if you can catch it before it breaks, you're fine. And that's what they did. You know, yes, Cavashore was bleeding farm. Yes, he was a little bit behind. But then he got pushed in. He stacked that wave up. And when Woundware was about to take all that juicy farm, he got dove. That isolated that matchup, and then Shu could path to the bottom lane, get deep vision with Kasing. Isolate tower number 1. Sivir and Janna swap to the top lane. Isolate tower number 2. Sivir swaps to the mid lane. Lissandra bot popping top. Isolate tower number 3. And 0 counterplay from Spice.
Yeah, if you were to open a textbook that says Season 6 League of Legends, that game was it. Big smiles on their faces. Not as big as Kasing, but Vitality playing out an excellent, excellent macro game and not losing a damn thing. As we can already see, they're getting set up on stage. Oh man, this one.
I mean, that's Yamato, losing coach. Props to him for what seemingly seems to be a losing interview. We will get just the final preparations for that.
Yeah, so.
And here we are.
Vitality,
hello.
They're going to have to play that promo tournament now, but they still have
Vitality?
Sorry, wow. Oh man, I'm done.
I really hope the challenger guys don't get to face Vitality in the promo tournament, because that's going to be rough.
They all just hearts to skip the beat for a second. No, Vitality, they should be locked into 3rd place, and of course, Splice, they're going to have to play that promo tournament. We'll have to see how all that goes. But for now, we're going to send it Sage side, where Pulse is going to get on stage with a word from the mind behind Splice.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Yamato. First off, commiserations on that loss. And I just want to talk about the game in general, because you guys have had some exceptional performances, but it all fell apart in this one. Not a single kill. Speak to me, what happened?
Well, Vitality played a perfect game against us. And of course, if you play against a team that is in top of the standings, it's also understandable. But the biggest issue for us in this game is if you're playing against Sivir Janna and you have Braum Kalista, it's all about punishing that lane and trying to gank it as much as possible. As soon as GP reaches 6, that should be the goal. But we are playing around the wrong side of the map, and eventually Elise is committed to get the tower. And the problem that happens is Vitality gets this tempo, or the enemy team got this tempo in this regard with if they push out bottom completely, they get the primary push on top, and we need to respond in an awkward way. And they just pretty much, after they gain tempo in the game, we can't really play our composition, because our composition is about the lane phase and it's all about splitting up the map. And if they get to play their composition and Lissandra gets ahead early, she's going to have the split push pressure, and she's going to have pressure on us throughout the game. So as soon as we lose that bottom tower against the Sivir Janna, which we should have punished, it is going to be very, very hard, because they're going to have that tempo everyone likes talking about.
Right, well, that's a lot of clarity there, and I'm sure you're going to go away and talk to the team now, so it's good you have that hindsight. But I wanted to take a step back and just look at the split in general, because we really haven't spoken to Yamato since very early on into the split. So just tell me what happened throughout this split as Splice comes in for their first split.
Well, I think yesterday when we played the game against G2, that is like the end goal that I wanted to have. I wanted to be able to compete against the best teams possible. We started off the split very, very rough. We had poor pick and bans, and that is also, of course, on my part as well. And I feel like we have grown throughout the split. And most of our losses was due to things similar to this one, where we lose the tempo very, very early on, and the game just takes this speed where you can't really catch up. But if the final product is a game as we had yesterday, when we can actually compete against the best, then I'm quite happy. And I'm very, very happy with the guys in general.
Well, talking about being happy with the guys, and you're speaking a lot about tempo and also growth with the team. You guys are locked into this promotion tournament, so how are you feeling like you're going to go up against some of the challenger teams? Because we've seen the challenger finals now, we've seen how strong they are, and you guys have shown a lot of growth during the split, so how do you think those are going to go?
Well, of course, we're not going to underestimate them at all, but I think it's a question of our performance more than their performance, because watching Challenger Series was more about watching it for the sake of comedy and not for the sake of actually gaining something out of it. So I think as long as we bring our A game, we should be able to beat all of these Challenger Series teams.
All right, well, strong words. Thank you very much for the interview, Yamato. We're going to send it to a quick break here as we set up for a match of the week between Fnatic and Origin. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
And if we get advantages, I want you guys to trust your gut, because you guys know what should be done.
Teleports up. That's going to be Wonder coming in, but Vitality are committing to it anyways, and a whole chunk of damage as Kavi gets put in the Frozen Doom. Just look at the number of pinks and see if they can set up fights like this one. Spice getting mounted here. It's Nisbeth in the back that's going down after Tragedy, and the rest of the team had just about all fallen. 27 minutes on the clock. The Nexus is down. Perfect win for Vitality.
This is the matchup a year in the making. This is going to be an absolutely huge final here for the Summer Split.
I think this energy between them is actually going to make the best series of League of Legends so far.
So last year, Fnatic versus Origin was the biggest matchup Europe had. It meant that you'd see the two best teams in Europe fighting against each other.
It was the battle for the #1 team, the battle for the highest seed going to World Championships. It was really who was going to be in the lead of the two-horse race that was the European LCS.
Was like a super high-level game, right? And no one up until that point had really challenged Fnatic at all.
We had everything. We had Origin demolishing Fnatic. We had Fnatic taking it back to Origin in the next game. Long games. We had the pentakills, everything.
The reset forward, looking for a pentakill. We're in Sweden. The Swedish gets a pentakill.
Soaz and Huni were absolute monsters, and it was one of the first times that Huni actually got showed up because Soaz's gangplank was so much better than his.
Soaz will get himself a double kill. Now it's top laners on top laners. Powder keg is up. It's going to tick down. Look at overheating. He got the damage. Triple kill! Soaz got it.
And it was just exceptional to see a team who went undefeated in the regular split, being Fnatic, actually forced all the way to 5 games by Origin. Both of these teams were new rosters, put together, untested, and in the space of 8 to 10 months, became a top 4 team in the world.
So making the semi-finals in the World Championships for both Fnatic and Origin was incredible. The performance from both teams showing that they could hang with the best in the world, it proved that even though Europe had spread out among their teams, the European scene was still one of the top in the world.
Fnatic and Origin came into 2016 with different problems. Origin simply were not practiced. They simply did not begin to learn the 2016 meta until the split began.
They had this team where, FLICKR in the mid lane, you take him out, you plug and play Power of Evil, another mechanically talented mid laner, and the rest of the team should be able to form around them, but that's not what we saw.
The biggest change for Fnatic this year was actually that they stayed trying to do what they did last year. Bringing in 2 Korean players that were a little bit untested in Europe was certainly a slow start for Fnatic, but they always said they needed time to build towards a strong team.
We need to see growth from them. We need to see right now, coming out in the regular season towards the end of the split before we get to playoffs. Because if they don't, then I don't know what the chances are for both the teams. When you look at the top of the table, when you have Vitality, H2K, these teams who have not only gotten progressively better through the split, but are maintaining good games. Last year, you wouldn't even be looking at either teams going for 5th or 6th spot. You'd expect them to be going for 1st, 2nd, 3rd maybe, and already be going against one of the lower teams. So it's kind of a weird circumstance where they are now one of the weaker teams going into playoffs.
Both of these squads have got great depth in their roster, and I think in a best of series, both Fnatic and Origin can show strengths that they're unable to show in a best of 1. So I think they are still the underdogs. They are still going to have a difficult time in playoffs, but the possibility to surprise will be significantly higher.
Well, fantastic feature there, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the European LCS. It's time for our match of the week between Fnatic and Origin for 4th place, and as that feature showed, a world of difference between worlds and what is happening here on our stage. The top, it's already decided, and they're fighting for 4th.
Yeah, and I feel like we've talked about this all split long. We keep saying, oh, it's such a surprise. These teams should be
Not
up
even on
top.
air, like in the office, he constantly never shuts up about this, Deficio.
Every day, every minute, every time I talk to Crepo, that's all I'm saying.
Origin, Fnatic,
Why are they not number 1 and 2?
Yeah. Well, we will see what happens. Fnatic, obviously, yesterday, it wasn't good. Versus Elements, we saw the Soraka pick rather coming out from Clyde. The game in general was back to what we saw before IEM. And, I mean, it begs the question, did they then really improve? Was it just the circumstance at IEM?
I mean, there's 2 things wrong with that pick. For one, it's Soraka. And
yeah, that's the main one.
And the second one, it's a passive pick, which you then need all the other lanes to play beyond aggressive 4 to work. and somehow make it work. And the only team really that has been making it work lately is like Immortals over in North America. And then it's a new Soraka too. It's just not a Clyde pick. It's really hard to play, and then against this composition too.
And now we have to remember, this is the first time since IEM we saw Fnatic go away from some of these standard picks. We highlighted that yesterday, you know, the Lee Sin, the Jhin even, the Braum, some of the Corki mid lane, like all these picks, they weren't there for Fnatic. They actually went for other stuff, even though they were open. And this team just collapsed completely. So I wonder if we have a team here who's just so focused on these specific picks where they can play not a perfect game, but close to it. And then they need to expand that into multiple picks, and maybe that's why they were testing something new.
Yeah, maybe they were just building to playoffs. That's the feasible explanation. They ran it a couple of times in scrims. Fnatic doesn't have the most scrims from what they've said overall, so they only had a small sample size. If it worked very well in a small sample size, they could play against a somewhat lesser important game overall, and then they could have diversity in playoffs. Yes, it could be good, because if all they have is these super standard predictable picks that even we can't predict, then they may have then they have issues in the playoffs.
I mean, I feel like that could have been the case. On the other side, on the side of Origin, yesterday we also felt like they maybe hadn't shown everything, especially not their mid laner, because they're subbing in or expected back into that mid lane for this very important matchup that brings up a couple of questions, of course.
I mean, it clearly shows that right now Origin feel like they are a better team with Pekka in the mid lane. Despite him last week saying he only played like one scrim coming into the week, they went 2-0. I still feel like if you look at the games they played, it was honestly almost more the other teams losing the games than Origin straight up winning the games, because Origin were very far down. Unicorns of Love were knocking on the Nexus, and they shouldn't have even gone for that push. Origin punished them, won. Against Rocket, took them like 40 minutes, and they were down the entire game, and then they ended up winning.
Even though it was perhaps the other teams kind of throwing it, I don't think an Origin without an Expected would have caught that ball. Or that game rather.
That's the question.
Or they would have lost before it was even possible for the other team to throw it. I think Expected did a phenomenal job keeping them in the game. You could definitely see influences from his shot calling, in my opinion, because he switched to side lanes in a 1-3-1, something we never see Power Reveal really do well at all. So suddenly Origin were learning how to play the mid game a little better. Yes, there's still ton of issues, but I think Expected can keep them in these clutch situations in the game, especially in these very important matches like today.
I think you said it on the desk in a post show last week that you feel like they have to take him for playoffs, and you stand by that. So just as a reminder, if OG wins, they're clinched in 4th, and Fnatic drops down all the way to 6th. You said Fnatic's going to win yesterday. Who are you calling it for, Crepo?
If Fnatic ban Soraka, they will win this game.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to see a different pick and ban phase. Then Fnatic can win.
Okay, players are ready, so let's go over to the casters and get that 4th place match underway.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Quick shot here. I'm joining Stress with Pyra for our match of the week. And as we're about to get ready for picks and bans, I just want to say hi to my mom and dad, who happen to be in the audience today. Now that I'm done embarrassing my parents, I think we can get back to the regular content.
All right, well, you know, I think since we're getting ready for picks and bans, let's take a look at our rosters on the blue side for Origin, of course. You have got Soaz in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle. X-Paco is back in the mid. Sven and Mithy will be the bottom lane, and their coach is still Buddy.
And of course, Origin fighting to take 4th place, something that maybe wasn't expected coming into the week. Their opponents who are trying to stop them and give us the juicy tiebreakers we all want is Fnatic, Gamsu, Spirit, Febiven, Reckless, and Cly with the ever-present Daylor.
Well, the analyst desk made a bit of a joke about if Soraka was banned out, Fnatic should win this. I actually think the serious way of taking that, sorry to Crepo and Deficio for not being so lighthearted, is Trundle is a key pick for me in this. Elements did it yesterday against Fnatic. Took the Trundle very early, and it denied Gamsu so many of his champions played. Now, Soaz did play Trundle at IEM. He hasn't played it here in the EU LCS, so we know it's in their playbook. It's a big, big pick, I think.
But we also know how that went at IEM, too, and obviously their performance differed a little bit of late, but so is Fnatic. We were seeing them finally on a different type of composition. It did not work well for them. Let's see if they can pick up the pieces today and try to take out Origin. First ban off the board is going to be that Graves.
So, Graves not available. We've seen a bit of a rise of prominence with Graves the last couple of days. Again, just saw it in the previous game for Splice, but they did get perfect games, so can't draw too many conclusions from that.
Excluding the Elise, it was also Spirit's most played jungler. I want to see whether or not they're going to ban Lee Sin, which is something that Spirit has fallen back to multiple times when it has been available.
Zendan coming in, and the Callista follows suit. So, no Kalistar, not in any way, shape, or form.
That's a curious one, Pyra. So, Febiven used to be known for his Zed, very much so. and is kind of a pick that is hovering around the meta, but it's certainly not a top-tier mid laner. We've seen a lot of Azir the last couple of days. We know Peke hasn't been too hot on the Azir over time.
Yeah, and of course, earlier today in LCK, FLICKR actually lost in with his Zed. I wonder if it's not being set up for a potential LeBlanc pick. With the Zed gone away, the Azir gone away, the support from the jungler of Graves. Maybe it's looking for a comfortable pick. You could just go safe and lock in Corki if you wanted to.
Yeah, but Nidalee was left open with the Lulu band away. That's instantly snapped up by Origin. Amazing will be happy to get his claws on that one.
And there is a lot available for Gamsu. They have not taken anything really away from Gamsu's playbook. You could argue the Graves has been top lane as well. So, I mean, now the Poppy's up for Gamsu, the Nautilus, although we have seen no Nautilus yet this week. Small hit to his kit with the patch 6.5, but nobody's wanted to play it.
Yesterday, Poppy Lucian was the picks for Fnatic. They were red side against Elements, and we've seen a major priority on Poppy this week with that hit that Nautilus has taken, so I'd expect that one not to change.
Yeah, I would expect the same with the Poppy, but the Lucian is an interesting one to me, and as Corki gets locked in, remember, yesterday Origin showed us that they can play Jhin, and the interesting thing about that is Fnatic actually ban away the Kalista now. At IEM, this was a play they hardly ever did, because they'd allow their opponents to take the Kalista, and they'd reply with the Jhin, so obviously not getting baited into this by Origin. They know both sides of the coin are playable by both teams.
Oh yeah, and there is a reason these two were at the top of the table last year. It's still a hype matchup between them. There's that Trundle being considered, but I also want to think about this, Jhin. It's still an option. We've seen Febiven just go absolutely ham on Corki. It's still available.
It is still available, but as kind of expected for Origin, if ever they can get Sven onto the Lucian, always has been a good pick for him. He's very strong at pretty much every point of the game for Sven. Haven't got the Lulu to pair it with, but I wouldn't be too worried about that if I were an Origin fan.
And Captain Serious, there's your Trundle. Does land in Soaz's hands. Look, there is the possibility that it could be flexed for Miffy to run. He has done it twice this split already, but we're anticipating it to end up in Soaz's hands. And for Fnatic, they've now got to reveal whether or not they want to run that Corki ADC or just give it to Febiven as a comfort pick. He had a great performance last week, despite looking average and slow at IEM.
Yeah, at this point though, I'm wondering now where the mid lane and top lane, or not top lane, sorry, the mid lane is going to go for Origin, because Nidalee is fairly reliant on having winning lanes so you can go in and counter jungle. That's one of the biggest things right now for Nidalee, and if they can't push in mid lane and bottom lane, I mean, top lane Trundle is not really going to push too hard early on, especially not in this kind of matchup. Trundle is going to be a later game pick here. So Amazing may not have the same kind of freedom that we've grown accustomed to a Nidalee having in the early game.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But if Origin can get off to a flying start, we'll see what they end up rounding their bottom lane out with. The Braum was, of course, taken away, but you got to consider the supports that are still available. And, well, the Bard wasn't one of the first that came to mind, but if they do pick that up, that would be something.
Yeah, it would be. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this LeBlanc locked in. Get rid of one of those natural counters in Zed. It does allow Febiven to play a strong early game, mid laning in that Corki if he opts into it. But basically going to reveal their hand and allow Fnatic to decide. What do they want to run? A counter to the LeBlanc, or a comfort pick that can stall later? Or just lock in the Jhin or a different ADC for Reckless and play that poke siege style that they can...
That is the question.
Work around with Braum.
Well, out. That's a Bard locked in with a LeBlanc, so we will see.
So going from EU LCS alone, this is the first time we'll be seeing Miffy on the Bard. And, you know, it's kind of so far removed from his preferential champions. He likes the Alistar, the Braum, the Trundle, those kind of tanky champions. Bard doesn't really get that. He's a lot more about that catch and lockdown and that kind of utility rather than just tank. And, you know, what he will offer with the Lucian is insane amounts of damage in the laning phase. You can look at Bard and Lucian right now and say, well, Sven and Miffy, they want to dominate the 2v2 here. If they end up in that situation, then how do Fnatic respond to that? Do they now look for a different AD carry that can play a little bit further back? Or do they look for something with lane presence on itself? I don't know whether you can really have more damage in trades than Lucian and Bard right now with this setup.
Well, one man might know the answer. We just saw Daylor on the screen, and as we say it, the Ezreal's locked in for Reckless. This has been something he's gone to pre-IEM, of course, and pre-Jhin.
Well, if you're a Fnatic fan and you follow their EU LCS record, Reckless is 0-3 on Ezreal. He has to turn that around if Fnatic want to pick up a win here, even out that head-to-head score and set themselves up for some very strong tiebreaker possibilities. But poke, siege, That's what it's all the name of the game for Fnatic.
That's not the only unfortunate set of stats for you. Gamsu is also 0-3 on Poppy right now, so as good as a pick it is in the meta, and should seemingly fit Gamsu, hasn't really been one of those picks for them that they've been big on.
Yeah, it has been a lot of trouble for him. Gamsu himself has had quite a lot of ups and downs in the performances, and we'll have to see if Origen can get it.
I'm a big fan of what Origen have put together in terms of their pick power and priorities. The flags are lit on stage, Fnatic and Origen. The two heavyweights of the European LCS in 2015. Now battling for 4th seed, how the mighty have fallen. Ladies and gentlemen, jump onto Twitter and let us know who you think is going to be picking up these wins. You know the deal, hashtag OGWin or hashtag FNCWin. Because it's all about this. There we go. There's your team comps, everybody. That's what I've been looking for. You know the story. You know the comps. It's time to load up for Fnatic versus Origen. And Soaz is going to finish this one off.
In pace, he got it! Oh, it's always a great one between these two teams. Fnatic, Origen, a good old classic here in Europe. Only a year in the making. Let's see how it goes as they get ready to go onto the Rift.
Onto the Rift, and I'm going to immediately draw your attention to the items pane, because if ever there was an indicator that OG want to look to take this game at the beginning, the crowd are hyped. It's a Dark Seal start on LeBlanc. Going for that Medjay's, they want to snowball hard from mid.
Oh, no hiding about it. Xpeke says, we can beat you guys. We are that much better. It'll be a tough task, even though Fnatic had been struggling a bit. They showed they have the potential to really rock some faces after IEM. Gotta be careful, Peke. Early dash away.
And remember, both of these teams have completely different mindsets after yesterday's performances. Fnatic dropping the game to Elements was a monumental shock for European LCS viewers, and Origen absolutely crushed Giants in the most dominant performance they've had all split long. So now we need to see how they're gonna react to the stage, to the pressure, knowing how important seeding is.
Yeah, well, the crowd not only behind teams apparently right now, Trevor. You've got
hey, that's a first. That's a first. I'll take that one. Thanks,
We've got a whole new one going here. It's a new tradition, new day in Europe. But yeah, the seeding is just such an all-important thing, because the difference between 4th and 6th can mean quite a lot. And of course, a whole lot of tiebreakers in the event of Fnatic winning.
Yeah, it can mean a lot, but everybody's focus right now is going to be on this all-important game, because, I mean, right now, you look at what Origen have got set up, the Thunderlords as standard on Braum, you want that trading damage, works so well with the Meeps as well, but what they're looking at here is Peke against Febiven in this middle lane, and you know, LeBlanc into Corki tends to be a matchup where Corki will shove out fairly heavily early on. You've got to use Distortion to try and push that wave back, and that leaves you in a bit of trouble every now and again.
It does, as Gamsu is right now. Origen initiated the lane swap. We'll see how this pans out in terms of who's going to get the tower pressure down, but maybe a double psych. Fnatic not opting into it despite the power of that Lucian Bard. You know, trying to run away from it, and Origen outthinking themselves, maybe.
The other side from this is it does give Origen a little bit more room when it comes to this niddly middle lane, though Soaz already in.
Oh, has to spend the exhaust and the flash to get away from Soaz. A lot of damage return fire onto him, but he is looking low and bleeding to start this game off.
And this now really punishes Febiven, because there's no way he can reliably continue to push out, because just the LeBlanc, now that exhaust is gone, is going to be able to burst Febiven down. Ignite on LeBlanc, so all she's got to do is trade once or twice in the lane, and then go in for the all-in, and Febiven has to play this carefully now for the next few minutes.
Yeah, you said it yourself, looking to snowball. He's got that Dark Seal. If he can start picking the kills on it, it could be a sure way to a monster LeBlanc in that mid-game. We see the clinical swap in the top, in the bottom, just 3-on-0 to start things off. A little bit of gold infused into both these teams, and no other aggression but the mid.
And something that we've noticed more and more as these lane swaps progress out is how teams work with the Rift Herald in those next stages 4, stages 5. And both Fnatic and Origen had pretty good performances with the Rift Herald at Intel Extreme Masters. So I want to take a look at who's going to get the priority, who's going to be able to secure the buff, and then more importantly, apply pressure on the turrets to gain any sort of lead. So Soaz will share that gold with Sven, as his recall didn't finish just in time. And Sven's already picked up that cull, as we're seeing more and more Tia and Cole, something we're also seeing from Ezreal's across the world.
Yep, across the world, fairly standard right now. We spoke to Forgiven yesterday to ask why he seems to be the only AD carry that doesn't build it, and he was just like, you know, I don't think he gives you too much. So it definitely is player preference, and you can see how this middle lane has flipped now. It's FLICKR that's shoving in Forgiven. Febiven is kind of just going to sit back for a while, knows he has to just play somewhat safe, and honestly, that is the big turnaround there for Origin, is they managed to now really put Febiven under pressure just from Soaz coming mid early. It was a little bit different of a timed gank in that middle lane. You don't always expect that to happen, and it's allowed Soaz to not only help his middle laner, but now that he gets top, this is a little late to back away, but as long as Clyde doesn't get a Q here, Soaz should be fine.
So Soaz was pushing that wave out as best he can, trying to prevent any sort of shenanigans that Fnatic have put down, and very good trade. In actual fact, FLICKR opted into that and comes off worse for wear. Support from Mithy roaming up. Can the Cosmic Binding stun? There's a wall. Finds Febiven, but there's no follow-up from FLICKR.
It was already under tower, so Mithy tries to help FLICKR make the play. Not quite enough. Spirit, however, is going to be going through his own jungle, see if he can get some defense down to this bottom side. A big wave was pushing in towards it, thanks to Sven as they turned this one around. So after the early tower trades, not a whole lot doing, but OG do have a 500 gold lead.
Yeah, look at the difference in approach. No pressure from Reckless and Clyde in that top lane. They've opted to freeze, give all that farm to Gamsu. And that's going to help out in this Poppy Trundle matchup, because Soaz is going to have to either overextend, which you can see him doing on the mini-map right now. Very little vision, but there is support with Mithy and Amazing coming up the river.
Yeah, and this is going to be the key thing here, is the vision that comes from Mithy and Amazing not only will help protect Soaz, but if you see Amazing and FLICKR go around as a two-man roam squad here, they could look for Febiven in the middle lane right now. If they wanted to swoop down from the backside, it looks like they want to focus topside right now, but there are kind of pockets opening. They got a flash from Gamsu as well.
Yeah, burned him away here. FLICKR still trading a little bit with Febiven in the mid, but a lot of pressure on OG's side. Now Sven is moving on, and Febiven didn't see that one coming. A dash and a dash back. The Valkyrie not quite getting him out of harm's way. He's oh so low, but under tower.
Well, listen, you bring FLICKR in to the mid lane, and he just says, everyone come help. We've seen everybody but Amazing in that middle lane. And talking about things we're seeing, Fnatic want to see a whole lot. 5 pink wards in their inventory.
Well, right now, against the likes of a Nidalee, a Bard that's going to look to get in the enemy jungle, a LeBlanc that you want to try and catch out, you have to have that vision. But a little bit of a different page there from FLICKR and Sven. They obviously had no real crowd control without the chains landing, and FLICKR didn't want to commit. There was a lot of minions pushing towards him. He wanted the farm. So it's another situation where Febiven gets pushed back away, and it's hindering his lane now. FLICKR is up by just over 10 CS, and this is a good start for Origin.
Yeah, and it's all that pressure and all the attention they've been giving this mid lane to keep Febiven on his toes, recognizing his superior threat, recognizing that they need to shut him down before he gets going. It's so different from last year's Origin, where FLICKR pretty much AFK'd for 30 minutes before his team would usually win the game.
Yeah, that is fairly true, but the one thing that they have sacrificed for this is Soaz. He is down in CS, is about a level behind as well. I think he's about to hit level 5, and Gamsu has been 5 for a while. Yeah, there is the level up for Soaz. So that's what they've been kind of hamstringing to get this attention onto FLICKR, which, if they can start getting kills from mid lane, should be okay for Origin, but this Trundle is going to be so necessary the later this game goes to be able to hold against Gamsu.
We'll see how well both teams play out the mid game. Reckless and Clyde are moving their way up top.
And there's our best friend.
As Soaz catches that wave down bottom. So this is the longest time that he's going to be sitting comfortably farming. And Fnatic have invested some of those resources into vision in terms of that bottom quadrant. Spirit, after losing his red buff, we caught a glimpse of Amazing securing that one. Will most likely be able to come up top. 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Fnatic theoretically setting up a siege.
Up on the top side, we'll take a look, and that is not the fan vote we expect when we hear all those Fnatic chants week in and week out. It appears they've been eclipsed this time by Origin.
The power of expect here, Pyra.
Yeah, and the power of not wanting tiebreakers, apparently. 4 members, though, up on this top side. Spirit stunned by the Cosmic Binding. Ooh, just gets away. Safe
teleport coming out, though. Here comes Soaz.
Let's find out what he can do. Keeper's Verdict boots Sven away. That's one of the primary damage dealers. But the Pillar of Ice splits up Fnatic. 4 members slow. Mystic Shot goes wide from Reckless as Clyde is forced to flash away defensively. Pounces forward for Amazing. Reckless and Gamsu trying to get away from the lives. But here comes Febiven.
Big package on in there, and Exhaust is down instantaneously. Stunned up. Origin looking for a second win. Everyone's getting bloodied, and the first blood goes to Amazing.
That's the only kill, though, of this entire fight here. One kill for the entire trade. Now Gamsu's going to collect the wave from bottom lane. At this point, Peke decided very early on in that fight, I'm not going to go for the damage dealers. I'm going to go for the level 3 Braum here. Force the flash, get damage onto a couple of other people. And it got Fnatic so low that they couldn't reliably stand behind Cly at any point. A lot of summoners burned from both teams during that engagement. Febiven kind of showing up just enough to make Origin back off at the end of that fight. And when it's all said and done, it's one kill from all of that fighting.
Yeah, and of course, all started off with Fnatic pushing this gigantic wave into the tower. Gamsu is already with the team. Great flash. I had missed that flash the first time around, but I really like the fact that Origin were no hesitation on the call to engage.
Well, the Poppy ult, even though Amazing flashed it, it was Lucian that got blasted back, so I was kind of holding whether it was a good flash or not at the beginning. Peke managed to roam up first before Febiven, even with the package. But that was such a good double binding out by Mithy. I said maybe Mithy isn't, you know, the biggest Bard player when it comes to his performances here in the European LCS. Great stun, locks 2 people down, allows for the kill.
Yeah, and with the way Fnatic were pretty much pinned up against the wall in the start of that fight, you almost have to question Febiven's decision to go in on the package Valk because he just ends up losing his life on that one.
Oh, this is scary. This is scary.
Reckless.
Oh, woohoo! I don't know why I'm getting so excited because there's support coming for Fnatic. Spirits and Clyde come down, but they get Reckless's flash. And Origin, they're now grouped for this tower.
OG always brings so many members to this party.
They do. They've got a magical journey to get there. It was a little bit optimistic by Mithy. I think he was like, everybody go! And then they realized they've got no minion wave behind it, so it was a good journey not to take.
Hey, they got the summoner spell.
Yeah,
so.
they did. It's still a good trade onto Reckless, but Gamsu is extending this lead. Look at it. 75 CS to 46 right now. Gamsu level 8 to Soaz level 6. And we were talking about how if you can take Gamsu away from Fnatic, take him off his strengths, that's when Fnatic look weakest. And right now, Gamsu's getting a lot of room to breathe.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of resources. Currently around 700 gold more than his opponent Soaz. But we need to see it work. 50% of that cooldown for teleport is available. Very good combo from Peke onto Febiven. Wins that trade out, and it looks like this bottom tower will fall the second of the game in favor of Origin. So they extend their gold lead to just shy of 2,000 as the game progresses.
Yep, unanswered there by Fnatic. Pressure is too real on him. Febiven still on his toes as Peke just keeps leaping in, leaping out. Soaz now looking onto the free farm for a while. He has been down versus Gamsu, but he will have a bit of a chance to try and answer a little bit of it back. Origin, however, they're bringing more people into this mid. Amazing still there. The wave is gone from Febiven's Fast Bomb. Now they continue on in their journey up to the top.
The thing is, they can't commit for that tower at any point yet. It's still basically full health. Mithy gets his recall stop and gets a ward. So just enough to protect Peke. Everything from this game is like, well, let's get Peke fed, and hopefully this will win the game for us.
I think that's super important when you consider Corki and Ezreal, the 2 champions that Fnatic are running from their mid and ADC. If Peke is able to chunk them out or burst them down out of team fights, that just gives so much freedom to Origin. Especially when you consider how limited their wave clear is.
Yeah, the problem though is if they're stacking so much towards that, then if they get caught in a fight where Peke is not there, if, for instance, Spirit Febiven can find, you know, Soaz as he's underleveled, or even Sven, somebody like that.
That's one way to clear a wave.
It's gonna be difficult when I just think of those minions as if I take one more step from here, this is the furthest I've ever been.
At least they're all together.
That is a part of the rift that a siege minion has never seen. Got a one-way ticket to the danger zone, just in front of the Brambleback.
All right. So the Rift Herald gets taken by Amazing after all of that loveliness, and they still are stacking very heavily on this top side. Cly might be caught in a trap here. Magical Journey Flash.
It's not over yet because now Gamsu's coming in. There's no Keeper's Verdict because he used it on the minions. Cly's gone down. Now Gamsu's got 4 members to deal with. Amazing's killed out. One more auto. Teleport from Soaz into the waiting hands of Spirit. The flash kick back.
Meanwhile, Febiven, though, he's caught up with the chains, but not enough damage Peke could put down to take him out. It's just a 1-for-1. Klein, amazing, both going down.
It was enough, though, to show that FLICKR was coming up from the bottom side with the Ignite. It meant that after the Bard ultimate, everybody from Fnatic was like, okay, I don't think we can take this fight. And again, Mithy is showing us that he is pretty proficient on Bard right now. He's landed some big abilities.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here. Klein, you know, he gets away for the moment, but still, a lot could have been avoided if Gamsu had only held that ult.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, Gamsu right now knows he can get the damage down onto Amazing. Reckless will be calling this now. The fact that the Braum Q hit, or at least the passive proc before Braum died, was such a big factor there because it meant they had to keep moving back. But Reckless just on the edge of that tempered fate. But here was FLICKR zoning from the bottom side. Feberman has to be careful in all of these situations.
And I think it's very important that Gamsu is a player who was really far ahead of Soaz, now has a teleport and flash advantage over Soaz. So I want to see if Fnatic can play the side lanes. They're still 2,000 gold down, so they have to play intelligently around the map to claw back that gold deficit.
The thing is, Soaz over the last few minutes has recouped so much of that deficit. I mean, we were at 75 to 40 at one point with CS and a 2-level advantage. That has been evened out to now just about a third of a level between Gamsu and Soaz. So there's been a lot of extra time for Soaz to get himself back into the game. But one player that's had to put themselves a little bit behind the curve on their build is Feberman here. He went Hex Drinker before the Triforce is completed.
I know you love that.
Well, we've heard a lot of mid laners talking about this, so it's not ideal, but against somebody like a LeBlanc that already has presence over you and is looking to snowball this game out, it's pretty necessary right now. You have to stay alive. You cannot afford to give kills over to the LeBlanc.
This is all part of Origin's plan, forcing Feberman into a more defensive posture and a more defensive build, slowing him down. Not only that, they gave Soaz a lot of that farm. They said, no, you need to eat. You're starving. Come down here, go up there, and take it away, and then we'll give you some attention. So they're not leaving him out to dry, and that is a very important thing as Mithy looks to chase in on the Gamsu here. Tempered Fate is flashed.
All right, Mithy playing very aggressive on that front line. He's going to take the fight to the teleport lane of Gamsu, knowing that he's got that summoner ability. FLICKR playing super confident on the side lane, pushing the wave up as Soaz goes to catch the wave up top. So Origin in a controlling position. Wouldn't quite say commanding yet. Fnatic have to figure out how to respond, because look, they're dealing with pressure in 2 lanes at once.
Yeah, spears are starting to hurt. Nidalee pressure from Amazing. He'll have some late game scaling too, going for the Rod of Ages. Slower, but he's able to get it, and FLICKR just keeps on pressuring.
Soaz has showed top, though, and with no teleport, that does allow Fnatic at least the knowledge to know that Origin aren't about to start a fight anytime soon, especially with the Bard ultimate down. You can't make picks. You can't really look to do too much more than just push out lanes like this.
Well, Origin seem to do that very effectively. Remember that Origin and Fnatic are fighting for the 4th seed through 6th, with the Unicorns of Love as a 3rd member in that race. Good damage onto Spirit, even without a full combo from FLICKR.
Yeah. The Unicorn's definitely still in that horse race, but Origin, they can lock it up here with a win without forcing any tiebreakers. With the way things are shaking out right now, they do have that lead. Can they keep it? That's the question. Fnatic, they have beaten the odds several times in their long and storied history as an organization. See if they can do it yet again.
This might be one of the best early games we have seen from Origin. The trend is continuing. The shot calling, the map play, the proactive moments. From when FLICKR was playing last week, even with PoE yesterday against, you know, a struggling Giant squad. Against Fnatic, Origin, they've taken hold of the lead and they've pressured Fnatic continuously over the last 17 minutes.
And then it's just so important going towards the playoffs. We've heard so much from the players of Origin themselves saying that FLICKR is the presence that they actually need. But as you said, even with PoE, they were still able to do just that. It's almost like the shot calling was in there all along. They just had to bring it out.
Oh, man. I'm having so many flashbacks to like Transformers the movie, the animated one. Anyway, as we look back perhaps at the 17 minutes so far in this game, Spirit, as of yet, hasn't had too much of an opportunity to do anything on the map. And a lot of that is because of how Feberman's been on the back foot. Just the fact that Amazing has been given entry into Spirit's jungle a few times has meant that Spirit hasn't been looking to skirmish, hasn't been looking for plays too often. And he's been there on the fights, but all he's been doing is disengaging. Really, he's not been looking for kills. And when we saw Fnatic doing well with the Lee Sin, a lot of it came from Spirit's performances here on Lee Sin. You know, going side by side with Feberman, with Gamsu, and actually picking people off.
Yeah, and of course, the inability to find targets as easily in the lane swap where he got the more opportunity to do that in previous Lee Sin performances might be a big reason. Gamsu's already picked up the QSS. So second item after he's grabbed the Sunfire Cape. Going to be very useful against some of the hard CC that is on the side of Origin. And Origin now extending the deep vision, pushing into Fnatic's jungle.
It's interesting, though, because we were speaking to Steve yesterday on the analyst desk, and he was saying that, you know, when it comes to building QSS against Trundle to just get rid of Subjugate, he actually doesn't really think that's cost efficient, because you put so much gold into just one active that just removes the Subjugate, and that's it. You don't get trading stats past that. I mean, there is argument to be made that Trundle is at his strongest when that's available for him and is you know, working. So I don't think it's a particularly bad thing, but what it does allow Soaz is to know, I'm going to stop saying bad English, what Soaz will know here is he can trade more effectively overall against Gamsu, not just when his ult's up.
Yeah, and that's pretty critical. The issue for Gamsu here is on top of it, what else is he going to get? A little bit of MR to deal with Peke and Amazing, sure. But what does he then turn that into? The Mercurial Scimitar, right? Or, like, what is he going to do?
Yeah, we'll have to answer that question later. Gamsu's on trouble. Steadfast Presence is up.
Bold.
There is some support from Spirit as the Verdict sends Amazing away. And Gamsu gets away just using an ultimate.
Yeah, but look at the numbers that Fnatic had here. Keeper's Verdict was used, and it was really only Soaz that was there. I wonder, Fnatic, could they have looked to have done something more there? They didn't have the most amount of vision through the entrances to their jungle, so I guess they just didn't have a complete read on where Origin were.
I mean, Fnatic are playing the stall game now.
Yeah.
Trinity Force was just picked up for Febiven. The Mura Man has been completed for Reckless for a little while, but he hasn't got a second item completed. We know Ezreal really only becomes super powered once he's got that Frozen Fist and maybe Blade of the Rune King as well. So, you know, Fnatic have got a lot of headroom to grow with this Corki and Ezreal combination. And once they get some MR under their belt, the threat of a LeBlanc becomes lowered, is the word I'm going to use. Not insignificant, but it is still a long time away. So Origin are in this great power spike moment or time with their team composition, and I want to see how they pressure or use it.
Yeah, critically, they have to be able to press it on forward. If they don't, they start running into trouble because you get into this late game situation where you have LeBlanc, Nidalee, and Lucian, who aren't particularly going to hit much harder in those later stages. And Fnatic, they're going to hope to outlast, outlive, and be able to outfight.
Well, you always got to keep in mind Sven on Lucian seems to find the right angles, the right areas to get the damage down. But you do bring up a pretty good point, though, is with the Ezreal, with the likes of the Corki, it is going to be Fnatic. They may have an opportunity to come back into this game as well here. That's only the second Dragon of the game going down here, as we're cresting 20 minutes, 21 minutes. So, you know, this could be in for a bit of a long one here. And Origin's early game comp may start running out of juice.
Well, Dark Steel on one stack.
Worst investment.
But not the most kill-focused game, but there has been a lot of action. You can see Gamsu's in trouble.
Yeah, Peke wants to get one. He flashes away, and there he's going to start adding some stacks on. Peke picking up his first kill of the game.
Made it look easy.
Yeah.
He did. Well, I mean, there's no way that hammer was going to hit him. Gamsu, he was bluffing.
Yeah, Poppy against a LeBlanc is basically like going into a hall of mirrors with a hammer. Just you got to try and swing it everywhere. Unfortunately, Keeper's Verdict doesn't work like that. It goes in one place.
Yeah, but the mirrors aren't going to kill you.
Well, if you swing the hammer hard enough, they might.
Exactly.
Let's see it again. Like, Peke just says, no, this is mine.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about my hall of mirrors. But anyway, at this point, boop, Peke still got it.
I like how he flashed just so he could then distort.
And I really think that pick ban phase, getting rid of that Azir, comfort pick for Febiven, getting rid of Zed, comfort pick, historic pick for Febiven, made it even easier, even more comfortable for Peke. Added to the fact that everybody and their dog came to pay a visit to mid lane and really just, you know, usher Peke into the mid game, but now he's taking control, playing those side lanes, found a pick solo, and is a real threat. 6,000 gold Origin have built up, more than Fnatic.
Yeah, and that has really exploded the last couple of minutes. They picked up a whole bunch of things across the map. 4 turrets up, or 3 turrets up, 4 to 1. And right now, honestly, for Origin, this is one of the better games that we've seen from them, but part of me is thinking that it's just because Fnatic are sitting back. In so much of this, Fnatic aren't really looking to make plays themselves. They're not looking for objectives. They're not even looking to fight. And that's because Fnatic are buying time for Reckless to get himself into this game, for Febiven to get a couple of items and really just weather the storm that has been Peke trying to kill him again and again.
Yeah, and as a result, Origen said, that's just fine. If you're not going to fight us, if you're not going to contest for your objectives, we won't snowball on kills, we'll snowball on objectives. 4 towers to 1 is that score, and that makes up a pretty big chunk of what that goal differential is. And the fact that they've kind of adopted a no man left behind, gotten Soaz back up to CS, he's actually built a lead now over Gamsu, who's had a hell of a time trying to get back into this one. And Fnatic have actually sent a lot of members up to this top side to finally knock down that outer turret.
Hey, it didn't go so well for them the last time they tried, Pyra. So Fnatic maybe back away going, hang on, we don't quite have the vision and the fact that Peke is shoving in this bottom lane.
TP's coming bottom lane. Gamsu, though, into the jungle.
Let's find out who's in trouble. Sven's been pinned against the wall. The True Shot barrage comes down and Sven's running for his life.
Yeah, the True Shot didn't even hit him as he was popped up in the air for just a moment. So missed timing by Fnatic. They've got to back out.
Big missed timing. Gamsu utilized his teleport there. Bit of a rough time from Reckless, obviously trying to calculate the velocity of Banana. I don't know how fast they really travel. But
well, Clyde didn't know that either, so
no.
Clearly they've got trouble with that fruit. Clyde himself is in a lot of trouble. That looks not so unbreakable. He's got to have to burn his flash to get away. This opens the gates right now for Fnatic to try for the inner, but it's Soaz who puts the pillar down, and Clyde says, stand behind me. I'll stand behind Reckless, but he's standing at the fountain after that, and a quick kill picked up. Peke getting the assist on that one. Spirit gets picked off to Sven, and he's down. Reckless with a pickup to answer it back. And Mythy now going low from the Rockets. Magical Journey is taken. Soaz is trying to get out of there. That was a short one. See if he can get himself to safety. Fnatic still trying for the chase. They back away now.
He's going to be out, and Peke wanted to go back in, but thought second of it as 4 people were standing around him. So that initially it was a play that Fnatic had to make. They looked to be heading top to take down top turret, but noticed Sven sitting in the middle lane and didn't want to lose their mid tower from this. So this is after Fnatic initiated the play. They looked to lock down Clyde. This is a good set of damage onto it, but then Origen looked to commit. Soaz says, okay, I can come from the top side. This is good for us. The problem is right here. Fnatic now enclose Origen and put a lot of damage down from afar by Febiven and Reckless here. It's all on Spirit, kicking Sven right into the waiting arms of Reckless and Gamsu. And from there, Origen just have to retreat out. Even though Soaz is fairly strong right now, he cannot afford to be there.
And multiple flashes blown to get away from that Dragon's Rage kick. There's trouble here for Febiven. The chains come down. Exhaust is on Peke, but it's just buying time. Oh, that was a little close, but eventually Febiven goes down. Ended up using that exhaust for a few seconds. Look at the bottom lane. Gamsu's being pushed in deep as Soaz has used his subjugate. QSS comes out, and Gamsu unable to fend off Soaz.
5 towers to 1 after all said and done. Peke gets himself another kill. He's starting to stack him up. He's got 6 sitting on that Dark Seal. Now he's saying that's a worthwhile investment. Just took some time to pay out.
Yeah, that's stacking up. Got to get that Dark Seal going.
And of course, that's the damage from the team fight that we caught on replay a moment or two ago that led into the Raptor camp. Yep. With Reckless doing a whole lot, but he was standing on the back line by that True Shot barrage, those Mystic Shots, etc.
He was poking away from the back where Sven was dead before it really got going.
Yeah, he's a little preoccupied.
So, yeah, he didn't get too much damage out there. Also, you had the same feeling I did with that True Shot barrage. I was like, ooh, halfway across the map. Turns out it's on his own team.
Yeah.
That happens.
I was hoping it was going to buy time for Febiven to flash, but it didn't work out, unfortunately. And Febiven then got dropped. And with an 8,000 gold deficit, it's a good time to remind everybody what's at stake. If Origen win this game, we have a maximum possible number of tiebreakers of 2 games. If Origen win.
And Origen would guarantee themselves a 4th place finish, which would, of course, then put Fnatic in 6th, and that locks the Unicorns into that 5th place spot. So the picture starts to get a little more clear. If Fnatic win, still foggy.
Up to 6 games, Pyra.
That's
what
a lot.
The forecast is.
Hey, we love ties here in EU.
For a turn in the weather.
We love to break them even more.
But that weather would have to be a drastic typhoon change for Fnatic to claw back the 7,000 gold deficit. But, you know, we've talked history. Last year, Fnatic did it. In their 18-0 run in the regular season, they punished OG, who had a 5k gold lead at the time, or a 6k. But this is worlds apart and different scenarios entirely. Look at that damage.
Peke. They really were right in putting it on him there. Still not enough to zero someone out, but I mean, he's just a constant threat, and Fnatic have to respect it.
You mentioned last year, though, this is, as you said, worlds apart from where we are now for these 2 teams. Fnatic just seem to have the same kind of problems. It seems like if Gamsu isn't 100% comfortable and is able to get in every kind of fight or push, just kind of needlessly in side lanes, if they can't get that working for them, it becomes impossible for Fnatic to actually win. Teleport's going to be used by Gamsu here, so they've already got the summoner spell, so that's already worth it for Origin.
Yeah, no harm whatsoever. Soaz, he had actually spent his teleport as well, so that just about evens out. But 28 minutes is the timer on the clock. Fnatic are trying to make something happen in this mid. Remember, they only have one tower on the map. This should be them taking one down, but can Origin counter-engage this one? Peke is nowhere to be found. Tempered Fate lands on 3, I should say.
Spirit's in trouble. He's not going to be able to get away. Flash was unavailable. He didn't even get the kick down. The Glacial Fissure gets put down by Clyde to disengage the fight, but Peke is looking for blood. He's going to dance around the flank, and Miffy saves the tower.
But it's all better for Origin because they just peel back up towards the Baron. Fnatic know they have to at least move that way and just protect against a potential Baron start here. Spirit's still dead for 25 seconds, allows Origin a little bit of room.
It does a little, but Origin, they're going for the Baron. 4 members of Fnatic are still alive.
Peke, though.
Gamsu is around. Peke is playing on the flank. Pillar of Ice comes down to buy some time. Clyde does not have his ultimate. Febby was stuck against the wall, but the engage breaks out.
Gamsu goes in, he's exhausted immediately, and suddenly Peke around the side. He's exhausted right back, but Gamsu's the one who goes down. Sven will pew-pew him out of this one. Reckless trying to kite out, but Peke is hunting. He's going. Chains are on. He takes him out. But Reckless, that was too much for him. Febiven now going low, stopped by the pillar, taken down. It's only Clyde. Spirits come back up trying to join the fight, but Origin have already ended it.
The Baron was not secured. It doesn't look done yet. Soaz decides to go forward. Sonic Wave from Spirit finds nobody. A 1-for-3 extended trade, and Origin will take themselves an inner turret and maybe more.
Yeah, there's a big wave. The Spirit just went to absorb in the top side. Origin are going to look to push this through. 30 seconds left on most of their damage here. Reckless up in just under 20 means Origin will be able to secure themselves an inhibitor, and we haven't seen this style of play from Origin in a good long while. They're playing with multiple threats and feel very confident doing it. Peke's a threat, Sven's a threat, and even Soaz is. This is a better Origin than we've seen in quite some time.
They've got their mojo back. That cannot be questioned. This Baron play was bold, and it netted some serious results. Gamsu goes in. Well, you know the rest. All of a sudden, he's low.
Yeah, a little bit of mistiming here from Origin when it came to when Peke was coming into the fight. He knew he had to burn the exhaust, though. He knew he wasn't going to get the instant damage down, and couldn't quite get the damage on Peke before Peke returned it. The auto attack follows him over the wall, but the ignite was what finished that one off. From here, it's easy pickings for Origin as they manage to drop the next 2. But again, Origin are playing with a lot more confident than we've seen them. Maybe this is the effect that Peke has on the lineup that Amazing even talked about, is he brings just this level of safety for Origin. They feel just a little bit more together while playing.
And what a mind threat this is going to be for teams looking at the playoffs. You know, coming into the split, there was always going to be the talk that Peke and Power of Evil were going to swap. They were going to have 2 active mid laners. At least that's what the public-facing news was. And it didn't happen until Power of Evil was actually a little too ill to play on stage. And now they've brought Peke in. Yes, Fnatic are a team who are also struggling at the moment. They dropped the game to Elements, which is something that nobody was expecting yesterday. So you have to take that into account. But you also now have to measure the threat and the risk of pulling the Peke card as quarterfinals are looming ever closer.
It's just something that Origin have been packing in the back pocket. And they finally bring it out once again, and you can see the results. 10,000 gold in the lead, and this Baron threat is just so constant. Inhibitors down in the middle. Fnatic are having to respect this. It's already halfway down.
Right now, only 1 blue trinket was available for Fnatic. They will get the vision.
There is the threat for a steal. Tempered Fate comes out, but it's actually picked up by Peke. Spirit dived in to try steal and gives up his life for the trade. True Shot Barrage has already been fired, and Gamsu, he can't find Soaz with the verdict. Baron secured. The power play is on.
Spirit tried himself a good old steal, but was denied. Crisp play from Origin across the board. Let's see where they can pressure next. There's a big wave down on the bottom side. Soaz and Sven have come to intercept and push it in with Baron and Power minions. Fnatic, they're hanging on for dear life in their own base.
And realistically, if you'd have told me coming into 2016 that Febiven would have been pushed around by Xpeke, who wasn't even the starter on the lineup for Origin, I would have called you a liar, people, after how Worlds Febiven played, but we find ourselves in one of the last games of the split, and that is exactly what has happened. Febiven just has not been able to get into this game at all.
No, he hasn't, and Origin are looking to end the game. Super Minions are on the steps of Fnatic's base, and the inhibitor is under siege. Soaz has thrown down the Subjugate. He's playing the frontline tank he needs to be. Glacial Fish is trying to separate it as a boot back throws Soaz. He's dropped. Inhibitor should fall shortly, and Sven gets the final autos down. One for Inhib. Good trade for OG.
They've got to call Worth on that one, and it took them so long to take down Soaz. You could see he was tanking up the entire team of Fnatic, blowing all their cooldowns on him. So now, 2 inhibitors down, still the Baron power play intact, and now Origin can look to make the end game. If they can move up topside, keep the pressure constant on mid, this is going to be oh so tough for Fnatic to hang on.
Well, Soaz dying does slow him down, though. That is the removal of the Baron buff on the side lane split pusher that they were looking for. So there was only about a minute left now with when you take into account the death time on Soaz, that Baron would have been available, but certainly a little over-aggressive. They have got 2 inhibitors and are in a very comfortable situation. It's a 12,000 gold lead right now for Origin. So realistically, there aren't too many ways of Fnatic getting into this game, save from Origin making a horrendous mistake. Honestly, Fnatic don't really have the damage to take out everybody from Origin without getting blown up first.
No, that's very true. But we did talk in the beginning of the game that they do have a lot of serious late game damage. The issue is, it's still taking a long time getting there, and they are running out of options fast.
Yeah, there has to be a lot of poke damage from Febiven and Reckless before any fight for this actually to work for Fnatic here. And that's, unfortunate because the team were looking to have a strong end to the split after IEM.
And even if Fnatic were to get any of that poke down or get in an advantageous position, Mithy just has the fight reset button in Tempered Fate. He's hit multi-man targets. Even if it doesn't find somebody on Fnatic, just the split that will be required would buy Origin time. 10 seconds left on Baron buff in that top lane. 3,000 gold more than Fnatic is what Origin have earned.
TB from Gamsu. This is the last
the
ditch
top
play.
lane. The last ditch play indeed. The Q finds amazing, as does the True Shot Barrage, but the Fisher does nothing.
Well, they landed a lot of poke. Let's see if they can get the kill. They managed to find themselves one. It's amazing going down. Febiven will get the kill secure for that one. Fnatic, though, clumping up, trying to turtle it all in, and a lot of damage dealt on both sides as Mithy picks up Clyde. Some Portal Combat coming in, and now it's 4 on 4. Let's see if Fnatic can hold the line. They're going way too low. Excellent block from Gamsu, but it's not enough. Beckett coming in, trying to evaporate the double kill. That's going, and he's going oh so low. Gamsu, Reckless shut down. Reckless gets the secure on that one, but Origin are still too many members. Gamsu holding the line. The death timers, they're too high.
The Winions have already taken down a Nexus turret, and Origin ace Fnatic destroy the base and finish the spring split in 4th place.
What a difference having FLICKR as the starter can make. Even if it's all in their heads, doesn't mean it's not real.
1, 2, 3, Origin! Ecstatic faces from Origin. Truthfully, it was 35 minutes of control. A slow build-up to a dramatic crescendo. And there was no doubt that Origin were the better team today.
No doubt at all, looking at it, the way the game evolved. The early ganks onto FLICKR put Febiven behind. Mithy got himself involved in 14 out of 15 kills on this bar. He was everywhere around the map, but it was enough. Sven, FLICKR, hand in hand, having enough damage to take out Fnatic. Fnatic didn't seem to have any answers to it.
No, they were trying to stall, but when you fall back and retreat constantly, eventually you back out over a cliff, and they just fell down. No damage at the end of it. I mean, they tried to hold on. Reckless was pulling miracle plays, but it just wasn't enough. And Fnatic I think they have some soul searching to do, regardless of how the playoffs turn out for them.
0-2 this week, dropping games to Elements and to Origin. Teams who coming into the week were in the battle for 7th and for 6th. Admittedly, it was 4th through 6th, but it's more dramatic if I say it that way.
There you go.
But we're getting much...
All stories deserve a bit of embellishment.
I know. Getting closer to defining that battle because, of course, there's a maximum number of tiebreakers of 2 now.
Yep.
Origin 4th. They take the highest possible seed in that 3-horse race.
Yeah, and that we really wouldn't have thought that going maybe 3, just right before IEM, you would have thought, well, wait a minute, Origin are going to be 4th place and then Unicorn's going to be right behind them. No, that's not even going to happen. It's actually really, really crazy how things have kind of shifted in the last couple of weeks when everyone scrambles to try and get it all together. But Origin have emerged, not just in this game, looking as a cleaner team, a better team, and that momentum, it means so much going into postseason.
Way more confidence out of Origin than we've seen, really, in any of their performances. And, you know, we discussed earlier in the pregame to this, what would be some of the factors here? We were talking about how, you know, the top lane, if Soaz can get himself a matchup against Gamsu that is somewhat favorable to him, like, that should be able to upset it. And Soaz played with the same confidence that, you know, when he's on form, he actually can play with.
First rotation Poppy and Corki for Fnatic. Gamsu looked okay. He looked comfortable. He may have used Keeper's Verdict a few too many times early, which allowed him to get dived, allowed Origin some wiggle room when those skirmishes broke out. But I'm a lot more surprised by Febiven and that Corki. The lane swap and the very slow tempo of how they get Febiven into games, it was like going back to IEM where Fnatic just showed a level of misunderstanding or not understanding how to play around that Corki.
I think the thing, though, about that was Febiven had to respect the Trundle that early. Like, if you don't at least exhaust, like, he's going to kill you. And then from there, he had to play on the back foot because then the flash came out as well. So he gave it the respect that it was required at that point and then farmed up, but just couldn't really put the damage out.
It also has to be said, this game, the early game, there was a number of ganks onto Febi.
Oh, yeah.
You know, flash and exhaust blown very early. Like, there was pressure to keep him down. So
that
you
is
have
true,
to take that into account.
But Spirit picks Lee Sin and has no early game impact. You cannot afford to let that happen. And Fnatic, they've got some answers to search for, but we'll have to see what the analyst desk thinks. I personally want to see what Krepo says about that Bard. Take it away, guys.
He's not here.
We kicked him off.
But we have some better things, maybe Xpeke and Soaz. Yeah, first off, congratulations. 4th place lock-in. In all honesty, is that a lot better than you had thought it would be coming into the week?
Well, yeah, kind of. I was expecting maybe 5th place or something like this. And I thought, I mean, I didn't know how it was going to be, but I knew when they said they wanted me to play because of the champs I play, I was like, shit, we're going to lose against Fnatic now.
Is that how it went? Did the team say that they want to play with you?
Yeah, they just decide based on picks and who fits better against every team pretty much. And they were like, on blue side, it's probably better to play with him because we are going to blind pick mid anyway. So they ended up picking Corki, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, in the end.
I mean, it should matter in-game, though, because you actually had a very good performance. Same for the man in the top lane with Trundle. Did you guys expect the IEM picks coming in for Fnatic and then just had the Trundle ready and also the Poppy that Gamsu's been playing like 4 games in a row almost now?
We actually expected the Poppy, like, if they would blind pick something, it would be Poppy, right? So we kind of knew about it. We were thinking they could maybe go Ramus or Trundle maybe, it's possible, right? But we thought that if they would blind pick something, they would go for the Poppy, so yeah, we knew.
Do you feel overall Fnatic has a very predictable pick and ban phase?
Well, for top lane, kind of, because you don't like play so much, and they often play the same thing in solo queue that they will play the same week in LCS, so it's funny, but yeah, a bit not too much, but certain positions, yes.
As for the game plan, Peke, we saw a lot of focus on your lane. You had a gank from Bard. You had an AD carry gank, the infamous AD carry gank. You had a gank from Trundle. What was up with that?
Yeah, I didn't want to feed, you know? Gank my lane or get kicked. That's how it went.
Fisho, you wanted to look at a couple of replays involving
yeah, I mean, we had something with your source, just overall with Gamsu as well. So top lane stuff in a lane swap. First thing we see is Source is gonna be a little bit greedy for waves, and he's gonna push out the top lane here. Do you remember the situation? Reckless and Cly shows up top lane. The wave is gonna push against you. So Fnatic actually decides after pushing you off the wave to then recall with the AD carry and support and run them all the way down to the bottom lane. And you can see Gamsu on your minimap coming to top lane here. This play specifically, what do you think about that?
So basically, it's like as soon as they chunk me and I see them not hitting the wave, I knew that the top lane will come and get the bounce. But in the same time, as you can see on the minimap, their bot lane is missing a lot of farm at the turret. So they're basically trading their AD farm for their top laner freeze. But it's not like I'm missing so much. Like I miss maybe one wave. And then I went to top lane and we got the Poppy flash with a gank from Bard. And I still, like, they didn't get the freeze, so I missed one wave for their bot lane missing like maybe 2. So it's basically a trade that they're doing.
Yeah, and it's also very interesting with Fnatic later on in the game. They keep putting Gamso in side lanes where he's not able to freeze the waves. So like he's slightly behind as a top laner. And whenever there's a wave pushing out, they keep putting Gamso in that lane. And you actually went down and killed him at some point.
Yeah, the thing is, at first they tried to put him on bot to freeze the lane, but I could just, we took me turret because of it.
Right.
Because I push him, I go mid, I push him, I go mid, and at some point Swas move as well, and we take turret. So then he realized it was not working, so he tried to push the wave, but then he died because he's like, with full armor. I think he had some fire and one more armor item or something, so I just one-shot him almost.
But is this on the team then? Because what normally you would see was you would put AD carry, support jungle, to push out the waves and then get the deep vision in the jungle. They're pushing out like you guys were doing over and over and over, so you have always a deep vision. Do you think this is a team call? Do you think maybe it's Gamso saying, you know, I have to take this wave here, or do you have any idea like what's going on?
I just think they didn't have so much pressure. Like Corki never went to side lane until he had package at level 13 or something, and Poppy cannot win against Trundle early on. And at some point, Peke was beating her as well because he was 2 level up with like a lot of items, because we helped him a lot early on. So both of their heroes couldn't really go side lane, so they didn't have much pressure and probably didn't get the division. But they can still force it, but they just like didn't do it really.
And it just meant you guys could do almost whatever you wanted on the map over and over.
Yeah, and end up winning the game. Let's take a look at the bracket, the playoff bracket, because it's filled in. Because of this, you actually push Fnatic to the 6th place because of the head-to-head versus UOL. There it is. Oh, and there it was.
There it is.
So
really beautiful.
what do you think? What do you
This is
think?
the playoff bracket right here.
Good. Now, I'm sure it'll come up again in 1 second. Okay. There we go. Obviously, Fnatic now ends up playing Vitality, and you guys end up playing the Unicorns of Love. What do you think of that matchup as your first one in the playoffs?
Nice.
Nice?
Yeah.
A little more?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm obviously happy I playing against Unicorns. I don't know. They seem to be really strong against other teams. They always give problems to all the top teams, but against us, it seems like they played really, really bad both times. Like the time that Tristan was playing, they did really bad draft, and against us as well, they were like a bit, even though they started the game well, they were a bit clueless on how to play the map really good. So I prefer to face them instead of Fnatic or someone else.
Do you guys think maybe Unicorns, so you said you prefer to play them over Fnatic. Is this something where you guys just know exactly how they play? Or like, why are they playing so bad? There must be a specific reason. Like you guys maybe figured them out and you just don't know it yet?
Maybe it's that, because it was both times against us that they seem to not play as good as against other teams. Like when you see them playing against other teams, they seem to do smart things, have a good idea. Against us, it's just like they are playing. We can know what they're gonna do. It's really weird. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'll see in the playoffs. I'd want to ask you who you think is going to play in the mid lane for most of those games, but I don't think I'm going to get a straight up answer.
I don't even know myself.
You don't even know yourself.
I don't think anyone knows.
So as
we're gonna decide later, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your feelings so as now with, of course, yesterday you had a great performance as well with Power. You were doing well, seemed to be in a good place. Playoff thoughts, playoff so as enabled.
He was
He was feeding.
We'll see about that.
Okay. We will see about that. Well, in any case, congratulations. Fantastic 4th place for you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's time for a quick break, but when we return, we'll look towards the fight at the bottom of the standings between Giants and Roccat. Stay tuned.
Imagine if Source would actually play well.
Yes, imagine that.
They memed about Source. Source, after he gave the death away yesterday, they were like, okay, so please, Source has the only death.
Lol, guys. Big package on in there, and Exhaust is down instantaneously, stunned up. Origin looking for a second win. Everyone's getting bloodied, and the first blood goes to Amazing. Peke getting the assist on that one. Spirit gets picked off to Sven, and he's down. Reckless with a pickup to answer it back. Reckless trying to kite out, but Peke is hunting. He's going. Chains are on. He takes him out. But Reckless, that was too much for him. Featherman now going low, stopped by the pillar, taken down. It's only Clyde.
And Origin ace Fnatic, destroy the base, and finish the spring split in 4th place.
Are we playing with jackets off or on?
Whatever you want, Captain.
Hopefully it's better now.
Everyone stand up at the same time and put your jacket off.
Okay.
Move back your shots, boys. I will start, okay? And then you can follow.
Wait, why do you take off your earphones? You don't need to take your earphone, you know. I can't hear you. You don't need to stand up either, actually.
Really nice synergy, guys. I'm actually caught when I put my jacket on. Of course, it's like
no,
everyone's
it's
gonna.
okay.
Oh, what the
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you jump on Twitter and join in the conversation. Hashtag EULCS. Giants and Roccat are gearing up on stage to go head-to-head. Just before we get to that matchup, I'd like to turn the spotlight to this weekend's CBLOL semifinals, where Keed Stars are taking on Kaboom, who took down Pain Gaming 2-0 in their quarterfinals.
Yeah, we'll have to see what that competition heats up to be, because it's going to take place on Saturday at 5 p.m. Central European Time. That's 9 a.m. Pacific for everybody over there in America.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Before we...
I was going to say, not everybody, just...
Not everybody. I mean, it's the time zone, right?
That's how time works.
Smile and nod, my friend. Before we dive into the game, let's take a look at who's playing on the blue side for Giants. It is Smitty J in the top lane, Wisdom in the jungle, X-Peppy in the mid lane, Sunstar, the AD carry, Hustlin, the support, new support, and of course, Lozark, their coach.
And one thing that I don't need to overcomplicate here on the desk is the team that are on the red side. That is Roccat. We have Freddy 122 in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Betsy in the mid lane, AD carry is Tab, support Noxiac, and their coach Grabs.
All right, and of course, both of these teams currently sitting in 9th and 10th. We know Giants are currently locked, so what does this mean for Roccat? If they win and Splice lose...
Which has happened.
Roccat then ties for 8th place, and that means tiebreaker because their head-to-head is 1-1, and that means preferential seeding when it gets to the promotion tournament.
However, Giants can play spoilers. That is one of the only real things the Giants have to play for right now. As you mentioned, Giants are locked in 10th. And what that means is Giants will have to face the Copenhagen Wolves in the promotion tournament next week. And that, you know, is a game and a series that you'd think LCS team versus second tier or second place challenger team should be a fairly easy game. The problem is Giants haven't really shown us much. And the Copenhagen Wolves, on the other hand, did have a 5-game series against Huma. Now, obviously, Roccat and Splice are going to be playing for the seeding here as well. Their position depends on whether you go into that top side for match 2 or the bottom side for match 3, where Huma are already locked in.
And so much benefit to be in that top side for match 2, to watch your opponents, to get another best of 5 information out of them. So for Roccat, you know, they're playing for seeding, obviously. Giants are playing spoiler, but Giants, more importantly, this is just one more game. They made all these roster changes looking at the promotion tournament. Giants made a public-facing statement saying, hey, we're focusing on promo to come back in summer. And this is their last shot to find their sea legs going into promo.
The problem is they bring in a new support with 2 games to play. We looked at it when they had 4 games to play left, and we're thinking, well, you know, it's kind of all said and done. They just need experience as a lineup, and then they change another player. I mean, what's next? Going into the promotion tournament, they change their mid laner? They change everything? I mean, how many changes have you got to make until things just aren't working and there are bigger problems than just the players that you're playing with?
Yeah, difficult questions indeed. Even more challenges for Giants is how do they overcome Roccat, who picked up a win against Vitality yesterday in really spectacular fashion. Picks and bans underway. Giants have removed the Rammus and the Lulu. Freddy looked really good, really comfortable on Rammus last week. Played Renekton yesterday.
Yeah.
Left something to be desired, is what I'll say.
I was not a fan of the Renekton. I actually just feel like Renekton in general is a pick that only offers you that 1v1 presence in lane. Apart from that, he's a little bit tanky, has some damage. We've been seeing a couple of different builds with him that allows him to curve that out, but I honestly don't really want to see the Renekton again from Freddy here.
We'll see what they decide to do. Red side, today's game. Yesterday was blue and is fairly low down the draft. Corki and Jin were the last 2 bans. Nidalee is already off the table, so that allows, or encourages maybe, a near insta-lock on that Gragas. Wisdom has played it before, has some experience, has a lot of impact, and denies that from Airwax. But Airwax can just fall back on a number of champions. Kindred is up and available, Elise, Lee Sin, etc. So a lot of comfort junglers, depending on what he wants to play.
Yeah, we even, out of Wisdom yesterday, saw the Sejuani come out. Wasn't amazingly impactful. But then again, that was the very clean game against Origin that Origin bagged for themselves. So for Roccat, though, they have a couple of picks that, you know, have been big picks for them just in general. Noxiac has that Alistar up. This is one of the very few games that Alistar has actually been available on the current meta.
Yes, definitely the case. And also important to note, Betsy could gain access to Azir. It was so important in taking down Vitality yesterday. Getting the damage, getting the picks onto Hyanan. And we'll need to see how Roccat handle themselves today. Sivir and Alistair, safe combo. Not really revealing anything, and it's a comfort pick for Noxiac too.
Yeah, not really revealing anything. And, you know, you spoke about the picks yesterday. Airwax with pretty much the game-winning pick on Jan. Won't have the Gragas today for that, but we'll see what he opts for from the jungle. Looking at it, Elise is available, should he want that. Maybe Elise in to come out for Airwax. Kind of expecting that kind of tier of jungler right now. We've kind of talked about the Jarvan, but I'm not actually expecting it now that we've seen a good 8 games played out with a lot of variance in the jungle. We haven't seen it yet.
Makes me a little sad. I was really hoping, because I know Jarvan was tearing up solo queue. At least in my elo it was. And it's always exciting to see that Cataclysm dunk. All right, what are we missing then in terms of picks and bans? With the Trundle locked in for Smitty J, which is what we're expecting.
Yeah.
Poppy into it.
We just saw that matchup go Trundle's way with Soaz, but I feel like a lot of that was Gamsu and the rest of Fnatic just not really playing around that matchup. And they got Gamsu the lead, but then let Soaz get back into the game. It was good priority by Origin to do that. Trundle could also go support, but we are expecting it for Smitty J in the top lane.
Yeah.
He's shown us Fiora and a couple of other picks, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. But the jungle matchup has been locked in here, and Airwax actually opting not for any kind of team fighting, opting for his second most picked champion of Kindred.
Yeah, 3 games played, all of them losses. I mean, when you got 13 losses, there's going to be a bad win-loss ratio, but you know, I don't mind it so much. When I think of Airwax as a jungler, I do feel that he's a relatively aggressive player. He tends to try to get in your opponent's face, and I quite like the Kindred into Gragas relatively early. If he manages to get some support, you've got a pushing lane with the Sivir, you've got Poppy that can do relatively well early on, especially against a Trundle, if they get standards.
The other thing here is that the Kindred isn't really the role that's going to be tanky right now in this game. They've got an Alistair, they've got a Poppy as well, so it's actually fine to go that route, get a little bit more damage now, and they've left that blind pick for mid lane now that we have seen what Giants are opting for.
And it is the Azir, so Pepe was one of the first players to play Azir back before it was cool. And Betsy played it yesterday now that it is cool to pick up a win. LeBlanc is available if he wanted to run something like that into it. But I don't really know.
Lissandra's up. I mean, Corki's not available for Betsy. If Betsy just picks something with some lane presence, I don't think Giants are going to get to the late game to actually have this Azir become active. And, you know, that's been the biggest problem for Giants, is how fast they've lost games the last couple of times they've been on this stage. I like the Lissandra pickup here, if they do indeed go for it. Gives you the security against any Azir all-ins fairly early on. Gives you pick potential and the ability to play with a Sivir ultimate now. Sivir, Alistair, Lissandra, everything wants to go in. And this could be, you know, Roccat setting up for a fairly quick game.
The one thing I do like about Rocket's team composition is multiple damage threats. Lissandra, Sivir, Kindred, even Poppy to a certain extent. And then Giants, they're a little bit more committed to this Azir Lucian combo with maybe Smitty J splitting off on a side lane. So I think there's options here. But I quite like, the skirmish possibilities that Rocket can put forward.
I do as well, Trev. They've kind of got one focus and it's going all in. And the Giants right now, this is a game that they have to play that could go quite well when it comes to their preparation, because when we look at challenger games, typically what teams run is compositions that want to run at you, get some kills, and look to roll over you. There's not a whole lot of macro play when you look at tower trading and you know, sidewave pushing in challenger. It doesn't happen as clean as we see it in the LCS, so if they can get a win against a composition like this, the Giants may have some hope in that series against Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, we'll have to see if they can play the map, because it's something they've not really been able to demonstrate. Over the last 2 weeks, they've lost all 3 of their games in an average of 23 minutes, which is an incredible time, and it just shows you how they're struggling, not only on a map perspective, but even from an individual player versus player, as they're being outclassed by the rest of the LCS. Will this be the final hurrah for Giants? Hashtag GIA win. Or will Roccat set us up for a tiebreaker with Splice? At the end of the day, that's what we've got to find out. Roccat, the favorites in this game. And thanks to Origin winning the previous game, it means we have a maximum of 2 games. Stress, that's all we can see.
Yeah, and unbelievably, by the way, there is one timeline of the 4 that remain that we have no tiebreakers.
25% chance?
That would be if Giants win and G2 win.
All right,
Those
so that
would be
means
the
no
results.
tiebreakers?
Yes, so.
I don't think that's the one I'm voting for. 75% chance for tiebreakers, I'm down for that.
I mean, normally I would go into a game, and even like when you look at a team that has 2 wins, a team that has 4 wins, you'd think, well, okay, that's actually one that could go either way, right? For me, though, the biggest problem with Giants is we're 9 weeks in, and they don't have a style. They talked about it back in week 6. You know, we don't know what style we should be playing. We're running out of time. Well, sorry, guys, time ran out, and you still haven't found it. You haven't found the meta. You haven't found your own play style that you want to play. And the problem is they've made so many changes right now that their style seems to be just try and patch things together and see if it holds. And unfortunately, it just hasn't held for them at all.
The really interesting question will be whether or not all of the struggles and the adversity that the Giants organization has faced will be able to teach the players going into the promotion tournament, because that's where all the eyes will be. We'll talk about the impact of that in a moment or two as Noxiac and Tabs hold hands and waddle into Sunstar and Hustlin's lane. They interrupt the Grump. Nobody went for the Krugs either.
But Tabs gets the push, is the thing that comes from this, is Tabs is able to get to the lane first with Ricochet. They have Alistair, of course, he can take the Relic stack, so already Roccat have about half a minion's health difference, which doesn't sound like all that much, but it does add up.
It does, especially in the race to level 2 when you've got Alistair.
Ooh, very interesting. Tabs is opted for the Bloodlust coming from the Runes of Masteries. I know a lot of the
few times this weekend.
We have seen it, especially on Civ. We've seen it a lot more, especially seeing it in Korea. LCK are playing a lot with it. I know a lot of the AD carries here in Europe are favoring Fervor just for the extra damage. I mean, we were speaking to Forgiven yesterday on the desk, and he was like, "Man, why would you give up the damage that comes from Fervor? Like, that's like over 100 damage when we get there. Like, come on, give me that. I want to be able to get the kills rather than just stay alive. I trust in my mechanics a lot more."
I'm all about the critter shade.
Yeah.
That's what I'm at. Siva carried me through my placements, and I'm a big fan that she's back in the meta. Press R to win. It's a great mechanic, but talking about pressing buttons to win, double teleport for Roccat. So they're going to be playing those side lanes, have the option to do so as Airwax makes an enemy of the dragon with a small dance of arrows, and of course Peppy running the flash cleanse. I don't think that's a major surprise into a Lissandra lane, but gotta see how he impacts the lane, because Airwax, so he's already coming in for a little gank. Hop, a skip, a jump, a wolf bite, and Peppy loses a lot of HP.
And all that stems from Airwax initially pushing into the jungle. Peppy kind of half panics and goes, okay, well, if I have to want to come across, I have to deny Betsy, so I need to shove that wave out. Airwax didn't actually get caught the first time. He just hopped over the wall, comes back for the repeat gank, because Peppy, if he wants any of the farm that was in the wave in front of him, he had to push up for it. The fact that Peppy has to run cleanse here now punishes him, because Betsy got the recall at the same time and got the farm from mid lane as well. He TP'd back to lane. He knows that wouldn't really have been utilized for the first cooldown time. Gets himself back with the lead.
Yeah, so well played. Small advantage in that lane matchup. I mean, Azir does need a little bit of time to scale up. Can push the wave. It's somewhat equalized by Lissandra's wave pushing power. Well, small pause.
Hopefully a small pause.
Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't actually say that without knowing, right?
Well,
the risk is great. We did catch a very brief glance of Smitty J into Freddy. It's toe-to-toe lanes, even CS for now. But I want to see how that unfolds, because I think I prefer Trundle when it comes to playing the map. I obviously prefer Poppy when it comes to team fighting. But in these two teams' hands, I actually think the roles are somewhat reversed. Because I think Smitty, with his team comp, maybe wants to team fight, and Freddy has been known for being alone in a lane for a long period of time. So it's quite interesting that like player and champion like role swap.
That's fairly true, but when you look at this composition from Roccat, man, if they catch somebody out of position with Sivir, Alistair, Lissandra, Kindred, Poppy, you can just say goodbye to them before they ever try and get themselves out of there alive. So Roccat are going to look for small numbers and see if they can group on multiple people. Just take them out. I actually don't think Roccat have a particularly bad team fighting composition themselves. Take into account Sivir damage in team fights. As long as she somewhat gets ahead. Gragas and Braum can be problematic for her later. Braum just kind of blocks everything, and Gragas just stands there and takes it.
Yeah. I want to see how well Hustling can perform, because yesterday left a lot to be desired. You can see Betsy on your screen at the moment. There is a graphical related bug in terms of Azir, which the guys are just busy looking into, restarting those clients and got the QA guys on stage. So we'll let you know how that resolves.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? That's what Betsy's thinking.
Oh, that's what Batman's thinking, because in about a week and a half, he's going to be answering that question. Too meta, not meta enough?
Come on, that fight. Everybody on the internet has always had that debate, though. Don't watch the trailer. This is PSA to anybody. If you are wanting to, have everything not spoiled in the movie, do not watch that trailer.
Yep.
I don't know why, but Hollywood has decided to put spoilers in trailers recently. It's annoying me. But there hasn't been too much of a spoiler in this game yet, when you look at it.
Standard lanes.
for Roccat, though, in both mid and bot.
We're going to be in for an extended laning phase, which I don't mind seeing too much, because you can get a better taste of player ability, mechanical, decision making. And just as an update, all of the players are just disconnecting and reconnecting to the game. Once they've all refreshed their game clients, we'll do a quick little pause on pause, make sure it's working, and hopefully get back into this one. Because yeah, we've already touched on sort of all of the importance of the game. Roccat, if they win, because of the fact that Splice lost earlier, will guarantee themselves a tiebreaker for that 8th, 9th seed. And it sort of gives them the power to control their destiny in seeding for promotion tournament.
Yes, man, seeding is so critical right now. I know a lot of people will look at this and think, Giants and Roccat, well, Roccat should have that one, right? That should be a done deal. Giants are struggling, so I know that maybe it seems like a straightforward one, but obviously you've got to play the game out. Coming into this week, we looked at a lot of games and we're like, well, Vitality take this one, H2K take that game. These are easy wins. And yesterday, the world got turned upside down.
My quick picks got wrecked, got absolutely wrecked. I made what I thought were safe predictions.
Safe?
I really thought what I made was safe predictions and how the standings were going to go, and I could not have been more surprised.
Just when you thought it was safe to go on the telestrator.
It's not worth it.
No.
Nope. Because then, you just sit there and I'm like, yeah, there's no ways that, Rockat's going to be Vitality. Nope. And they do. And there's equal parts to this, right? Because Vitality made mistakes, but Roccat were able to punish.
Yeah.
Roccat were able to, even with the Renekton, win team fights. And that was in large parts because of Betsy's Azir yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, game-winning play, I kind of have to look at Airwax, but you're all right. The Azir was a big part of it.
Yeah, Airwax manages to find the pick that secures the kill and wins the game. And we are back into the game as the reconnects seem to have resolved that graphical-related issue. Custom blocks off that Boomerang Blade from Tabs, and we're going to get back into this standard laning.
So second game we're seeing from Hustlin, second game of Braum. Yesterday he was playing super far forward in the lane, trying to maybe look for a dive with the Giants, and honestly that was what kind of ended up putting the game so far in Fnatic's favor. He got hooked in, that was kind of all she wrote on that one. I want to see more from Hustlin. He's a player that we haven't really seen too much from. Played on Giants Underdoges, which is kind of the challenger team that the Giants have had, and they never made it really into Challenger Series. They had a showing in the qualifiers, but weren't really up to that level. And it's honestly something that I was looking at a team like Giants of, well, if you've got these two teams, why is there a situation where the players you're building aren't coming from your second team? And finally we're starting to see it, but it's so late on in the season.
Yeah. We'll have to see if it has any impact. Because unfortunately yesterday Origin looked in a completely different class.
They look the same as they look today.
Yes,
I would say.
I think that's very, very true. It's a different mid laner. But props to FLICKR for stepping in, listening to the team, apparently saying they wanted his picks. And it's like, well, I'm not sure why, but he managed to make it work. Wisdom has snuck his way into this bush. The vision just out of range, so Roccat, he's not going to see him. Body slam available, but the Winter's Bite does not find anybody.
Noxiac has pushed up. Wisdom's waiting for the time. Body Slam Flash would be available on tabs. You probably can't spell shield it coming out the push.
This is so long. I can't get over this. This dash forward, Sunstar manages to find the piercing line. Noxiac's in trouble. Exhaust flashes away. Summoner heal used as well. And after all that time, 3 summoner spells for 0.
That was, I mean, a lot used defensively from Roccat to stay alive there, but that was underwhelming from Wisdom. From as long as he spent down there. I mean, it's difficult to burst the spell shield first in this matchup. I mean, Hustlin would have had to have maybe looked to try and get that Q out early and then lead into a Body Slam Flash coming from Wisdom, but that was a rough one. Wisdom spent a lot of time down there. If they can capitalize now on those summoners being down, that will be the difference.
Yes, that's what I'm looking to see. Whether or not Giants are able to punish the lack of summoners. They do have Sunstar and Hustlin getting closer and closer to level 6.
Closer, but he's not there yet. Wisdom now is 6, so we'll have that ultimate available if that happens again. Smitty J is 6 with teleport, as is Freddy. So fairly standard game, standard lanes here as well. And, I mean, we haven't had a lane swap, and we've had about the same amount of action as you would expect on a lane swap. One attempted gank, one in the mid lane from Awax as well, but these two teams are being very slow to begin this game.
Neither jungler's got the ability, like maybe pre-6 to really want to fight. They both want access to their ultimates. They both want their items to start scaling up. Awax has got 1 or 2 stacks from his passive already.
You also look at it realistically, though. It's like, well, you've got a bottom lane with a Sivir. She's going to be able to kind of back away from everything with a
and
spell shield. You got a mid lane with a Lissandra and an Azir, who both are able to get away from you know, any unfortunate circumstances. And then top lane is just going to trade a little bit.
Top lane's a thing. Dude, I think we need to look at top lane. Thank you, observers. Smitty J and Freddy, they're farming 70 to 65. They've both recalled, come back to lane, teleports are up. Both got access to their ultis. But it's those two sort of super exciting tank battles that takes a long time to become impactful.
Yeah. I mean, I've not got too much there on the excitement factor for Poppy versus Trundle for a laning phase.
I've got an idea for a Trundle skin.
Okay.
But the only problem is it doesn't actually, it isn't going to be understood by so many people.
Okay.
I want them to make a cricket player Trundle. You know, like Shaun of the Dead style. You know, anybody who's seen Shaun of the Dead?
Yeah,
a cricket bat. I'll expand on my idea in a second because Awax will find Wisdom, even though it's in Wisdom's jungle. Wisdom's looking for support. Sunstar and Hustling come up. Winter's Bite will dissuade Awax. And to go back to the reason I talk about is South Africa lost to England in the T20 earlier today. It was real close.
I can be happy about this.
Yes.
I can be happy for once. I can be happy about England winning because the little known fact is the UK team is actually called the England team. So I'm happy that they beat South Africa.
You can't claim that just because you're Welsh.
No, I can. There are Welsh players probably in that team. I don't even know. Nobody in Wales cares about cricket enough. But what I do care about is his bottom lane gank. Here goes Sivir.
All right, I'll stay on the game for now. Body slam onto Betsy. Barrel under the tower. Betsy self-casts the tomb as Awax looking for Wisdom. It's jungler on jungler combat. Red buff will help him out. Tower shot kills Freddy. It's first blood to Sunstar. Roccat. This dive's gone awry. The Sand Soldiers arise and they conquer Roccat. A triple kill for Sunstar.
Big overcommit from Roccat. They're trying to go behind the tower. Some people chased Wisdom out. Some people were stuck in the middle of the fight. And Freddy was stuck between a pillar and a hard place because Smitty J got himself into the fight as well. They managed to take down the top laner to start it off. And that was such a good start. Peppy wants it.
Oh, he's going to find it. Emperor's Divide. Sharima sends her regards.
Oh, is this it for Giants? Is this perhaps the beginning of a good setup at this point? Look at this. Roccat want to go in. From here, they don't pick a target straight away. Tower had no aggro on them, so that actually wasn't too much of a problem. But at this point, Roccat come out of the initial dive here, and they just haven't called one focused target here. And Hustlin is able to get down a lot of autos, proc that passive multiple times. And Pepinero is doing so much damage from the side, just on these Azir soldiers, not powerful enough really to chunk people down, but that's where Sunstar will take over every single time. 3-0 Lucian now is something to be feared.
It really, really is. Roccat, 2,000 gold given away by a poorly coordinated, poorly executed dive. And they have to play from the back foot. Luckily for Roccat, they've got good wave clear from Sivir. Pretty good wave clear from Lissandra when she can get in range. So that will at least allow them to buy some time. But we got to make sure that they're in the right lane at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, Peppy got himself down to the bottom lane fairly quickly there, actually, considering he's no teleport as well. Did roam down. Smitty J and Freddy want to trade. Freddy...
Extended one. Subjugate's still available for Smitty, though.
Yeah, here comes...
I think he's going to use it.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Look, wow, Tab's coming in.
There.
There's Smitty. No, holding on. Frozen Domain comes out. Flash away. It was close. It was close.
I mean, it wasn't. It was like a yes or no.
Hey, I never said a time. I said he's going to use it.
Oh,
this
I
game.
See how it is. Okay.
This game.
Wow. That's. There's a rhyme, a word that rhymes with Crepo's first name that describes what you just. It's a fast stretch, but I can't say it on broadcast.
Yeah, you lost me with that one, dude. Too obscure.
Oh, it'll get tweeted.
Too obscure. Rocket's going to even out the tower trade as Sunstar takes the bottom one, Tabs takes the top. Rocket still 2k gold down. Essence Reaver already picked up by Sunstar thanks to the triple. A number of pink wards. Now we need to see how Giants use their pink wards.
Yeah, we already had one. Crowd are happy about a pink ward going down. Does not bode well.
Don't remind them.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep it on the down low. Crowd have been very hyped today, actually.
I'm a big fan of the chants. Yeah. Yesterday, the H2K UOL chants that were back and forth, that was like really cool to hear. And then today, Origin Fnatic, that just took it up a whole other notch.
It did. Airwax is looking to take things up a notch. Maybe.
And again, we mentioned this in Picks and Bans. He likes to play aggressive. He likes to play in the enemy jungle, steals away a camp, adds another stack to the passive.
Had the rest of his team there, though, this time, and had the numbers overlap here as well. It's not like last time they came down to this area of the map where it was even and Roccat overextended. Thing is, this is going to get traded topside. So now Roccat probably going to just swing up to the Dragon here. We'll trade it for the Rift Herald. It should be a fairly even trade between these two teams. That's what I would envision being the play. Airwax hops over.
Case.
He is in vision, though. There is a pink ward on the Dragon as well.
Small advantage for Rocket as they will get this Dragon. I assume at some point. Yep, Airwax is just taking a fair amount of damage.
He's Kindred at this point. You can take it.
No worries.
As soon as you get that extra health coming back, it's surprising how low you can go and still be fine.
Right, Rift Herald was secured by Giants over in the top lane. Pretty good vision being placed inside that top quadrant, the red buff area of Roccat, and they'll be trading buffs as Airwax secures one and backs away. The potential for shenanigans in the middle lane is high, but only if Pepe sticks around. That doesn't seem to be the case.
Trevor, you can't just call shenanigans. You can't just call it needlessly.
I can.
But there's no shenanigans going on.
I said the potential.
Oh, wait, there's going to be shenanigans.
Listen, it was St. Paddy's Day yesterday. I heard a lot of people using the word shenanigans.
Yeah.
That was a stretch. That was
a stretch. I didn't know where you were going on that.
On the hunt, we'll send everybody towards Sunstar. Freddy's got a flash available.
He's
flash pin against the wall.
Though. I mean,
not the most useful of teleports.
Well, I mean, they didn't overcommit this time, which is one thing as a saving grace from Rocket at this point. But you know, they were looking for it, and that's a big TP cooldown used now. Smitty J will have his available. He's going to be able to sit out there and stop Freddy from really doing too much in this game. Rocket right now, they're kind of botching a good few engages and invades.
Oh, that's for sure. Rocket are going to have to stall for time because of how far behind they are. Oh, this is going to be trouble for Betsy. Look at this, Wisdom. He's going to find Betsy. Body slam flat, pinned against the wall. Self-cast on the tomb. A knock-up onto Wisdom, and all of a sudden, Wisdom gifts one back.
Oh, gifts one back. This game has suddenly all been about overcommitting to fights here, and you'd have told me that one day Roccat would beat Vitality and the next day be struggling against Giants. I would very much so, like talking about Fedvin and Pecky, called you a liar. Here goes the next fight.
All right, Emperor's Divide on top of the Lamb's Respite. Airwax stays alive, flashes away with his life. Smitty J and Husting come under the tower. It's the 4th kill of the game for Sunstar. Now Noxiax the target. Unbreakable Will is down, and after Giants looked like that was going to turn around, they managed to come away with another kill in the bag onto Betsy. It was a very good dive from Peppy and Wisdom.
It was a lot better.
Until
Peppy didn't quite get himself, get the Kindred out. So Wisdom dies very early on. This is the initial dive. So that one wasn't so great. The turnaround that comes from Giants here, though, is they chunk Airwax and know that, well, we can displace him fairly far. Didn't quite get him out of the Lamb's breastplate, but Smitty J from behind was the big factor on this one. They got the damage down. Peppy swaps himself back out. From here, this game's all going to rely on Sunstar. Pretty much, if Sunstar can get as much damage as he is in these fights out time and time again, Giants should be able to carry this one home. The Azir will provide the later game damage as well, so they should be fine.
Especially with a Trundle Gragas Braum to protect him. Airwax may be punished. Nobody from Giants is going to chase them over the wall, and Airwax uses that Dance of Arrows to escape unscathed, despite playing fairly recklessly. He keeps himself up and going, stacking that sated, stacking the Devourer until it is sated.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more sated, or Devourer at least, on Kindred. Used to be that you go Warrior into, you know, just standard items, but recently we've been seeing so much more, and obviously you can stack that up off the Rift Scuttler.
I missed.
Not so much off the assist of Rift Herald anymore.
No,
So it used to be a fairly big factor.
Root in place, that's a flash forward from Haslin. Sunstar's the target. He's sent to the base, already taken down. Teleport will be coming in from Smitty J, but it's a double kill for Roccat. They lose one in reply. Betsy's down. Airwax is trying to run away, but Smitty J's dropping the club onto Airwax for a double kill.
Drops the club. At that point, though, everything falls out as Sunstar was able to, well, dropped at the beginning of that one before Smitty J really got into this fight.
Noxx could be in trouble. No, not going to be chased from Smitty J. Wisdom should be able to deny.
Yeah, Wisdom's going for the execute at this point, but you could see what Roccat were trying to do in the middle lane there, trying to push out, but Peppy got himself back there to clear the waves out. Kept himself alive. Oh, Peppy, you've gone a little too far at this time.
Let's
There's
find
three
out.
people closing.
Cleanse is available, and the divide, the slide, the glide! He makes it out.
I'm not sure why Noxiac flash committed onto that. I mean, Peppy's going to QE himself out of that every single time.
Well, if he could have got in there, unfortunately could not.
No, honestly, I feel like the distance was just too far. Like, I really don't feel like you can close that in that amount of time. I'm going to rewatch it.
See the coaches on screen chatting about the current state of the game. 3,500 advantage for Giants. Stress, as we started the game, you had talked about what this game could mean. Noxiac is in trouble as the culling takes him very low, forces the unbreakable, and the wave is cleared out there by Tabs of Siva.
Yeah, I really am not keen on what Roccat tried to do there in the middle lane. Freddy flashed over as well. It would have been fine if Noxiac didn't have to come in vision of the minion wave before he actually made it there. Freddy and Noxiac were right at about the same timing, that as long as Peppy had no idea, double flash in should have been enough to have locked him down. Problem is, Noxiac gets spotted, rumbles the play, Peppy's out before he even knew Freddy was coming, and just made it all too easy for Peppy.
It looked really cool too.
And that's what counts. You know what else looks cool?
Tell me.
When you take down Rift Herald right as Baron's about to spawn.
Yep.
Sick, man.
That's teamwork. Giants are going to secure their second Herald. Roccat looking to secure their second Dragon. Very important for them if they manage to set up any sieges.
Yeah, well, I guess if that's teamwork, we just found out what Rockat's favorite dish was, Dragon. There have been 2 of them in this game so far, all going over to Roccat.
I don't know if it's on the menu at Zanzibar, but we'll have to find out. As Roccat are struggling to come back in this game. Now remember, I was getting to this point before the siege in the middle lane.
Was this before or after the
Giants,
subjugate that you were talking about?
If Giants win this game and G2 win the next one,
okay,
we will have no tiebreakers.
Is there an echo in here?
I know, but I mean, it's a 20-minute delay.
Yeah, I know, it's like 20 minutes.
Just letting you know. Just reminding you. I know you struggle with these pieces of information, Stress.
Yeah.
That's why I have them written down. Steadfast presence is down. Smitty J is turning this one around. Keeper's verdict will knock Smitty up in the air. Airwax is coming. Lamb's Respite maybe needed to save Freddy's life. A flash forward. Can't get in range. The Respite comes down. Freddy stays alive. Teleport's coming down for Betsy, and Smitty J is still standing. It took 4 members of Roccat to take him down. Hustlin dropped the Fisher, but it will not be enough to extend the fight. And Roccat Wow, they threw everything at Smitty.
But Freddy somehow managed to survive that as well. Smitty ended up dropping with so many members, but Tabs ultimately ends up taking the mid tower at the same time, so Giants committed a little bit too much maybe to keep Smitty J alive. Freddy right there kept himself right on the very small amount. If that buckler hadn't come up, I actually think he probably would have died. We'll take another look at this super extended fight. Freddy right now, just, I mean, there's not too much going on in this. This is just Roccat committing 3 people plus the TP. That's actually fairly big, I will be honest.
Interesting that Wisdom actually did not throw the explosive cask super early. Did the barrel roll first. And catch a glimpse of Pepe clearing out the Krugs, as you do. But very importantly, that kill, plus the fact that they got Sunstar a little earlier, means Roccat is closing that gold lead. They are now down only 1,000 gold at 23 minutes. But, you know, if you step back and you look at both teams, you look at the misplays around the tower dives and the decision-making when it comes to, you know, teleports, you can see why these two teams have struggled all split long.
You really can. I mean, the problem is, as we talked about, Giants don't have their identity, and right now for Roccat, they're running a composition that wanted to just go all-out aggressive. And that got slowed down ever since that early dive failed.
Oh, Airwax manages to dance over the wall. Still playing with his life a little bit as he goes for those invades. And Smitty J is terrifying. Trundle into Poppy. Remember, Poppy was picked into Trundle. This was a matchup that Roccat opted into and then went with standard lanes.
Oh, Betsy's got forced away. That's enough to take down the turret.
Noxiac has booted Sunstar back. Airwax is looking for a kill. Sunstar's exhaust won't take him down. Lamb's Respite will give a heal, but it's Smitty J that comes out on top. Tabs goes down as Sunstar decides to re-engage. A 2-for-1. Here comes Pepe. The Emperor's Divide's already been used. They'll drop Freddy where he stands. Betsy slowed down as he takes the claw to avoid the doom. And it's a 1-for-3.
Betsy just couldn't get to the fight. Giants, maybe the call here is Baron. They are fairly low here. Betsy's no TP. Freddy down for 35 seconds, so Azir will have good clear here. And between Wisdom and the Hustling, they should be able... don't stand all the way behind it. Don't stand behind it. There's more damage from there.
Gonna be...
They will get it and drop fairly low. Nobody from Roccat can take him out. Good call in the end.
Upset week for sure. Well, Giants look to upset the apple carts.
Look at Wisdom pushing back Betsy the entire time this fight was going on. And from here, Sunstar, even though he gets the focus down, there was a lot of damage came from Airwax onto him. While Sunstar was exhausted, good sidestep on the Boomerang Blade here, but Betsy still not able to get into the fight. All the time, the Azir soldiers as well are just zoning him away, and that means Sunstar has enough room that he hasn't got to worry about Alessandra getting into his face and shutting him down. So Giants right now are really reacting quite well to what Roccat are trying to do in this game. They're denying so many engages here with the Azir ultimate, with the Gragas, and with the Trundle.
It's just punishing decisions, basically, is the real theme of this game. When somebody's out of position, when Airwax gets chunked out in the jungle, doesn't have the support, Giants go very aggressive, set themselves up a dive, and all of that has been enabled by Smitty J just constantly pushing these side lanes, constantly drawing attention from Roccat in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about how this is perhaps a test for Giants of if they can do this against a team that you would expect is fairly similar level to their competition now in the promotion tournament. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, actually, this is looking better from Giants. We haven't really seen Smitty J doing these side lane pushes all that often. It was made easier by, Roccat making mistakes, and Betsy's too far up.
For the record, Giants have got more than double the kills in this game than their 3 previous games combined. And a lot of that is thanks to Wisdom trying to make the plays. He's been punished once or twice, but at 25 minutes, the inhibitor turret is down. Keeper's verdict sends only Hustling away. Wisdom and Smitty J are still on the front line. The inhibitor will be the target once Noxiac goes down. Giants have got a minion wave, and they've got only 3 members defending.
50 seconds of Baron is left as well with this wave. This is Nexus Towers going down.
This might just be the game. Emperor's Divide onto Airwax. Giants, in their final game of the Spring Split, managed to punish Rocket at every turn. And in 26 minutes, Giants defeat Rockets. It's a tough victory, right? Bittersweet. Because yes, you picked up a win, a confidence-building win against a team that is arguably closer to CS levels in Rocket.
Yeah.
And SmittyJ have played spoiler. They've reduced the possibility of tiebreakers to 1 game. And they guarantee that Rocket will be playing Huma in the first round of the promotion tournament.
Splyce also locked that 8th spot, so they will await the winner of Copenhagen Wolves and Giants on the 2nd day of the promotion tournament. As you said, a bittersweet victory, perhaps, for the Giants. Rocket will look at that game and think, well, we had the option to maybe seal a little bit more of our fate. Look for this rematch, potentially in a best-of-5, depending on the Wolves-Giants result.
And can I say the Captain Obvious line for a moment?
Okay.
What Giants have also revealed in this victory is how aggressive Wisdom can be on Gragas with the body Sam flashes, for better or worse, and the proficiency of SmittyJ on Trundle. Now, we know just how meta Trundle has become in the last 2 weeks, but the Copenhagen Wolves are going to be looking at that going, there are things to take away. There is information to be gained from this particular match.
Especially when you look at for the Copenhagen Wolves, one of their prize picks has been Poppy, that exact matchup in the top lane, so there are options available there.
It just means ban Trundle.
Yeah, it just means ban Trundle right now. I mean, honestly, the way these games are playing out, I'm actually kind of erring on that side for the majority of the meta as it is. We've seen a drop off of Nautilus, seen a lot of Poppy and Trundle, and seen a lot of Trundle being successful there as well. So, I mean, we also can't really take anything away from Sunstar. Triple kill early, he's able to carry that through. Survived very low in some team fights, got himself through. So we saw something out of the replacements from Giants. He's taken the 4th game to do it, but the Koreans coming in are finally showing us some kind of level that we were expecting.
You have to go all the way back to the early game. That triple kill that Sunstar picked up, I mean, that was delivered on a near silver platter by Rocket. They said, here we go, have a killing spree, get yourself an Essence Reaver on us. And it was good to see Giants playing proactively. It was disappointing to see Rocket make the mistakes they did when you consider they picked up a win yesterday. So I'm interested to hear what our analyst desk has to say about that Giants victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And well, also thank you to Febevan for joining us here. We know it must not be easy after those 2 days, but thank you very much for joining us. How's it going now after in that game?
Yeah, this is what it is. We're just going to try to take the most out of it, out of the games. We already learned a lot from these losses today and yesterday, and sometimes it's just good to lose because it just makes you improve. And if you just keep winning, then at one point you will lose against a better team, like an international tournament or something. And I think we are just going to work hard for playoffs and show how good we are at that point.
All right, we will indeed see. Now, this game, of course, Giants completely running away with it. After yesterday, we didn't give them any chance. They came online.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like this Giants lineup wouldn't have a chance of actually winning a game.
I mean, he even had a special line prepared.
Yeah, no, like, honestly, I was ready to say that the current Giants lineup, with the way they've been playing in the last 3 games, ignoring this one, was like one of the worst lineups we've seen in the EULCS since like Dragonborns back in Season 3.
That's even, I mean, you were going to say it was the worst Giants lineup you've seen, and now you're going even bigger picture?
No, I mean, just overall. Oh, okay. It technically, I mean, yes, Giants have been struggling before, but like, even overall, because they lost in like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 23 minutes, and they couldn't do anything. And in this game, almost classic Rocket in a sense, when they just beat Vitality and we get some hopes for them, they throw everything away, like they dive in the bot lane on the tower, they give away triple kills, too over-aggressive, and couldn't teamfight at all.
Yeah, this also means that they're not competitive anymore in terms of the promotion tournament. I mean, they go into 9th place, and they'll be playing against Huma. Giants, of course, in 10th place. Actually, yes, I'm playing against the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah.
I mean, for Giants, it must be a great feeling. Like they know they can do it versus the level of teams that they should do it against.
Yeah, but then they need to win that match, and then they still only get into that double elimination bracket. But I just want to ask, like, Rocket used to have this air about them that they would always win in scrims, but when they got to the stage, this obviously was a different Rocket lineup. Is that the same for Rocket right now, or are they just not that good in scrims either? Or can't you say, maybe?
I think in scrims, we haven't scrimmed them so much lately, but usually when we scrim them, they're all good individually, like especially their mid and jungle. They always play really aggressive, and they usually get the advantage and a bit of gold lead, and then they don't manage to get it into a map lead for the whole team. And this game, it was just, they made a mistake in the early game. They got triple killed by an enemy, and after that they lost tower, and then it was just pretty much over after that, because Giants didn't actually play bad this game. They actually managed to close it out well, and yeah, they showed pretty good today.
Yeah, that was actually the difference here today. Giants was playing the map better than Rocket, and for Rocket, that's kind of sad to see. If after a full season of progression, with some roster changes, yes or no, they're still struggling to find the correct ways to kind of close out these games, play on the map. Sometimes it clicks and they snowball, and like, or they have these genius fights like against Vitality.
Maybe more luck than
is it
knowing
an
what
outlier?
to do,
yeah.
you know, sometimes, and taking some chances with the plays.
We can't tell right now.
I mean, this Giants lineup here were not supposed to win a game because they just made these changes, pulling in the Koreans. We saw the way they were playing before, so full credit to them for winning a game. Gives them a bit more hope coming into the promotion tournament as well. And with time, yeah, sure, there's more potential there with the players. It just didn't click yet at all. And credit, of course, to Smitty J, Pepe as well. Sunstar with the triple kill early.
Yeah, definitely. As a final note, if we look at, we have our team Splice. Rocket and Giants are now in the promotion tournament. Who of those teams have the best cards to make it back in the LCS, you guys think, Febby?
It's really hard to tell for me. I really have no idea, actually.
Who would you think has the most potential from what you've seen in this split to come back strong if they get another one?
Probably Giants, because they just got 2 Koreans in their team, and Koreans are always promising, for me at least. And I think if they just keep working hard, then I think they should be at a good track.
Oh, interesting.
I feel like Giants need to change something on the back end, though, if they want to do that. Like, they've continuously had influx of talent or new players into it, but they don't seem to stick or work. So maybe we need to start questioning like Giants' infrastructure, structure, like an analyst, coach, whatever, if they can fix that. As for the teams, from watching Huma and Copenhagen Wolves, I mean, it wouldn't be too surprising if Giants, Splice, and Rocket all made it back into the LCS, especially if Giants win their first match, they get 2 more chances kind of to make it back in there, because the level between Copenhagen Wolves and Huma wasn't all that high.
When it comes to coming back summer split and getting better, I do agree on Giants having some good players now. Again, Smitty J impressed me in the top lane, so with more time, and maybe if they manage to get a stable setup around them, I think they could actually get a lot better. Just they need more time, obviously. That's my concern for Splice. I don't really see Splice becoming a fantastic team with the current lineup they do have. I feel like they've, in a way, almost already hit the ceiling, in a sense, and it's not even that high of a ceiling, and that's the problem for Splice. So I think if they come back, they will once again just fight to probably avoid promotion tournament. I'm sure. Do you agree, Fabi?
Yeah, I don't think Splice's players are that good individually, and neither they are not working as a team that well, I think, in the game. And I think they just really lack that individual skill, because they always get behind a gold lead because of their individual skill, and they just get killed, and then they lose, and then they slowly lose, and usually they don't get a lead, and it's really hard for them to get the lead. And even if they get the lead, they still don't manage to close out the game. So they need a lot more time, and they need to work on the individual skill as well.
Yeah, they need some like volatility. If you don't have a single playmaker that you know, like every game you have like a 50% chance of this guy either doing something crazy or going off, then your like gameplay just becomes so predictable, and that's what happens to Splice every time. They get predicted, they try and move, guess what, the enemy's ready, suddenly they slowly fall behind, and then they lose.
Yeah, well, very interesting, but we will see everything unfolding in the promotion tournament starting Thursday. However, here in the LCS, there's one more regularly scheduled match to play out in the 2016 Spring Split between G2 Esports and the Unicorns of Love. And as we go, we'll hear what Perks thinks of his rookie LCS split.
This split has been pretty good for me. I think I played really good individually, and we played really good as a team, so I'm really happy with how things are going. Well, it's kind of just a dream, but from challenger to winning LCS is highly possible right now. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy. I think every team in top 6 can take a series out of anyone, so it's gonna be hard, but I think maybe we can do it.
Amazing. Those are the UOL cheerleaders, the Sapphires, actually from Sheepy's, the coach's sister.
Yeah.
Amazing. Are you a UOL fan now, Mitch?
I changed, you know, they like converted me. How can you say? I'm a big Unicorns love fan. I think they're gonna take the game against Gamers 2 here. They're gonna win playoffs straight to Worlds. Let's go.
No.
That's the predictions, apparently.
Yeah. Well, really cool, by the way, by Sheepy's sister.
I can't do that, by the way. They were doing that this morning here in rehearsal. I tried.
If we practice
my
enough,
leg
I could probably throw you up in the air. And
this is the farthest I can go. I don't get it. This is very impressive.
With some practice, we could do it.
Yoga?
All right.
How far? Yeah, how far does yoga get you?
pretty far, but you need like a lot of practice.
Yeah.
And,
Alright, I will come to Daylor's yoga classes from now on then.
All right. In any case, let's talk about the UOL's performances on the Rift. Obviously, Fnatic is now in 6th and the UOL is in 5th place. They can't play spoiler though and force G2 into a tiebreaker for 1st place. And yesterday, the UOL, they took down H2K. I mean, they were convincing. They punished H2K. It was the best shot calling of the Unicorns of Love we have ever
I
seen.
knew you were going to bring that up. Let's remember I said that back in week 3, or maybe it was week 2 even, when that Diamond as well as the jungler. And they actually had really good shot calling. You know, they played 1-3-1 well. This game, they fell really far behind in the early game because first of all, they messed up in the lane swap, and also they played into an Italy pick, which punished them big time. The way they played teamfights though, like overextending from H2K got punished every single time.
I mean, it fits though. You know, we had the cheerleaders now, and we had the basketball yesterday. It was all free throws from H2K. Every
like to
single
throw
time.
like this, I've noticed.
When you free throw, you never throw like you have one hand and you just and you follow the ball.
You only throw basketballs, nothing else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't throw games. I quit that. I quit that. Anyways, H2K through.
Yeah, in any case, Febiven, what have you made of the Unicorns of Love? You know, we've always said they're very inconsistent. What is your opinion on them this season?
Yeah, I think they're pretty inconsistent. I mean, yesterday they were also like, I was checking the game, they were like 5,000 gold behind or something. And they should have lost that game because HJK messed up super hard. Like they should have won that game for sure. But one thing that impressed me from Unicorns is Steelback. He's been playing really, really well lately. Like he's outperforming really good AD carries and having huge CS leads, and his team fighting is really good too. And I think Unicorn's success is the reason. Steelback is the reason why they are really good right now.
Yeah, it is showing that Steelback just works very good on that lineup. Let's look at their opponents. G2, of course, in 1st right now, and if they win this game, they go into the playoffs as 1st. And we heard from Perks, of course, in the slot before the break. Tell me about Perks and what has been your impressions of him, because he has absolutely burst onto the scene with tremendous success.
Yeah, I kind of expected it before he went into LCS, because I talked a lot with him before the LCS started, and he was like a really good assassin player, and he was always good in lane, like punishing the enemy, playing really aggressive, not so much playing around the pressure of the whole map, but just playing for his own lane. And you can see in the games he's always playing a strong champion, which he has pressure with, and kill pressure and roam pressure, and his team fighting is really good too. And he's just gonna continue growing as a player, and he's gonna be a really, really dangerous mid laner in the next years, months. Yeah.
Do you see a lot of yourself maybe in him, obviously?
Yeah, but I think I don't have a similar playstyle to him. I was maybe like him like half a year ago or something. I was playing
when he was younger.
Yeah, back in my day.
I was playing a lot of assassins too. But then I started playing around my team more in the end of Worlds because I had so many good players on my team last year. So I just tried to help my team as much as possible. And now I'm playing more for the team as well. I'm playing team supportive champs like Lissandra, Lulu and stuff like this. And yeah, Gamers 2 is just really good right now.
Would you prefer to play the Perk style instead? If you could, if you had the team for it?
I think in Europe right now the mid laners are pretty good. So it's pretty hard to take advantage of like skill matchups, I would say, because like the top 6 mid laners are pretty good and they usually know how to play safe correctly, and it's hard to get a lead from laning phase. And usually when you have a roam champion with teleport, it's really easy to set up plays with your team, and like with Lissandra you can just TP bot, dive, and then it can be over from that.
Yeah, I hear the players already, so we have to go into game, but we'll pick that up after that as well. It's time to see this one play out, so let's check it back in with Quickshot and Stress.
Thank you very much. I certainly look forward to hearing more from Febiven later in the day. For now, it's almost picks and bans times. Starting with the lineups before we get to that is G2 Esports on the blue side of the Rift, who's currently 4-0 on the day. Kikis, Trick, Perks, Emperor, Hybrid, with their coach Youngbuck.
With their coach Youngbuck, and you know, they've got a couple of people there on stage for G2 as it is. You know, Unicorns brought some more with them. Only the players are allowed to be on stage right now, though, and that is the red side. Visit Chachi in the top lane, Lulex in the jungle, mid lane is Fox, AD carry, Steelback, Hillisang is their support, and their coach is Sheepy.
All right, we'll see how this game plays out. Yesterday, Unicorns of Love surprised, I think is the term that I will go with. Taking down H2K, managing to punish H2K's mistakes, you know. You have to be good enough to catch the throws and then finish strong. And as Featherman was saying on the desk, Steelback is just looking phenomenal.
Yeah.
My eyes are going to be on Perks and Steelback this game as the two players who have come into the year with little to no expectations and blown everybody's minds.
I would say Perks did have some sense of expectations when we saw him in Challenger. Perhaps you could argue Senkux as an individual was expected to do way better for Splice, but that never really showed fruition. However, Perks, as you mentioned, has just been blowing people away. Same for Steelback. Steelback has actually honestly been one of the most impressive AD carries we've had, just from a sheer numbers perspective. He's been putting up great performances game after game after game. This guy's been on my fantasy team the whole split.
Oh,
I've
don't
never
rub
had to
it
take
in.
him off.
Do not rub it in.
He's been doing great.
I no longer play fantasy. I once did, and then unfortunately all my co-casters beat me into submission, so I officially resigned. Forfeit at 20, as it were. Thanks to Immortals and Steelback, you guys taking us all down. But we are going to jump into picks and bans. That camera for Steelback is hopefully not as tilted as his play will be. We'll find out as we jump in game.
Wait, I thought you would mean it the other way around. It was way more tilted than you'd want him to be. But this is a massive game, so let's hope for no tilt from either side right now. This decides whether we have a tiebreaker best of one for first place or not here in the EU LCS.
And we are going through the bans incredibly rapidly, Stress. GP, Thresh, Callista targeted towards the Unicorns of Love. Corki, Lulu, LeBlanc taken away from G2. And an insta-lock Nidalee for Trick. It is his most played champion, and he's got fantastic success with it.
Yeah, I mean, you want an early game jungler on Trick? Well, Nidalee will do that. Surprised it wasn't banned away, actually, by the Unicorns of Love. Lulex for the Unicorns kind of suffers from the same problems Lulex has always had. The same thing happened for him on H2K, where, some games he's just invisible. And that is a massive problem against somebody like Trick, who is the complete opposite. He's in your face, telling you he's in your jungle right from minute one.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Ludix can handle that pressure. He played Lee Sin yesterday. I want to keep an eye on how his jungle trends pan out. Got a couple of games under his belt already.
Man.
Ragas, Lee Sin, and the only others.
The Braum is available for Hybrid as well. The win rate for G2 when Hybrid's been playing Braum is insane here. I mean, you look at it, 8 games played, 7 wins, 1 loss. I don't say there's too much about one pick, but certainly Hybrid is absolutely comfortable on that champion. And into Sivir as well, you block the Boomerang Blade, you block the Ricochet.
It's his most played champion, it's his most successful champion, and it's something that G2 have used to their success a lot. It was the first ban yesterday when Splice went toe-to-toe with G2. And I think it must be said that Splice put up a much better fight against G2 than maybe I was even anticipating. The game went 40-odd minutes long. But the Trundle pick is available and will be locked in for Kikis. That's no real surprise.
What is surprising, though, is that Hylissang now has the opportunity to steal the Braum away.
Yeah, well, it wasn't locked. Oh,
right.
Wow.
Braum would fit fairly well in a comp with Sivir, with the Sandra. There's a lot of lockdown potential there, and you'd get to take it away from Hybrid, which does kind of tell you perhaps they are anticipating this. We know Hybrid has the Bard in his back pocket. He played it yesterday and looked pretty good on it. There's a lot of options available, but I like the way they've got Emperor, another comfort champion, on the list, the Lucian here as well.
I guess the other side of the coin is the fact that Alistair's available as well, so
yeah,
even if you take the Braum, you're not actually denying anything super hard. Leaving that support pick to last, Hylissang may want to pull something fun and exciting out. The Poppy into Trundle matchup is one we're expecting. I mean, technically Trundle could be a flex, but I don't think it will be going support.
Oh, I would be quite happy to see Perks once more on the Azir. Ooh, okay, big change. It's the reason they didn't lock the Braum is because the Trundle is going support here. This is going to be support Trundle Rammus in the top lane for Kikis. It's a fairly linear champion. We know Kikis succeeds the best on those kind of champions. Tanks seem to be his bread and butter now, and with the Azir off the table for Unicorns, they've not actually got too much that can deal with a late-game tank when it comes to, like, the Rammus. I mean, Sivir's not really going to do it. Lyssandra's not really going to do it.
A second game this week that Perks will be playing that Azir. We'll be locking in 9 games this week. Has not seen Nautilus. I do not believe it will be locked in now.
Well, if you
I'm
were
saying that because all of my predictions have been wrong.
If you were to pick the Nautilus right now, Rammus against Nautilus would be a fairly stale lane, especially now that Nautilus has less damage on his Riptide. So it would just be a farming lane, and ultimately the Rammus would... It kind of depends on who gets the initiation in the team fights if you get the home guard in, so they don't opt for the farm lane here. Also, Poppy is already locked in. We were not really likely to see Poppy in the support role. That would have been the craziest circumstance.
Would have been going back in time. A long, long time. 6 weeks if memory serves correct.
Yeah.
Regardless, it will be the Janna. So a lot of mobility, a lot of speed on the side of Unicorns of Love. The Siva, the Janna, dashes and dives.
But the Janna doesn't synergize all that well with the Sivir specifically when you look at Sivir wanting to go in. Janna obviously now will allow them an option to get rid of the Rammus very quickly. Likewise, the Nidalee as well can get blasted back, but you look at the likes of G2, they've got a lot of dashes, follow-ups, that kind of thing. Trundle Pillar can lock people, or at least nudge them aside. So this could be a pretty interesting game here. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm interested to see how well Unicorns can perform against the current #1 team in the league, G2 Esports. If they win here, they will hold sole control of first place in their rookie split. A team that nobody's really screaming from the banisters about being the best in Europe. They've just quietly crept their way up and stayed there for 9 consistent weeks.
9 consistent weeks. There's a few more before the end of the split over in Rotterdam, but if they can lock this down, this would be a big boost, locking first place, as that would mean they'd avoid both H2K and Vitality until the finals.
Preferential seeding, hashtag G2 win or hashtag UOL win. If the Unicorns cause the upset, we're in for one more game. But we're a long way away from finding out if that truth will become a reality. Fans are in favor of UOL.
Well, there's another team that'll be in favor of the Unicorns right now, and that'll be H2K. Likely sat backstage around a monitor.
I certainly hope
the
so.
result of this. I would hope they're watching.
Because if a tiebreaker happens and they're anywhere else, there's going to be problems.
But they are hoping that they'll get an extra shot here at first place. Obviously, they took a win earlier today, but after yesterday's turn of events, they'll be watching with bated breath here, looking for that tie.
G2 did avoid opposite day, along with Origin yesterday. One of my favorite comments on Reddit was the team chat, G2 saying, why don't we all lose today? And then H2K and Fnatic and
Minions have spawned.
UOL all jumping in there saying, yeah, we agree. I think lol joke, because they were the last game of the day. It was quite well written. Today, Siva, Steelback, running Fervor of Battle, as opposed to Warlords, as we saw in the previous game.
And again, it's going to give him more damage. You think of how the damage from Fervor applies, and the extra damage you get on Sivir in the late game. Well, there's the spot on the Trundle and the Lucian. You can see they actually double back straight away. The Ward, I believe, yeah, even spotted them going back.
Yep.
So they have the full knowledge of where G2 are right now.
So nothing untoward happening this early in the game. Australia lanes have been set up. It will be the Poppy into Rammus. Matchup down bottom. And Sivajana into Lucian Trundle. I think Hylissang will have a little bit of wiggle room, thanks to the fact that he's got that very long range, got that Eye of the Storm, some preferential trading, especially with the wave push power that Siva can offer, if needed.
Yep. Bust out the Vegemite for this one, boys, because the push is already on in the Australia lane's top side. Unicorn Steelback, obviously with that Ricochet, was just able to take down so many of those minions faster. Speaking of takedowns, Krugs has been started from Trick on the bottom side. So this is going to be a fairly patient start, but with level 2 being hit, Sivajana, not the most impending level 2 that there really is in the game. No. It's kind of like, well, we're going to push you, and that's about it.
Yeah. I have some defensive options. Kickus going to be fending off the very early push from Chachi's Poppy, which is not a big surprise.
But the one thing that the push will allow here, and you look at the middle lane as well, Fox should be able to push Perks out a little bit at least early on. The Azir soldiers will do work, but it does cost him a fair amount of mana. Fox is chunking through his as well. So what this will mean is with topside pushing towards G2, Trick suddenly loses half of the enemy jungle's presence here. He can never realistically go in and challenge Lulex on the red side for the Unicorns, so realistically, Emperor and Hybrid may look to bring Trick top, but honestly, we don't see too many ganks on the 2v2s anymore.
Not too many. Spell Shield, Howling Gale, there's tools for Hilly, Steelback to deal with it. There's the Eye of the Storm blocking at least some of the damage of that Piercing Light. Hybrid's running Ignite for his Summoner spell, and G2 are playing into a double teleport setup, with Chachi and Fox wanting to play the map. Here is G2 Trick's stats on Nidalee, all split long. Kill participation on par with the league average, but kill share significantly higher.
Takes a lot of them kills, but it's okay, because normally when Trick gets those kills, it's, oh, Trick's going to carry this game. So even though we talked about how the push was going to be in favor of Unicorns, they've actually let it pull back towards them. That has allowed Trick to go into the jungle, but you can see G2 were moving there first with them. So 3 people deep invade. They get traps down on that Raptors bush. They get a ward down on the Krogs as well. So if Lulex were going there anytime soon, he would get spotted. Unfortunately, all of the camps were cleared out topside. That means he's not up there.
No, not this time around. A process of elimination. I want to keep my eyes on Hybrid, and as he plays this game out, knowing that Braum was available and he opted not into it.
Yeah.
Kikis is going low, though.
I mean, Kikis has to be aware that this is a possibility. They've got the vision topside. They knew the camps weren't available, which means Lulex is likely to be bottom side, and Trick knows it as well. The ping went down onto visit Chachi. It looks like they were actually looking for the gank. This is better timing for Lulex here. Spear lands, though.
Going straight in! The taunt pulled Chachi back into the Javelin toss. Trick hops in Cougar form. There are teleports available, remember, and the first one is being channeled. Lulex is in trouble. He's going low. Chachi drops a hammer down and picks up first blood.
That was a rough trade from Trick. He looked like he swiped earlier than he was anticipating. Actually just missed the damage, I believe. Trick then jumps in and looks to follow up for the kill. Win may not be done bottom lane here. Look at Chachi. He's calling Lulex back down to the bottom lane.
Oh, Kikis gets pinned against the wall. I'm not sure you wanted to be there. Powerball is not going to be enough to save your life, and Lulex gets 2 kills.
So initially on that trade, you would think, why didn't Poppy block Nidalee from jumping in? Well, the taunt was the difference maker. Couldn't activate the W for that steadfast presence. Top lane is a trade.
Oh, hold that thought. Now Hybrid, he chomps down onto Steelback. Exhaust comes down from Hilly. And G2 are able to get 1 summoner down for none.
Yeah, that exhaust is going to perhaps prove critical here, though, for Emperor. They still have the Ignite on Hybrid if they can re-engage again before Steelback is forced to back away, but that's fairly unlikely right now without Unicorns misplaying this. Lulex looks like he's heading topside to try and bait a fight out. Lulex is level 5, not quite having access to that kick. Trick's up here as well.
Lulex is going to be late. Trick's got the passive
Lulex
movement speed. Javelin toss not needed just yet. Howling Gale will slow down Hybrid. There's a teleport from Chachi. This is now a 4-on-3. Hybrid dashes forward, flashes away. The verdict is not issued.
Just kidding.
Oh, I was waiting for that.
Wow.
It's such a tease.
It is, but it's so much better for Chachi not to use it.
Yep, definitely the case. Gets most of that cooldown back, and Unicorns of Love, 2 quick kills. Pressure in the top lane, and most likely the first tower of the game.
Well, H2K will be sitting happy right now watching this one, but honestly, this is better out of the Unicorns on that bottom side, and a lot of it was just Trick. Looked like a mechanical error from Trick. There's something we didn't quite catch on that, but certainly Unicorns will punish that. We spoke about how well Trick normally plays on this Nidalee. Lulex coming up fairly big early on this Lee Sin.
And something that Unicorns of Love are going to need to continue to snowball, continue to play in their favor. They beat H2K by punishing mistakes. Now UOL are going to be in the lead. Let's see how they play with that advantage. Chachi will finally take that tower down. It will be equalized by Kikis not long thereafter. And Hilly's actually one that was able to collect Doom's Eve.
Got Gotta get that Janna push going, man. Gotta get it.
I like it. I like it on range champions.
I'm
especially when they're moving.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. We'll see how the effect pans out.
Yeah, what matters is how they stack up a lane, how they get those minions onto a tower, and you can see Hilly going to meet Steelback, going to start building up some minions. Thank you, observers, for highlighting the exact move.
Yeah.
As Chachi, takes a traffic cone to the face.
Thing is, I'm not super big on Hilly actually staying with Steelback here, because you want to get wards out on the map. Same with, you kind of want to be roaming with Lulex a little bit top lane. Chachi clears out the minions. They're going to be coming back. The sequel's coming up. But it's just going to be a tower for them.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. Minions will just come back into lane. Not low enough to anything but slow things down. Hilly and Steelback, though, will get a decent push. Minion wave is coming in. It looks like that wave that was knocked away by the verdict has died out. So it's going to be just another tower trade here, Strays.
Yeah, it's going to be a tower trade, but look at the difference now on the actual vision that comes out from that. They have no real way of spotting that Kikis was looking to come bottom side here. They haven't actually gained any kind of vision control yet from this play from Hylissang. So now Hilly should roam into the enemy jungle, take control of the bottom side, get deep wards down with Lulex, but that doesn't really seem to be happening. So what this isn't going to let them do is punish anybody that tries to freeze on the bottom side. Because yes, it got shoved into the tower right now. I need to double check how many minions are there for Hybrid. Sorry. I see a Trundle and I'm like, that's going to be top lane.
Yeah.
Support. So it's actually going to be Emperor that's going down there to collect the wave. He should just about be able to hold that in place. In fact, I think it's slow pushing away from them because of the bounce. So it's a little unfortunate. They didn't get any control bottom side is the key takeaway.
All right, so Unicorns of Love, 1,000 gold up, almost. It's actually close to 800. 10 minutes into the game, 2 kills up. The tower trades top and bottom lane have taken place, and Kikis just looking for farm. He was hovering in the mid lane, helping out Perks. Then is recalled, picked up the makings of that Sunfire Cape, and is now waddling his way into G2's jungle. Losing patience. That Golem, Blue Sentinel, had enough of the jungle interference. Will get taken down as Perks now slides into lane to defend, working his way towards the Nash's Tooth. And G2 playing from behind, playing patient. They're not giving up too much. They've got pretty good wave clear in Azir and Lucian, especially for these early stages of the game. If they ever get pressured in.
If yeah, that's the case. And, you know, I said in Champion Select, I'm fairly happy to see Perks on Azir. We've seen this now, the second game this week from him. And the reason I say that is because I got the great pleasure of casting Perks for a whole Challenger split when he was playing, like, basically Azir and Jace. And this guy is pretty damn good on those two champions. He's shown us he's good on a lot more than that, which was our biggest question coming in, was like, this guy can carry on Azir and Jace, but can he carry on more? Thankfully, he's shown us the extra. Now we get to see a little bit more of his bread and butter from Challenger, and I really enjoy watching his Azir play. He's always looking for angles to assassinate.
And Perks will find them. He's got a lot of tools available. This is the most compelling Rift Scuttle kill.
I also didn't realize how close the model for Rift Scuttler and Rammus are. If they just kind of were next to each other, walking, you could
next skin
easily confuse them, yeah.
Rift Scuttler Rammus. Emperor with a very early flash is threat from Lulex. Pinkward will spot him out. Teleport comes down for Kikis. Early cancel on the culling. Kikis has flash available. Lulex boots Hybrid and Trick backwards with the Dragon's Rage. Subjugate comes down. Lulex below 110 hit points. Continues to run for his life. Trick is looking for the pounce. Flash! Auto! Picks up the kill.
Oh, it was just a matter of time. A couple of flashes used, though. Now mid lane tower did fall. That was Steelback picking that one up, utilizing the Sivir. And that's, I mean, overall, it's a gain for the Unicorns. When you look at the actual holistic view of this, it's 1 kill in exchange for the tower.
Plus the teleport from Kikis, plus the flash from Trick, Hybrid, and Emperor. So net gain in terms of resources, heavily in favor of Unicorns.
And what this will allow Unicorns to do, or should be the next step, is to get those deeper wards. They've been fairly reluctant to do it. Only 1 or 2 spattered around the jungle right now. They should be able to just go, okay, you've got no outer towers left. We're going in your jungle. It now belongs to us.
And I think all things considered, this has been a very good early game for Unicorns of Love. Not only have they got the lead in every single metric except Dragon. Lulex is currently down 20 CS, but he is only 20 gold behind thanks to the kill, thanks to the assist. He's had some early game impact. He's been able to get Chachi to a comfortable position. And Unicorns are now setting themselves up for deeper vision to put pressure on those inner turrets with all outers down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at coming into this week for the Unicorns, to think that a team we were looking at to potentially be in that 6th place spot, to come around, get the win against H2K, and now be looking at getting the win against G2 potentially. Here comes the Sivir ult. Now they want to engage. Here comes Chachi.
Chachi's teleported. Fox is joining as well. That's the double TPs. Perks is already down. He didn't even get to flash or cleanse. It's a double kill for Unicorns of Love as they drop Trick immediately thereafter. The pressure's not done as they're onto the inner turret.
Yeah, they're looking for a second turret from this. You can see Unicorns, cheerleaders, everything in the audience being thrown. The energy is being given over, and the Unicorns seem to be feeding off it.
Kikis has taunted up Hylissang. Defensive flash into Monsoon just to survive. He's already used his summoners. Unicorns don't get any more global objectives from that one, but they'll be very happy with the kills, very happy with the pressure. That's a team effort here from UOL. 1 kill across the board for everyone except Hilly.
So this was the beginning of the fight. As you said, Perks dies incredibly early on. Didn't get hit by the Jana Tornado, but here came Chachi into the back of the fight, gets himself onto Perks, and there's no way Perks can get out of that. Still had his cleanse, still had his flash, did not have his life by the end of it. Chachi just picked up Doom's Eve. Is going to be able to, you know, get himself into a lane, keep pushing on with that. But Unicorns right now, they will lose their mid tower, get it replaced by the Eye from Azir, although it is the regular Azir.
Sun Disc, yep. Not the undead disc that we saw so much yesterday.
I love
Fortunately.
Disc, by the way.
As do I. G2, I think, a lot of credit. Ooh. Flash and cleanse this time for Perks. He makes it out alive. Empress Divide will be up in just a few seconds, so both teams have options available. I think it's so crucial for G2 that they've secured those outer turrets, because yes, they are still 2,000 gold down, but it is 50 minutes in. They've got some wave clear to buy time for another 5-10 minutes if they don't give up more gold.
Not only that, but look at the wards on the bottom side in favor of G2. They've got a teleport coming up from Kikis, and if you can utilize, you know, a teleport play, doesn't have access to home guard available just yet, but still, it's going to be a teleport Rammus play in from behind. Could easily turn this game around. This game is not so far that one big fight for G2 wouldn't turn it.
Yeah, it's just going to be really important that G2 deal with whoever is taunted, deal with whoever is locked down. Buy some time with that Trundle Pillar, buy some time with Emperor's Divide. Once we get into those bigger bouts. As Kikis is just going to carry on farming out the lane. He's down 15 odd CS.
Yep.
Down 1,000 gold, in fact. So 1,000 of that lead that Unicorns have earned is actually in Chachi's pockets versus Kikis. And you can see Chachi and Kikis, they're meeting up in that top lane.
Kill, 2 assists, Rift Herald.
It all adds up.
Yeah, never never underestimate Rift Herald. Gives 50 each to everybody, so slowly ticks up. There's, you know, extra gold.
Hey, that's the name of the game.
Yep.
Get those items quicker. Buy some wards, 4 of them in the UOL inventory. Kikis has flash available and is powerballing in. Very good Howling Gale and instant boot back.
I'm not sure they needed the kick, but it looked fancy.
Which was the Pokemon? Was it Hitmonchan, the boxing one? And Hitmonlee, the kicking one?
was the kicking one.
Okay, because that little moment is like, no, you're Hitmonchan, not Hitmonlee. You've got it wrong.
He just Thunder Punches it out. But then you realize that Thunder Punch doesn't work on Sandshrew, so...
bummer.
He had to be Hitmonlee.
All right.
Had to be like low kick.
Tremors is down. Kikis, with the help of a tower, is able to chunk Chachi down to 50%. And what are you expecting to break open this somewhat of a laning phase? I mean, a flash engage, so Emperor's down.
He's gone.
Let's pretend that didn't happen.
I mean,
what are the teams looking for here? Because Chachi and UOL seem to be pretty invested in this 1-3-1 almost.
Well, I mean, right now, any kind of opportunity that they can get the likes of Fox, the likes of Lulex or Steelback onto a single member, they should be okay. Problem is, Here comes the answer from G2. Trick on the top side.
Chachi's
Easy to dodge the spear, though.
Yep, sidesteps the javelin toss. Trick actually pounces out of the way of the hammer down. Hybrid is pinned against the wall. Chachi flashes insta-reply from Kikis into the puncturing taunt. And the javelins and autos and fangs and claws. Trick picks up a kill. 3 members of G2 to take him down.
In the end of all things, it is Kikis saying, "You're too slow." At that point, gets the knockback, and there's no way Chachi can get himself out of that one. Now G2. Emperor's going to absorb the bottom lane. This is what he was looking for earlier. Couldn't keep himself alive the last time he wanted farm. This time he's got a tower there. It's going to cost them for a dragon here, though. This is going to go over to the Unicorns.
And of course, the flash being down makes it even more of a target. Trick, javelin toss. No, a little late. Good smite timing there from Lulex. And, you know, going back to that 1-3-1 point, double teleports on the side of UOL. They've got matchups that are doing very well. Fox is ahead, Chachi's ahead.
Oops.
They're using that to their advantage. Sonic Wave connected, it's interrupted as Lulex gets pinned back from the Emperor's Divide, and Perks is down. Hilisan gets a full channel on the Monsoon. That keeps Steelback alive. The Sun Disc is up, but it simply does not matter. Unicorns of Love find 2 kills and stamp their authority on the game.
Oh man, maybe it's time to start shipping a Steelback and Hylissang bromance, because they just defended each other to the death there. Steelback actually stepped into the spear that was going to hit Hylissang that would have resulted in him dying. Steelback is going ham into this fight. He's like, I don't care about your sun disc. We've invented clocks now. We don't need sundials anymore. And watch for this. Steelback steps into the spear. Doesn't even spell shield. Doesn't have it available, but keeps himself alive. At this point, Hylissang shields Steelback, keeps him alive. Easy kind of back and forth there from G2 to, Unicorns to take down G2.
And so important, as we're getting closer to 20 minutes, Kikis has no teleport available as he does get access to Home Guards. The weight of an impending potential tiebreaker has to be now weighing on the minds of G2. If they lose this game, they will have to face H2K to determine first and second seed. And that has to begin impacting. You'd like to think you could just push it out of your mind. You'd like to think you could just zone it away. But it's there, it's on the edge. As G2 secure a blue buff, stealing that one away from UOL. As the Unicorns are now grouping themselves up to siege this inner turret in the mid lane.
I mean, right now though, you can't overlook the task that's in front of you. You have to deal with the Unicorns here. You cannot just simply say, well, okay, now we've got to start thinking about another game, because this one isn't lost yet for G2.
Yeah.
Unicorns are in a very good position with how they're engaging fights, with how they're getting themselves into these small skirmishes. But, you know, if Perks gets a fight in a corridor where he can just damage multiple people, one good Azir ultimate, that kind of thing can turn the game. But G2, that window is starting to become really only Perks.
And I think it's also important to note that at some point, nobody's going to be able to kill Kikis.
Oh, yeah.
Like, how is Sivir going to do it against a Thornmail, Ninja Tabby, Sunfire Cape?
I don't know. I don't know, Trev. That's a big ask.
So, that buys some time for G2. The only condition is they need Perks to get some DPS down. They need Emperor to be somewhat relevant. And actually, G2 have been caught out. You know, UOL have been very aggressive in their posturing, very eager, and they've pulled off multiple fights, which is why they're 7-2 up in kills.
The biggest thing for the Unicorns, though, as this game, you know, rolls on and Kikis becomes a little bit more tanky, Hybrid is going to be a little bit tankier himself. I mean, for the Unicorns, they don't have a primary engage. Their engage is going to come from a Lee Sin kick, an insect play. Here comes the engage tool from Kikis, though.
Oh, Kikis, instant Monsoon! Hylissang stays alive. There was no flash available for Kikis to potentially answer, so TP is blown. Nothing is secured for it. However, G2 are committing to this siege. They've grouped up as 5, and they've got a minion wave moving in with them.
Yeah, so even though they didn't get the kills from that play, they get the flash, they get the disengage tool here. Now, will Unicorns look to turn? Look at Lulex, poised at the side, looking for the engage.
Definitely looking. Trick is going to pounce away to safety as the Sand Soldiers are sent forward by Perks. Culling has already been used, as is the Sundial. The time is fight, is what G2 are saying. And Lulex is looking for a target, looking for an opportunity. Ramus is not your man.
This is what happens when you're using a sundial, is you think the time is fight. Fight's not a time, Trev.
Yeah, but that's what it says. That's what G2 are looking for. Javelin toss finds Hylissang, but nobody follows it up, and the minion wave is cleared out so quickly by Sivir, Essence Reaver, and Static Shiv. You're going to need to poke Steel back down before G2 can commit. Sundial's still remaining. A little bit of time left, and G2 finally decide nothing more can be gained, and they back away.
I love it how you're calling it a sundial. I'm starting to question, well, your parents are in-house. I can ask them if they taught you how to tell the time, Trev, because it seems like you're struggling with it.
I just wear this watch for fun.
It is. It's just digital.
That's the one on my right arm.
2 watches and you don't know how to tell the time on either. That's impressive, Trev.
They are numbers. It looks like a KDA. Kick is not really the man that Lulex is going to be able to kill. Lulex got that warrior enchant and a little bit of thrift shop. Wow, defensive flash. Emperor's afraid of Hylissang. Well, he's afraid of what could have been behind Hylissang, I think is the more likely reason.
Well, we've seen him flash preemptively a couple of times, normally against Fox, because he doesn't just want to get ulted. Unfortunately, that's not going to be available for him for the next couple of minutes, but, you know, Unicorns have lost a lot of the ground that they had in this game. That play that Kikis made, even though it didn't result in anything, for the last 2 minutes or so, has pushed Unicorns all the way back. All the way right back into middle lane. And a lot of it has been the Azir tower that's there. Obviously, that naturally will create a lot of pressure here and create zones that the Unicorns can't cross through in that middle lane. But what it results in is G2 having a lot more presence than they actually should do. They've been able to get some wards down. They've been able to at least keep track of the Unicorns a lot better here.
And I think it's so important to actually note that we're now 25 minutes in. And yes, it's a 3,000 gold lead, but that's not massive. 2 members of G2 are sent home as Vizichachi's verdict is nope, not today. 2 more re-enter the fray. Javelin toss just short as Chachi's able to waddle his way out of it. The Yordle is staying alive in the face of 3 members of G2. Hybrid's pinned against the wall and the rest of Unicorns trying to get some vision. Take a look at Fox. He's pushed that wave all the way in to that top lane.
Lulex just cut the wave behind the rest of G2 as well, and it's Fox now gets the top tower. G2 are looking to push bottom tower. Lulex still in the middle lane, so they can't react.
Very clever adaptation. G2 punish, secure a tower because nobody from UOL came to defend quickly enough. I think it was a trade. Inner top for inner bottom. 1-to-1. As G2 will get their hands on their second tower, and very importantly, that damage over time. These little sieges, these little chips away, will give them some advantages in the long run.
It is starting to erode the lead that the Unicorns have had, and actually G2 have done a good job of this. So this was the kill we actually just didn't see. Okay, fairly straightforward. As Hylissang dies to Emperor in the middle lane, to be expected.
Yep.
He flashed earlier just to give him... He baited him into thinking he was always going to move away.
You can't monsoon the culling.
I thought that was going to rhyme.
You don't have to look so disappointed. I know.
I thought it was going to be like a Daylor thing. Monsoon, don't monsoon, you lose your room. Something like that. That's a bit cruel.
That is, I think, one of my favorite things to come out of the Spring Split. All of the Daylor says quotes. Somebody has to make like a bunch of motivational posters and just print them out. You know, champion picture in the quote, or Daylor's face in the quote. Cosplay Daylor and fake quotes, for example. That was also pretty special. But Unicorns of Love still committing to this 1-3-1. You can see Chachi down bottom with teleport. Fox is on the inhibitor turret, and G2 at risk of being surrounded. No, that's a Jan in the mid lane. That's not who you want to flank with. Heli was just pulling the wave. Unfortunately, it didn't help. But look at this. It's trading inner turret for inhibitor turrets. This is getting weird.
Fox has done a lot of work on his own here in that top lane. Just been pushing. And it's because G2 have been committed on playing as a team, but haven't been able to keep anybody there to deal with Fox. All of the time, Kikis has been either with his team or looking for flanking opportunities.
And G2 have to be so careful to not disrespect the double teleports.
Yeah.
At any time, Chachi and Fox can join and engage. So if G2 are ever not as a 5-man unit, the likelihood of that double TP goes up significantly.
I think Lulex might be a bit chilly on stage.
Oh, really?
2 cloaks. 2
I see that.
Spectre's cowl.
Yep,
So
it's taking thrift shopping to a next level.
I've heard of popping tags, but not so much about popping like flashes, that kind of thing.
And the regards have been sent by Lord Dominic, picked up by Steelback. That's going to help him a little against Kickers, but it's still going to take such a long time for him to take down Kickers, who currently, without Powerball, has 280 armor. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
At this level, probably another 60 or 80 on top of that, I think, once he presses W.
So to speak about the two cowls, obviously he won't get the passive, the health generation after taking damage. He will, however, get the health, the MR. Obviously there's a lot of AP on G2. You look at the Nazir, Nidalee, the return damage from Rammus. So there's enough.
Tremors
there.
counts too.
Yeah.
Banshee's Veil was completed by Kicker, so he's got some MR to help deal with Fox's Lissandra as well, and he's continuing to just farm up. It's been slow going, and Kickers is still about 12 or 1,300 gold down when compared to Vizicachi, but that's somewhat made up for with Perks, who's got plus 30 CS over Fox.
Well, we're getting to fairly close to the late game now, and Azir with good farm, regardless of having 2 deaths.
3 completed items.
Void Staff, this is what you need on an Azir. You hit one soldier hit, and suddenly the rest of your team follows up on it. The damage is going to be insane.
Yeah, it will be, and it's going to be reliant on Perks finding those sand soldiers. Lulex waiting in the wings, but it's Perk who fires the trigger first. Flash Monsoon from Hillesang, he stays alive. I'm running out of words, it's happening so quick. A flash forward into the taunts, but Emperor is traded. Goes golden as Fox has taken down the AD carry. Keeper's verdict from Vizicachi will buy time. First will get taken down as a pounce forward, as well as the swipe from Trick. A 1 for 2. Now Chachi's left alone in the between 3 members of G2 before Steelback jumps back in, but in a 3-on-1, Steelback so almost manages to get taken down. Trick found the javelin. Perks was forced to run away. It's a 2 for 2.
Oh, the spell shield did not block the spear at that point. Steelback, a little bit of a misread, or maybe something else connecting just before the spear that absorbed the spell shield. So G2 right now, I mean, from that trade, G2 at least didn't lose too much from that, but Unicorns will still be happy they're somewhat extending their lead.
No teleport for Kickis. Both teleports available for Unicorns of Love. The next few minutes are so crucial for G2 not to be caught surprised. This is how it started. A very aggressive move from Perks.
And Lulex just couldn't get in on this. He didn't have a Q target to get himself in. Kickis came in from the backside, and this was Emperor and Fox going toe-to-toe. Emperor dying really before he gets too much more damage out onto Fox. So I want to see exactly what Steelback does with this spell shield here. If we can get some slowdown on the spear that comes through from Trick. It's about to hit. I just want to see exactly what it is that procs it. Ooh.
They caught it, I think.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage though onto Steelback at the same time. Big burst. So a lot of things hit at the same time. Perks was off at the side, had to get himself out of there.
Yeah, only the Vamp Scepter picked up very recently for Steelback. Emperor, still no QSS, so he was instantly removed from that fight once Fox had flash engaged with the Tomb. And I think once that QSS gets picked up by Emperor, those sorts of engages become a little more scary, as Fox won't be able to completely trust in his ability to remove him from remove Emperor from the fight.
Yeah, that's a true statement. But you know, at this point, Fox has done so much in this game. Just pushing down the towers on the other side, he's been able to wave clear fairly effectively. The problem is, G2 just seem to be playing as if they're ahead the entire time. Look, Azir turret goes up in the mid lane. Fox pushing on the top side.
While Chachi's down bottom, remember those teleports are up and there's no inhibitor turret in the top lane. If Unicorns of Love can buy a time, Fox can do slow work on the inhibitor, but it will most likely fall. Boomerang Blade, Sonic Wave, all of a sudden G2 cannot recall.
And that's going to be an inhibitor going down for Fox.
G2 opted into this. They were pushing mid lane.
But can he push it in and TP out? He's going to have to burn it if he wants to get out.
Teleport.
Oh, no, he's not.
No, self-cast. Fox will be going down, taking time for the cost of Fox's life. And his teleport, they get an inhibitor in the top lane. This is the Unicorns, and they manage to secure an inner turret down bottom. Unicorns lost a little bit of tempo, 45 seconds, where they're a man down.
Kick is just in the nick of time. Home guarding out from base. G2, they're committing to this Baron. They know they've got decent clear with the Azir. Here comes the TP. Fox is still down, 30 seconds, no TP.
It's so important to remember that Fox is going to take a long time to get in. It's secured by G2, but the impending fight breaks out. Lulex is down. Emperor's dashed over the wall, gets a full culling, turns his attention to Steelback, will dash away before Steelback trades his life. 1-for-1 in the AD carry bout, but 4 members of Unicorns have lost their lives in the last few minutes, and it is an ace that started with Fox in G2's base.
It was looking so good for the Unicorns, but the overcommit. I mean, Fox went for the turret, went for the inhibitor, he got it. The problem is, he was off the map for so long right there, and Chachi was split down in the bottom lane. The rest of the Unicorns had to somehow react to a Baron called very decisive out by G2. Is that the call that keeps G2 in the #1 position here at the end of the regular split?
If it results in them knocking over the Nexus, the answer will be yes. Super minions in the middle lane. Kikis's deal with supers up top. G2, in the first minute of their Baron power play, have accrued 4,000 gold more than the Unicorns of Love. To be fair, an ace is included in that, which helps. And here's a replay of that exact fight.
This was the replay, so it was all on Lulex trying to get in there. Couldn't get the smite timing down. It was Trick that secures that. And honestly, from here, it's the numbers advantage. It's the numbers game. Steelback once again tries to trade with Emperor, but Trick was there too. Second time in a row, Steelback, we've touted his good positioning time and time again, but that was the time for him to fall in that game. His only death so far, but it was not enough to clean up the fight for the Unicorns, and I feel like that's just turned the tide so much so that G2, with this Azir, with a very powerful Lucian, this could have just been that first nail in the coffin.
I think so too. You see how important it is for G2 to keep their carries alive for a prolonged period of time. Azir, given enough seconds, will deal the damage, and Emperor was not insta-gibbed because Fox was not there. The play that started it all was Vizichachi being pressured up top, and G2 are trying to play with that same strategy.
And Unicorns right now, without a mistake from G2, do not have a good engage tool. They're looking to enclose here, but they have no hard engage. Kikis recalling. He has teleport available. This could actually be Unicorns getting boxed in. TP's coming out.
Zoom is what Kikis is yelling. Powerballs forward, finds Lulex, decides to hold the taunt. There's a gigantic minion wave pushing in to this inhibitor turret. Chachi has been dropped to about 50% HP, and Lulex is forced to run all the way to the middle lane. The bottom inhibitor will be falling, and despite G2 being behind for 32 minutes, in 3, they turn it all around, destroy UOL's base, and are now the ones in control.
All they've got to do is absorb the top lane, wait for the inhib to come back up. Their Baron buff is about to expire, and then they just get out on the map. They're trying to chase down G2, but Unicorns of Love do not have the speed to catch up.
Nope, they do not have the Powerball at all. And Kikis, just the power, the strength of running in there. Dead Man's Plate as well. Gotta go fast indeed. Mercurial Scimitar completed for Emperor, so not only has he got the ability to remove that tomb, got some lifesteal to play with. The threats of G2 are completely capable of dealing with at least some of the threat, unless UOL find a perfect engage.
I mean, 2 inhibitors down. The problem is Chachi's now stuck in the bottom lane, trying to push the wave out, just hold back the minion swarm that is heading towards their base. Steelback's doing the same in the middle lane. There's nobody really to group. This tower is not worth fighting over for the Unicorns of Love, but they have to do something soon. They have to look for something They have to look for something as a last-ditch attempt. They cannot really just let G2 continue pushing in.
Defensive ward hop from Lulex.
The problem is, they're realistically from this angle, they shouldn't be able to get a good fight. In they go!
They do indeed.
Oh,
Fox is gone. The taunt was instantaneous, and with no tomb, Unicorns are not likely to win. Emperor's Divide sends UOL back to the base. G2 speed up the process. A boot back as Azir and Trundle are sent into Lulex's hand. Vizichachi donates G2 another kill. 4 members of the Unicorns of Love are down, waiting for the minions, and G2 are mere seconds away from a first place seed.
The come from behind win, all based off that instinct Baron call from G2, and they have looked so much better in this last couple of minutes than they did the entire game.
G2 Esports knock over Nexus turret number 1, number 2, and will turn their attention to Chachi. Pad the stats, get the kills. Chachi's buying as much time as possible. The Nexus is dropping, and with it being killed, G2 Esports are the best team in Europe. Great to see the players as happy after a hard-earned victory. That taunt from Kickers. That was it. That was the final nail in the coffin.
Oh yeah, man, that taunt was so clutch on Fox. I mean, did they have the damage to take that fight? Well, the Unicorns had to try for something at the end of it. But man, Kickers holds him in place. We haven't seen a whole lot of Rammus this week. One of the games that we do see, one last play is enough. And the Unicorns, I mean, Kickis against his old team.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to close it out as we saw Hilly on screen there. Kickis will be happy about that particular performance because of how hard it was for them to come back. It was a struggle. Unicorns had a lead. Maybe it was not a particularly large lead, but it was control nonetheless. And G2 were able to punish, find a pick onto Fox, and I think so crucially that teleport being down made such a difference. The Baron was secured, and you know, we started the day with a 65% chance of tiebreakers. Zero tiebreakers. Unbelievable. It was only 17% chance of having no tiebreakers, and the results fall in. Upset week, I'm going to call it, because I'm upset we had no tiebreakers, is what it was.
Okay.
But G2 definitively bouncing back. They're showing consistent, positive growth. And that's not something that you can say of every single team in the top 6 that are now advancing to playoffs.
They had a bit of a stumble, though. A couple of, like, week 6, week 7, that kind of time. We're like, ooh, maybe they've been figured out. Turns out they come back. Maybe the meta seems to fit them a lot more. Trick has these early game junglers. Perks has access to a couple more champions when you look at the likes of an Azir. Kikis, very strong on the tanks, very strong on the other champions as well. We've seen a lot from Kikis as a brand new top laner.
I'm very excited to see what happens with G2 as the playoffs progress, because at the minute, those tanks top are fantastic. And I got to talk to Kikis quite a lot at IEM. And he's quite honest and brutal. I'm a Tonk player. I like the Tonks. I play Tonk in the jungle. I play Tonk in the top lane. And he plays it very well. He plays a front line well, but it also enables Trick to play aggressively, to play some more damage dealing, to play a little bit more of the DPS style junglers, like the Graves, like the Nidalee. And it just favors their team compositions.
It does, and honestly, I mean, you have to look at this lineup and say, well, coming out of Challenger, they made a couple of changes. Did we really expect G2 to be at the top? No. But then you look weeks in, did you expect them to be at the top? Yes.
Yeah.
They've been superb from almost all of the games they've played.
One of the most interesting things about this particular split is how the 10 teams have realistically fallen into the buckets that everyone expected. However, the seeds in which they find themselves is the surprising one. I think everybody anticipated UOL, G2, Vitality to perform well, and then you look at how well they finish it off at as we've wrapped up the regular season. It's something that we'll talk about a little bit more over on the analyst desk, where they're going to talk to the first place, G2 Esports.
Thank you very much indeed. Joined here by Perks. Now, first reaction after securing first place in your first split with the team.
Well, I'm really happy about our performance, even though this game was really shaky in this game yesterday, but we made a comeback, so we had better late in comp, so I'm happy about the game and about our split.
All right. Tell me about what happened then here in the early game. Obviously, you mentioned it didn't go that well.
Well, first there was like a gank bot when they had like TP mid, and he TP'd mid and he TP'd bot, and they died, so that's a bit unlucky. And
unlucky.
And then I don't know what happened actually after it. Like their top lane, I think, took top turret because they have Sivir Janna, which is like a really strong push. And then they were like holding mid all the time, and we couldn't push with Azir, and their top laner was strong. So we had to like stall it out a bit, and then we were like trying to push mid, and then they got 2 TP flanks off, and then I died. And
Funny you say that, actually. I think we have a replay of that exact moment. At least I hope so. There's at least a double TP somewhere. Let's watch that again. Yes, Perks. Yeah, clearly overextending here, you know, because they're in the top lane, in the bot lane. We can roll the clip by now. And then suddenly, TPs happen. How does it feel to be a mid laner in a double TP meta, Perks?
Feels really cool having Poppy flashy on me, not even being able to move, but yeah.
Couldn't you flash the flare the stun there?
No, but Lissandra was still behind me.
I don't know.
These guys are working together.
Perks, charge in, flash over it right there.
Yeah, if I was good, I would actually flash over the Poppy, ult them away, and then jump away. Yeah, I'm just bad, sorry.
It's good to see that Perks at least learned from his mistake here, because right here he's standing.
Here also a lot of counters, but yeah.
Dead again.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just bad.
I think you need to buy QSS here.
Yeah, that would help.
I mean, you guys did have a thing or two to say about the build, obviously. Febivin, what did you think first with the Nashor's Tooth, the double Dorns? Of course, he was behind.
I think he should have went. I think Nashor's Tooth is good first item, but you went Riley second, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you should have went Abyssal, because you saw how much MR they had.
Yeah.
And at that point, if they actually played well, they started baiting Nash. You only had 2 items at like 25 minutes. And at that point, I think you guys were a lot weaker in team fights. And if they actually baited Baron and TP'd behind you guys, then I think you guys would have actually lost.
Yeah, true. Same.
This is a beautiful thing that's happening right here.
I mean, we're just the cheerleaders over here.
Yeah.
We will let the guys...
Yeah, the UOL buff from the cheerleaders, it wasn't enough in the end.
It lasted for a while, and they had really good 1-3-1. But
that was a really good distraction, I have to say. Like, if there was no cheerleaders, we would stomp them.
Yeah, okay. So that's a playoff strategy given away. No, back to the game. The second replay is kind of where you guys kind of pull it back. The 1-3-1 was really hard to deal with, and then suddenly the Lissandra... Yeah,
all in for inhib.
Top lane. How happy are you that Fox decides to actually greed for the inhibitor?
I think he thought that he was playing Z, so he was split pushing the whole game. But no, I'm kidding. He did a lot of pressure. But after that, I think we got the Nash of that, no?
Yeah.
And,
I mean, it's a good point, because
made a comeback.
They had wards on the map to actually just TP on you mid for like the 3rd time. So we saw 2 replays of you dying mid lane. They could have done exactly the same right here, but they greed for inhib, and now you guys get Baron.
Yeah, after Baron, like, we just had a really strong siege comp, and if we place Azir turret and like wards behind us, like Cleo or the Vision, they cannot actually fight us. They can. The only winning condition is like TP flanks. So after that, I think the game was won here.
Yeah, I think this was obviously the drawback, but it's really hard actually in my opinion, for a 1-3-1 comp to correctly bait the Baron. We discussed it a little bit off air with Fabian, because you have all your key members in the side lanes, and then to deny vision against all the blue trinkets and sweep the vision, it's really hard to bait the Baron. That's why I think what the official said was kind of right. You really want to go for that double TP again.
I mean, that was a good thing Unicorns did. They actually had a lot of wards behind you guys all the time. And then when they have the double TP in the late game, going for inhib, like, you so rarely win the game by split pushing all the way down to inhib 2 Nexus. Like, you split push and then you collapse on your team when you have the advantage and they're pushed too far up or too far back. So greedy, honestly, from Unicorns. I'm not sure if you guys knew that was going to happen and you're just waiting and waiting.
No, we actually thought that he was just pressuring bot and then they were going to TP behind us.
Right.
But he just kept pushing, and then we were like, okay, let's go on this 100 and go Nash, and it worked out.
Both TPs gone. Game over.
In the end, Perks is a 0 performance. How much out of 10?
10 out of 10.
Really?
Oh,
fantastic.
Thanks.
Of course.
Well, 10 out of 10 also in the standings. Let's take a look at those and make it official. Of course, G2 cementing their first place in their very first split in the LCS. I was a non-believer, but throughout the season or throughout the split, all of us have come to acknowledge that you guys have just grown tremendously. Then H2K, Vitality, Origin, and sadly, of course, Fnatic after this week ending up in 6th place. And then Splice, Roccat, and the Giants enter in the summer promotion tournament. It sucks obviously.
Yeah, it's whatever. We are a new team, so we just need more time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any of the teams here you think you're better than in the top of the standings? Are you better than Unicorns, better than Origin?
Maybe with a good day, but it's I would say not really, no.
I mean, you have time to work towards that good day. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket. You guys are very first game actually, or match in that quarterfinal versus Vitality.
Oof.
Now, yeah, you say oof. What do you think of the matchup, Perks?
That's a fast FF20. No, I'm kidding. I think on a good day, Fnatic can maybe take Vitality.
Why?
Just
Why? Now, if you had the answers, you gotta back it up, though. You can't just say that.
So I think Fnatic has some really strong players with not so large champion pools, though. So I think if their jungler and support synergy will be good enough, they can win.
Last time he was here, he also talked about Vitality. And he said Vitality has some very, very good players. Exactly the same point you just had about Fnatic. But you said that big champion pools, except for maybe Nukedog in the mid lane. Do you think maybe Nukedog is someone you should target in the pick and ban phase? Or what do you think maybe is the weakness of Vitality?
I think they have actually mid and AD carry actually have like not so large champion pool, I think. Even though Nukedog played Lissandra today, and yeah, so maybe he has expanded it, but I think it's actually really easy to prepare versus them because you know exactly what champs are they gonna play, and if you know what champs they're gonna play, then you can counter them and even maybe counterban something or something like that.
Wow, we just thought they were very flexible.
Isn't that technically the same you could say about G2 to an extent, though? What you guys have revealed? I mean, it's not
you
like
guys don't even know what we have prepared yet.
Okay, well, I hope you surprise me in playoff.
We get the cheese in playoff now.
In any case, Nukedog, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but one thing I heard from someone in the split is the fact that Nukedog, he's always been a very good player, obviously, but now it's really coming out, and that he has gained more brain power as well in terms of reading the game. What do you think of the way he's grown and the way he's performed so far this split?
Yeah, I would say he's performing really good because mid lane is so much about around your team right now, and he has a really, really good team behind him. I think his support and jungle are extremely good, and I think that's a huge thing why he's performing so well.
I agree.
Cool.
I think Nukedog traded like some mechanics for brain.
Was it you that did it?
If you express it in like.
Now it was. You know,
I remember.
No, we actually talked a little bit about.
Okay.
Because the good thing is he plays pretty well without any jungle pressure. Especially earlier in the season, he was not getting a lot of attention from Shook. But in my opinion, he played some matchups well. If they were losing matchups, he stayed even, and then he could still transfer that with some roams. And I don't think we've seen Nukedog catastrophically fail like we have last year at some points.
Yeah, he was very inconsistent last year, but also I feel like he's been one of the mid laners who's quick to adapt to new changes. At least if we go a few weeks back with the Quinn mid lane, that was played a lot all of a sudden, and now it's kind of died down. Why do you guys think Quinn is no longer being used mid at all? It's just because of all the tanks on top?
Yeah, mostly. I think it's just because there is like so many good tanks, like on top, like Poppy, Ramus, Nautilus, which you cannot even split push against, and you can teamfight never against them. And there is like Gragas as well. Then you can just pick a safe mid, like I don't know, Lulu. I think Azir can just farm versus Queen as well, and Lissandra and stuff like that, and you will be more useful than Queen.
Yeah, it's when you play Quinn, you have like a small opportunity, like 15 minutes or something, to actually snowball. And if you don't snowball, you usually end up with like a tank top, and you have Quinn mid, and you lack a lot of AP damage if you're like not playing Corki AD or something, and then you just can't teamfight, and the game is all about teamfighting right now, and so many TPs happening, and it's just impossible to win the game if you cannot win a teamfight.
Talking about those TPs, this weekend we saw a lot of double TP compositions, like the Trundle Lissandra comps came out, or any Lissandra Sivir comp that just focused around, you know, having one AFK push lane that you then get the tower on with a roam. Do you think the playoff meta will be almost exclusively double TP? Because even today you were going even in mid, but suddenly your mid laner TP's bot because some like the communication wasn't on point to really factor in that teleport, and suddenly the game snowballs off that.
Well, it's hard to say because I don't think many mid laners have that like pressure with double TP. Like for example, Lissandra has like super good pressure because of so much CC and like gap closing and good flanks, so he can use TP very well. But you can't run TP on something like Orianna or Azir. Maybe on Azir even you can, but no, it's not that good because you're just a backline champion who does damage. So I don't think it's that much of a meta. Only like
just
Lissandra.
pick dependent, yeah.
But Lissandra is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lissandra is like the best champion with teleport because she has like decent laning phase. She has insane TP flanks after 20 with the home guard, and then her flash engages are just really, really good too. But besides that, what he already said is like in so many cases you have to run cleanse on mid, and you're not gonna run TP on LeBlanc or something, or on Zed or whatever. And
is there ever a case to be made for TP LeBlanc, or do you just need to have the offensive summoner?
No, I think you can run TP on LeBlanc, but
it feels like a waste maybe.
I think with Ignite you have way more kill pressure and like snowball pressure to get rolling.
Did we see, what was it, TP Syndra? Or
no, we had TP LeBlanc in Challenger.
Okay.
We had TP LeBlanc one.
Yeah,
TP
I saw
LeBlanc.
the game.
We had
we had
TP bot.
It was TP Corki as well. We had TP everything.
But I talked to actually I asked whoever the mid laner Godbro and asked why did you go TP LeBlanc, and he told me, well, actually, can I tell it? Actually, I'm gonna hold that answer because
Okay,
I don't know if I can actually say that on air.
promotion tournament,
Because we
you can
still have
tell us
promotion
after
tournament.
again. Yeah,
I'll tell you guys afterwards.
We'll talk about promotion tournament in a bit. Wrapping up the playoffs, that other first match we know, OG versus the Unicorns of Love. Obviously, we talk a lot about double teleport meta. If that's in the game and Expecka and SOAS play, they'll be like, we know how this goes. Perks, OG versus UOL. What are your thoughts?
I actually think that's gonna be a really close match. Like, even though OG went like 2-0 versus them in regular season, I still think Unicorns are like have good individual players and can match up to them like on every role.
I'm just sorry.
Sure, just saying.
I'm just really interested to see how they evolve in a best of 5. Because like I feel like you can't draw any conclusions out of these two like seemingly random games in the split. From like screaming these guys, who do you guys think will progress the best picks and bans to a best of 5? Unicorns or OG? Or no one?
I think OG then, if you want to judge by screams, but screams doesn't really matter that much. So.
We only scrimmed gamers too lately, so I really don't know how these teams are gonna do in a best
G2
of 5.
Esports, bro.
G2
Esports. Good remembering that. Perks and Febiven, if you were at the head of OG, who would you put in the mid lane for the quarterfinals?
Expecka.
Expecka.
Why?
He's undefeated.
No, I think he's really solid. Like he never falls behind, and he knows exactly what to ask from his team. And he has the champions he plays are good right now in the meta, and he just knows mid lane so well, and he's never gonna go behind. Like even if he's against a better player or something, he always knows how to get equal. And like I think his communication is really good as well, and I think it impacts their team a lot.
Were you a better player than him today? But
I don't judge for myself.
Okay.
No, I think he was, but he was just silo held.
So, Febiven, you said earlier that you and Perks have different playstyles. You know, Perks is the guy focusing on pushing lane with strong champions and this individual performance, a lot of focus around the mid lane itself, where you're more the team player. Is that a Pekka Power Vivo situation?
Wait, first off, Perks, do you agree with that?
Yeah, Perks, do you agree with that? Are you focused purely on mid lane?
Actually, it depends on what champs are you playing, but I think Febiven can play same style as me, just playing aggressively and pushing lane, but I don't think his team is that good right now, so that's why he's not playing like that. But like last season, we saw that he was playing a lot of like Zed and Blanc and stuff, and could always go aggressive, you know.
So does the Perks style work international when you play FLICKR and these guys? Or do you need to be the team player?
Well, if I'm gonna play Zed against, you saw I played Zed against Corki in the final at IM, and I was basically getting smashed. Like I was supposed to win that lane, but I was like 30 CS behind. And if you don't take advantage of that, like you saw, we were full AD, so it's impossible to win team fights. And if you don't have control of the game at that point, it's just over. So it really depends how you adapt in pick and ban as well, and how. Because if let's say I play Zed against a Corki in Europe, I would win, because of course I had the impression that I would win this matchup, but then when I get against FLICKR, I lose it, and then it's like I lost the game basically for my team, you know. And
but I actually think Corki wins against Zed.
I don't agree.
1-1-1?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, cut the show. No.
I wonder. So you said like, okay, this matchup usually I win this, I play against FLICKR, I lose. Do you guys have any idols or people that you watch, maybe in VOD review of like foreign mid laners that you say, okay, this guy's really good, I really want to watch his laning phase? Or are any players you really want to match up against internationally?
Doing B. Turks is a big fan.
No. I lost my faith in him.
Yeah, I heard you guys had a couple of scrims there.
After playing versus this guy, I lost complete faith in him. But from watching China, I think Rook is like super good mid. I really enjoy watching him play.
Do you learn anything when you watch him play, like little things, or?
Yeah, like just the way he plays some champions, like team fights and stuff, it's really good on like Ari and LeBlanc, stuff like that. And of course, you can always learn from FLICKR. So.
I think Koro is playing really well too, actually. He's always consistent and always playing well, never losing lane, basically always playing for the team and playing team fights really well.
You don't watch each other. What would you want to do that he does well and the other way around, Perks?
I wish I could play Zed as good as Fabian.
There we go. Bevy.
What?
There's
Nice
actually
meme, buddy.
I love the banter and the trash talk between mid laners, especially when there's dynamic queue going on. If there's like Nuke Talk, Febiven, Perks, and maybe
No,
somebody
but,
else in
I'm never
TeamSpeak.
playing mid because I'm always playing jungle because other mid laners are too bad, too awful.
There it is.
We'll move on to the promotion tournament in 1 second. I want to wrap up this playoff talk. Obviously, if the meta is team fighting, if the meta is like it is today, who wins the playoffs? Do I even have to ask you?
I think we know who wins the playoffs.
Fnatic?
No, it's Vitality.
Oh?
I'm kidding. G2 is gonna win playoffs.
Why?
Because I have best jungler in Europe.
That's a good one.
Probably H2K, I think.
Why?
Because I think they're the best team right now, and their players are individually the best in their role, I think, or one of the best at least.
Are we gonna get Fnatic moving to semi-final, then losing to one of these teams? Because I assume now you guys are saying G2 versus H2K is a very likely final.
Yeah, probably. I don't think. I hope I can really make it to Rotterdam, but it's gonna be really hard for us to actually get there because we are just lacking time right now, and we just need to keep working.
Well, you can always take the train, obviously. Attend in person as well.
We can get you a ticket, don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. No, obviously we will see what happens. That is a goal, and I mean, it's the thing we hear from you guys since the beginning. It's a project. We have to work on it. We need more time. So we'll see what happens. Some other teams that don't have a lot of time and need to improve really fast are the teams that are in the summer promotion tournaments. Obviously, we already discussed with Febiven a bit about who we thought would go through there. We'll take a look. Giants playing the Copenhagen Wolves and Roccat playing Huma in that one. And Splice is in the mix as well. Perks, who of the current LCS teams, or maybe which one of the challenger teams, do you think have chances?
I actually don't think any challenger team will qualify for LCS this split. I just think their players individually are too bad. Not good enough as other EU LCS players. And I think EU LCS players, even though like these teams like Roccat and Splice, like they have shown good performances like versus good teams, like Roccat won versus Vitality, Splice won versus Fnatic, and stuff like that. So I think I just think the LCS team will prevail, and they have better map play and are just more experienced as well. So.
Anything else to add? It starts Thursday.
No, I mean, we talked about it as well, and judging from some of the games today, even Giants winning, and of course, as you said, Roccat winning yesterday, and also the BU5 we had between Huma and Copenhagen Wolves. It looks like the LCS teams have gotten much better practice, obviously, for the last, 9 weeks, and they have experience playing on the stage here, so I think they're going to win.
I'm a little worried for Roccat because the game can go really stale, and that's something we saw in Huma versus Copenhagen Wolves, a very slow mid-game where nothing was happening, and people would kind of seemingly randomly start fighting. It's like, oh, you guys are here, we're here, let's start fighting. I feel like Roccat can play into that style and refuse to play any macro, and maybe, but yeah, I'd have to agree with Perks. I think the current 3 LCS teams would probably stay in.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree.
Okay, we'll see what happens in that one. We also have some tweets for you, Febiven, because earlier we put out a call for you to ask Febiven, and @GavJanai tweeted, how are you handling the shift in responsibility since the big roster change in the preseason?
Responsibility. Yeah, I don't think I'm taking that much responsibility. I don't think I'm really ready for that. It's really hard for me to take this role because I'm younger than the rest of the guys, and it's really hard for me to take responsibility. I think I'm just too experienced as a person in that regard.
Okay. Very interesting. And the second one, on a lighter tone, @Fnatic Spirit asks, why are you so annoying? Oh, he's such a troll.
I don't know. Why are you so annoying?
Oh, he's probably watching. Well, very funny.
But there wasn't any
Spirit.
questions here for Perks. So Perks,
No.
why are you so annoying?
I'm never annoying.
Why'd
you laugh?
Carry on.
I agree.
Okay.
Agreed. Moving on. In today's games, Jankos put the pedal to the metal to close out the Spring Fantasy LCS season. We have a guy on the desk here who loves to banter with Jankos. He had 9 kills, 0 deaths, and a KDA of 19. He closed out the Fantasy split with 3 points on the day. 3?
Yeah, but he missed every skill shot again, so it's whatever.
35.
As long as you can
altogether.
last hit in team fights, you don't need skill shots.
If fantasy points would count skill shots, you would have like minus 50 or something.
Well, let's take a look at the OP players and the MVP. Always cool when some players here. Looking at the week overall, we want to shine a light on 5 players that brought their all in the home stretch. First up, the mid laner from Vitality, Nukeduck, 11-0 and 16, 87 kill participation. Just a solid performance from him all around.
Yeah, he didn't die in that first game despite they lost to Evil LeBlanc. I think maybe at one point he probably should have died when they're smashing the Nexus, but 11-0-16 is pretty impressive over 2 games, especially since one was a loss.
Yeah, and then the next one, this one's for you, Ocelot. Hybrid, 0 deaths in week 9, 72% kill participation.
At this time we were watching.
Yeah, no,
I think
but
Hybrid should get MVP. He was like trying for his life to not die, you know, play for KDA. Hoping to get...
Yeah, sorry, we don't give MVP to One-Tricks.
No, so he's getting this mainly for his performance yesterday.
Yes.
Because today in Trundle he was like 2-0 and 4. He just ran away from all the fights.
Yeah, he was actually just playing for KDA.
Exactly.
Again.
That didn't
he
give
never
anything.
gave him MVP.
This was from yesterday's game.
Why is he running Ignite on Trundle?
He's an aggressive player. You have to respect it.
I want to talk to him about that because that is wrong. He should never run Ignite on that pick.
all right, next OP5, Sven, the highest GPing amongst ADCs for the week. Also always contributing factor in a 2-0 week for OG.
I mean, it's kind of expected. It's only way on OG winning condition. I mean,
Still, even?
no, they have expected now also.
Okay, and then our next one is Steelback, 9-0 and 6 as Severe versus H2K. You just played her sim as well. And Febivin, you had a lot of good things to say about Steelback and his progression as a player.
Yeah, Steelback has impressed me a lot during the split. Like I can clearly see improvement in his play, and he's really consistent in the games, and I think that's really important.
All right, another consistent player is Vander, 0019 and 100% kill participation versus Elements, maybe also playing for KDA.
And for some reason, people are still giving him Braum and Alistar almost every game, taking away champions he doesn't really want to play.
He stole his trash.
So
oh no!
I was like, doesn't really make a lot of sense, but he's playing super well, and yeah.
Support is really nice role. Can play for KDA and still
Proper KDA player, of course, as the mid laner.
If mid laners could
here.
play for KDA, then...
The 2 feeding mid laners are complaining the supports are playing for KDA. That's what's happening right now.
I have to die for my team.
Same.
Right.
I always deal the most damage, so...
All right, there we go. A little bit of...
It's so easy to trigger.
They
this
want
guy,
to be in
by
the OP5, that's basically it.
Well,
Yes, I'm so jealous of Nukeduck right now.
okay, and the Jealous, it's also a support player actually that gets the MVP for us carrying harder than the rest in the final run to the playoffs. Origin Mithy, he earned a KDA of 22 without dying over 2 games to earn title of Week 9 MVP. Why the laughing?
I'm just joking because Mithy's such a troll, so I can't see him being MVP, but... No, I'm kidding. He played really good this week. He carried versus Fnatic and he deserved it.
And good Bard, Krappo.
Fantastic Bard overall. I love Bard. I think I like that good players.
I think can say something about Mithy Bard.
Yeah.
Dying 1v1. There is a really good place to be video, which I'll post later.
Okay. I think I was just lagging a bit.
Well, overall, nice OP list, nice MVP list, beautiful MVP.
Spot on.
Spot on. Well, the stakes only get higher from here as the LCS Spring playoffs get underway on Saturday, April 2nd, when we'll see our first quarterfinal best of 5 between Team Vitality and Fnatic. But first, we need to see which teams will take to the stage in the summer split in a second for the summer promotion tournament. We have some busy times coming up. Thursday, we start with the summer promotion tournament. Then you guys obviously now have some time to regroup that week. And then another week. And then it's playoff time, so...
No, I have 1 more week.
1 more week?
He has a bye week, obviously,
yes,
but how much?
Because plays first place.
Yeah.
How much is going to change in the way you guys practice and prepare now that you're going from BO1 to BO5?
Well, I actually think BO5 will fit us as well, because I think we can adapt really well in between games. Like, if there's like a bad thing happening in game 1, we realize our mistakes really fast. Like, even when we lose like a game in LCS, we just come home and already talk about it. And I think it's gonna be good, actually.
What is gonna happen to G2 when Kikis runs out of tanks?
There's so many tanks, though.
Come on, bro. You can't run out of tanks.
Febby, are you looking forward to playing best of 5s again?
Yeah, because I really like best of 5 because you can actually adapt in champ select, and it's not like a random best of 1 where you might fuck up in the draft and you have no idea what the enemy is gonna play. You have you can change up your bans all the time.
You pick Soraka
and you can pick Soraka, and then
Find out the champ
if you pick Soraka,
it's not so good.
If you pick Soraka, then you should consider changing your draft for next game. But
yeah, so I think we're strong mentally as well in a best of
I do think I'm very impressed overall with the way Fnatic, like last year and especially at IM, managed to adapt between best of fives in pick and ban. So I'm looking forward to that at least.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all the best of fives that are coming our way. The first are coming in the promotion tournament between Giants and the Copenhagen Wolves. That'll take place next Thursday, March 24th at 5 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. Pacific. So that is just around the corner for us here. But if you can't wait until then, be sure to tune into the North American LCS, kind of like the summer promotion tournament, when Team Impulse, just kidding, faces Renegades at 8 p.m. Central European Time, noon Pacific. And later on, Immortals will go up against Team Solo Mid in NA's Match of the Week. Of course, I'm just kidding before all the flame comes my way, but Immortals versus
Too late, though.
Yeah, nice meme.
Too late.
I just want to see if Adrian still plays Soraka and if they can make it work, like without the actual troll around it, because her kit entirely got changed and it's
I think
now.
they should just look Fnatic game and then.
Yeah, it's just. But it's
They lost
the
to
heal
CLG with
the
it.
heal is now a carryover. Yeah, CLG won.
Like the game they lost was to CLG when they played Soraka, and it was absolutely useless against split push. So we don't like it in Europe,
Soraka
except
being
for
useless? Really?
Fnatic, of course.
I don't know, man. It's such a nice champion. Just flash banana.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, indeed.
Almost cheese them with our Soraka.
Almost. Well, I think that's it. We won't be seeing you guys for a while, so thank you so much for joining us here on the desk.
No problem.
No problem.
Congratulations on wherever you landed in the playoffs, and we'll see you in 2 or 3 weeks. And for us here in Europe, though, it is time to close the book on the 2016 Spring Split Round Robin and look towards the big prize in Rotterdam. Of course, we'd like to also extend a special thanks to the Sapphires, our cheerleaders from the UL, and everyone who tuned in over the last 9 weeks. And until next time, we'll catch you on Summoner's Rift.
Nice wave.
Kind of awkward wave.
We are ready. We are locked and loaded. And we're going on to Summoner's Rift. Oh, unleash the power, but he's kicked on back, trying to trade it first blood to the first blood king. And all of a sudden, where did all these H2K members come from? Odo is caught by himself, but look at how much he's tanking up. He just doesn't care about it all. Taking down elements on the final day. H2 what? H2K. Just look at the number of pinks and see if they can set up fights like this one. Spite getting melted here. It's Nisbeth in the back that's going down after Trashy, and the rest of the team had just about all fallen. 27 minutes on the clock. The Nexus is down. Perfect win for Vitality. One Reckless trying to kite out, but Peke is hunting. He's going. Chains are on. He takes him out. Oh, Reckless. That was too much for a pass for him. Featherman now going low. Stopped by the pillar. Taken down. It's only Clive.
And Origin, Ace, Fnatic destroy the base and finish the Spring Split in 4th place.
Paulie, I have a general question. Why do they call this thing soul patch?
Soul patch?
Yeah, why? What is the origin of it? I mean, in Greek, I don't even know if this thing has a name for it. Like, I don't think so. It's like, in Greek, all of it is called like musi.
I just want to say hi to my mom and dad, who happen to be in the audience today. Red buff will help him out. Tower shot kills Freddy. It's first blood to Sunstar. Rocket, this time's gone awry. And in 26 minutes, Giants defeat Rockets. It's secured by G2, but the impending fight breaks out. Lulex is down. Empress dashed over the wall, gets a full culling, turns his attention to Steelback, will dash away before Steelback trades his life.
I flash. Okay.
Nice. Kill them all.
We can end.
Yes. Yeah, man.
G2 Esports are the best team in Europe.